What's going on, chat and everyone out there? It is Thursday night, which means it's time to get reconnected. Before I bring on our guest, I wanted to spend just a real quick minute going into my thoughts on the writer strike and the SAG-AFTRA strike and explain some thoughts behind it. So, one of the things that we will not be doing with guests or with anybody else on this channel until the strike is done is reviewing new films, and we will. I'm choosing not to post about any films that are coming out after the strike. So if this strike happens to go another 2 months, and something that is theatrically coming out this weekend and it's released in 2.5 months, and the strike is still active, I am not going to be posting the announcements on that just to show solidarity with both of the strikes. So I think that everybody that works on many of these films deserve to be paid well, deserve to be paid in a way that can support a family, and deserve to have better working conditions. And with that, people that are in a position like myself, and I'm talking about some of these films, these are the ways that the studios can try to get information out to people without paying actors and people appropriately to promote their films. So I'm not going to be talking about them until the strike is over. That being said, I'm really excited because we got a really fun and brand new guest to the show tonight that it's never been on here before. So let me bring in from Norman Studios, Gage Hogsten. Did I say the last name right at least?
Yeah, that's like really rare to get that right. I always get Hogstein or Hogsten.
I guess working in a job where I see really off the wall last names, it helps quite a bit.
Yeah, I always have to like spell my email out whenever I go to do things. Because if I just say, yeah, my Gage Hogsten, whatever, they're like, ooh.
Right. Gage is here representing Norman Studios. We're going to get into the idea of what Norman Studios is and how Gage got into film and all that. But first, we got a whole bunch of people that are in the chat already that are saying hi to Gage and myself. Let's
Hello,
get
everyone.
through some of these. Josephine DeMarco is here, says hello, Ryan and Gage. Goes through a bunch of recent reads and first-time watches. One of the things that Josephine is asking, Gage, with the theme being silent films, have you seen the films of Oscar Michaud? I Love Within Our Gates and Symbol of the Unconquered.
Yes, I've actually seen both of those films. We've actually shown both of those films for our Silent Sunday events at Norman Studios, which we have not done since before COVID. COVID kind of hurt all nonprofits really bad. Ours actually couldn't have came at a better time because we were renovating the inside of our main production building. So like we weren't going to be able to do much anyways.
Right.
But there's been like so much like great progress that's happened in this time. Like we'll get into all that later. But yeah, Silent Sundays was an event that we used to hold before COVID where we would just show a silent film and have people come and hang out, and we would accept donations and like have drinks and stuff like that. And we did both of those movies. Both those movies are really good, and I think that Symbol of the Unconquered is probably my favorite of the two. And for that one, we actually had something really special. We had an actor, forgive me for not remembering his name, but he did plays off Broadway in New York, and like a stage actor, and he comes and lives in Jacksonville parts of the year, and he actually came down and did like a kind of like a Q&A and kind of like a 30-minute kind of session talking about Oscar Michaud, and because like a lot of people don't know who he is, so like right. This guy was very knowledgeable in all of it, and he talks about in that movie like passes, like people that were African American that would try to look white, because that's like kind of a part of that movie. There's a black actor who like tries to hate black people, and he like tries to pass off as a white guy, and he kind of talked about like the all that stuff. So yeah, I have a very great relationship with both of those films.
Interesting, man. Yeah, I can't wait to get into this tonight. This is gonna be super educational for me.
Oh yeah.
Stan's here. What's going on? Anthony says hello, Gage.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
Ronnie, hello. Stab West, what's going on? Griff is here. Holland Oates. We already got people naming some favorites. Cabinet of Dr.
Yeah, I'm seeing all of them. Yeah, great movie. I have the 4K of that.
Nice. Sibner, hello, Physical Media family. He says Modern Times for him.
I'm lacking on most Charlie Chaplin movies. I've never seen most of his stuff. Yeah.
What's going on, Paul? KN5150. Hello. Stan, so many pals of mine on the picket lines. Absolutely. Movie Palace of Blood. We are obviously going to be spending some time talking about this tonight. I can't believe, like, people are going to think that we planned this week knowing the announcement, or I called you at the last minute. It's like, let's do this.
Yeah,
well, we worked this out perfectly.
Yeah, we planned this out like I think the night of the Chasing Labels 100 episode we were on together. So it was like a month and a half ago. So least, yeah, and this is like probably top announcement of the past 10 years for me.
For a lot of people.
Yeah.
Carrie Mulligan, Second Sight's Main Frontiers, now available at Diabolic and Orbit. Can't wait to get mine. Stan just got After Hours from Criterion.
Same.
As a member of SAG-AFTRA, appreciate the support. Hopefully that feels like that's in line with what you would expect from somebody around the sector. Sibner. Jason Ellis just got shipping notice from Severin, Black Emmanuel. Very nice.
Let's go. That means those sale orders should be coming soon.
Eventually. Stan wants to see the rest of your shirt.
It's a Hunted Gex shirt. Y'all know who Hunted Gex is?
I don't offhand.
Oh, okay. Just go look at Hunting Gex up. They're a band. They're fire. Nice. Me and my girlfriend just went and saw them in Orlando a couple months ago. Quite possibly one of the loudest and best concerts I've ever been to. It was crazy. And then the opening act was a group called Machine Girl, which was probably sonically the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life.
I feel like I've heard Machine Girl. Maybe.
They're both like kind of like hyper pop, like just like I don't even, it's almost indescribable, their music.
Right.
It's amazing. Yeah, it really is something special.
Dallas says Sunrise, A Song of Two Humans is my number one silent.
Another legendary film.
Terry says, I'll be honest, while I feel I've seen some of the landmarks, I feel I've seen too few to comment on favorites, and that's exactly how I feel. Tony's here tonight. What's going on? Jeremy showed up. Hey, Jeremy.
Hey.
Let's see. Stan is calling out Hogsten, or is that even the right way to pronounce that?
That's the only way I've ever heard anybody pronounce it, so I'd guess so. That's also one of my. I saw that on a theater here in Jacksonville, Sunray.
Jason got to see the trailer for The Exorcist Believer before it got removed for the Was it online for a little while? I missed it. I think it's playing before Oppenheimer,
which I'm seeing on 70mm this Saturday. I know we're not supposed to talk about it.
Well, we're not promoting it. So
okay.
Discussing it existing is fine.
Okay.
There's no theater within the entire state of Missouri that has capabilities for it. And I think the closest one to me is like Chicago. That's
really?
Like 8 hours.
Dang, yeah, that's a far. Yeah, like if you look on the Oppenheimer like website, it will say like that the closest film showing of it is actually in Fort Myers, which is like really far away from us in Jacksonville, like the other side of the state. So, but I saw Dunkirk and Hateful Eight both at this Regal in Waterford Lakes, which is in Orlando. And I was like, man, they got to be show. If they did Dunkirk and Hateful Eight, and I looked it up, and they have it's 70mm IMAX experience, and I was like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna go see it there too. So
nice,
yeah.
Jason is saying Nosferatu.
Nice, yeah.
Paul says Metropolis. I figured that'd be a big one for a lot of people.
Yeah, Metropolis is probably the most famous silent film outside of just knowing who Charlie Chaplin is. Like they could, people will say Charlie Chaplin, but not know any of the film names, but they'll know Metropolis and Nosferatu by name.
Yeah. Magic Hands, what's going on? Michael Smith says Silent Cinema was doing some great things with special effects, sound effects, lighting, and then Takis came in, took films back to the beginning.
You know what's actually funny? My favorite style of film are pre-code movies and like early sound movies.
Nice.
Like everybody hates Dracula. They're like, oh, the performances are just so awkward and stiff and boring, and they don't know how to use microphones. I love that.
Makes it interesting.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Ruben, what's going on? Let's see. Stan narrated a short documentary on the restoration of Metropolis. It's on the Giorgio Moroder Blu-ray. Very nice.
Oh, yeah. The showing a Hogsten that I did, some dude did like a 80s like synth like live music to it. which like was I had seen that. That was actually the first silent movie I've seen in my life. Wow. And so I'd seen that a few times, but yeah, that like having the like 80s synth soundtrack I think helped a lot for a lot of people.
Carrie Mulligan says Clara Bow is a favorite of mine.
The It Girl.
And we're finally caught up. So to give everybody some context before we go into everything, what is Norman Studios?
So I live here in Jacksonville, Florida. Norman Studios is a non-profit 501c museum here in Jacksonville, Florida. Jacksonville, quick history about Jacksonville. In the early 1900s, the whole city burned down. And so it was reconstructed in the 1902, 1903, around that time. And in those early years, because it was being reconstructed, it was a state-of-the-art city in the state of Florida. And at that same time, the film industry had begun in New Jersey, up in Fort Lee, and people were looking to escape from the copyright patents that the Thomas Edison company had on the filmmaking process. So they moved down to Florida to become the winter film capital of the world, as it became to know. And a lot of independent companies were moving down here, so they didn't have to, they could skirt around the patent of having to worry about his trust to come and check and see if they were using his equipment and, not pay fees and stuff like that. And so Florida was a great place to shoot because it was warm all year round, and, early film equipment couldn't work if it was, 19 degrees outside. So it was great down here. And Jacksonville specifically has the St. Johns River. And so you could, double it as any river in the world. You could, get swamps. You had the beach. You had basically everything but mountains. And that's why the film industry moved to California. One of the reasons. But the whole city, everything, all the studios over here, forgive me for not knowing the exact number, but it was somewhere between 20 and 30 independent studios over a course of about 8 years, 10 years had popped up here in town. And the building that is Norman Studios was actually built as a cigar factory. And a film company from Chicago called Eagle Film City had moved down there and moved into that cigar factory. And they were only around for a couple years, and then the whole film industry basically got forced out of Jacksonville. It was this new kind of, at that time, filmmaking was still, in its vaudeville kind of like gross, like weird, like, a whole bunch of like weirdos and rats, and like the conservative town of Jacksonville, Florida, in the South in the early 1900s didn't like, people out in the streets filming without permits, girls walking around showing their ankles, stuff like that. And it may be apocryphal, but like, the saying was like apparently like they were like calling like fake fire alarms, and they'd like drove a car out into the river and stuff like that, and they were like, oh, this is enough, like we got to get the industry out of here. And by the late 1900s they'd got water into Los Angeles, and the rest is history, and Hollywood was born. And but where Norman Studios comes into play was actually a man from Middleburg, which is basically Jacksonville here. Jacksonville's huge. The whole county is the city of Jacksonville. They incorporated. So like Jacksonville's, that's like one thing people know is it's the largest city in the United States. Well, it's gigantic. And one of the reasons why is because it was built for the automobile. Like at that same time when the city was being rebuilt, it was being rebuilt with the automobile in mind. And he was from Middleburg, and he actually spent a lot of those teen years while the film industry was here, driving up the Midwest, or up to the Midwest from Florida, making townies. There were these films that were being made where he would go from town to town, and he had the stock footage of a train wreck, and it was called The Wrecker. And what he would do is he would drive to a city, go in there, and be like, hey, everybody, like, pitch in, whatever the amount was, $5, blah, blah, blah. You be a part of this movie, and he'd go and film this movie, and he would film the townspeople in the movie. And so then when he was done, he'd just edit it together. Edit it together real quick, and he would show it there for the townspeople, and they would all go see themselves in the movies. None of these exist, unfortunately, that we know of. We really would like to get them. It's funny that apparently someone in our group had found a review for one of them though, and the only review was, "Where were we? We didn't see ourselves in the movie." So that was like the only review of the movie. But yeah, so he was going up and down doing that, and then he came down, and Norman Studios, the building that still exists right now, that was the cigar factory in Eagle Film City, it was still standing because it's in a neighborhood here in Jacksonville called Arlington. That's on the other side of the river from downtown. The bridge was not built to get into Arlington until the mid 50s. And so it was basically like really hard to get to, because like you could only get there if you took a ferry and took these long dirt roads. So like nobody paid it any attention. So luckily this building was still there. All these other studios that were here, they don't exist anymore because they're all turned into parking garages and, skyscrapers and all that stuff. But this building he was able to move into and begin making films. And he actually made a lot of these townie movies with his friend Steve Pegg Reynolds, who was in all of his movies. Have you seen The Flying Ace?
I've not watched it yet.
Okay.
I got the Kino set.
I know. I have the Kino set too, and I've had it for years, and I haven't even finished all the way through it. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. But he's in all of his movies, and he's an African American man with a peg leg, which people think that maybe he lost it in World War I, but like we're also, as the group Norman Studios, finding out, like, we know way more now than we did 2 years ago, than we did 2 years before that. It seems like he may have actually lost his leg before, like, he was even like a teenager. Okay. We're not really sure, but he had a peg leg, and so of course he was like a lot of the comic relief in all of the movies that Richard Norman had made. But the special thing about Richard Norman's films at Norman Studios is that even though Steve Pegg Reynolds was comic relief, all of the cast were African American. So there was no white people in his movies, which is absolutely unheard of, especially happening in the 20s in Jacksonville, where in Florida it was like, Klan like stronghold at the time. So it's absolutely insane that he was doing this, and was pretty successful for years. He made 5 or 6 full feature-length films, which only one of exists, The Flying Ace, which is in that Kino set. And also in that Kino set actually is a fragment of one of the reels from the film Regeneration, which that Steve Pegg Reynolds is in that fragment that exists from it. So that's all that exists of all of his film work, except for actually which I believe was actually before he was with as Norman Studios, but it's still Richard Norman's film.
For the record, you cut out there for the split second at the worst possible time. You said
what?
Except for and then you just stopped.
Oh, okay. At the Sleepy Sam the Sleuth? Yes. Okay, yeah. I'm sorry for cutting out, guys. So that film still exists, and actually we just got it restored from the Library of Congress, and at our soft opening that we just did a couple months ago, we debuted the new restoration for it. So hopefully we can get that on some kind of physical media disc in the future. But, so he made these 6 films in the 20s, and then he at 1928 was the last film that he made, Black Gold. And during that time, of course, sound started coming into play, and he was a entrepreneur, he was a innovator, and so he actually had started investing all of his money into trying to figure out a sound process for filmmaking, and it basically bankrupted Norman Studios. So he kind of exited the film industry, but he wound up actually continuing to make commercial films and filming boxing events and stuff like that, which we're actually unsure of what all exists. We think we actually have more materials from that. I just joined Norman Studios. I joined Norman Studios in 2016, or like right after I graduated high school in 2014. And then all of the rest of the board members are all but like 2 of them are actually newer than I am. But the two people that one of the people that is still there has been there since like 2002, and then our president, who's having like some health issues right now, she actually has been involved in this process, I think, since before then. They've been what we are is the buildings are actually owned by the city of Jacksonville, and we are a group that is basically assigned to do all the work for them. So like we're there doing, basically everything, but they own the buildings, so like everything has to get approved and pass through them. But it's a great help too, because like, if we need to have an event, it's easy for us to be like, hey, like the city, can you come mow the yard for us? And like, we need to have police officers or porta potties, stuff like that. And because of that, we've also been able to get like money from the city, which we actually just did during COVID. But back to Richard Norman, he's actually still lived and owned the building until the 70s. So most people actually know Norman Studios as a dance studio here in town, because from the time that the film, he got out of the filmmaking industry in the, 1928, 1930 till 1972 or 4, his wife ran it as a dance studio for ballet lessons for little girls. So we actually have had events where we've had all those little girls come meet up and come talk about, their time there, and remembering, because Richard was there during those times, because they worked at, his desk was there and he worked there while upstairs his wife did dance lessons. They sold the building in the 70s, and some guy just kind of bought it and like used it as a storage facility until 2002, when the city realized what they had and bought the property. And since 2002, basically, we've been working to get it opened as a museum. And in 2016, when I joined, there was already like some pretty great moves being put into play. And then the big thing happened for late 2019, early 2020. We got accepted for $1 million to renovate the inside of the main production building, which, let me go back and say real quick, sorry. In 2007, they were able to do the outsides of all 4 of the 5 buildings. So the entire campus of Norman Studios is 5 buildings, but we only own 4. The 5th is currently owned by a church that's been around since the 70s. So in 2007, they actually redid the outside and the structural integrity of all 4 of the main buildings. So that was good. But then in 2008, the recession hit and it kind of fell back down in disrepair. Right. But then in 2019, when we got this money, the main production building, they actually completely redid the outside of everything, the structural integrity. All 3 floors got like insulated. They installed air conditioning, which the building never had ever. It had electrical, but it had no plumbing ever, and it had no air conditioning. So the top floor has the air conditioning unit in, because the 3rd floor is like not really a floor. It was like they used it as like a sleeping living space kind of deal. So we've put the air conditioning unit in there, and it's like small storage, but we were able to completely do the 1st floor. The 2nd floor has a lot of interesting stuff as well, which we'll get into, but that's still, we need money to be able to do that. The 1st floor, however, is now completely done, and we're able to put exhibits in there and open up as a museum now. And we had our soft opening in May, and then we're having our grand opening August. I should know the date. August 19th, I think. It's on our Facebook. You can see. Pretty sure it's August 19th is our grand opening, and then we'll be having a gala sometime later this year, and we're going to be actually having like opening hours here set soon. And if anybody wants to, you can also email us, and we'll do a tour anytime. So.
Wow. So perfect opportunity to jump in and say, first off, the website for Norman Studios is linked in the description below. I'm not going to shill all night. Gage isn't going to shill all night, but we will say a couple times, if you feel so inclined, there are links to donate in there. Just give them a follow, share the word. If you know anybody down in Florida that may be interested in it, or obviously, close, Georgia, South Carolina, Alabama, whatever. This is something that a lot of people would probably be interested in seeking out, and it's something that to have it last, it is going to rely on donations. So in any case, if you can, see if you can find it within yourself to donate, because this is something that is literally preserving history, and your dollars can go a long way here.
Yeah, I really appreciate it, guys. If you even just follow us, like, just keep an eye on what we're doing, because there's so much cool stuff that's happening, and like it's crazy how I got involved with them is is a great story too, and like just to continue with the shilling, so we can stop for the shilling for the night. If you do donate though, from now until, actually, let me double check. It might be from now or July 30th, but coming up soon also on our Facebook, I know until sometime late in September or early September, everybody that donates will actually be matched up to $5,000. So if you donate $5, you're actually donating 10. If you donate $1,000, you're actually donating $2,000. So that's something to check out as well, because that's a pretty great thing. We have anonymous donors that is allowing us to do that for the next few weeks or a few months.
Incredible.
I guess. Yeah.
Check out the links for their socials in the description below. I am sure they've got that information posted for these.
I know I'm terrible with dates. I'm not even really sure what today is. I just know it's Thursday because Reconnected's on. That's all I know.
Well, we'll get into that. I don't even know how you first found me, so we'll talk about that.
Okay,
We'll talk about more about Norman Studios, and then we're going to dive deep into Silence. But first, we got to dive into some of these announcements. But get a, pardon the pun, to get a gauge of where you are as a collector, what kind of stuff are you into outside of Norman Studios?
Okay, so this way you can see behind me. So I just moved into this house with my girlfriend a couple months ago, and so of course the collection was like the first thing over here.
I think it was the day of the Chasing Label stream.
Yeah. I think at that point I'd only had like half of it over here, which I still technically don't have everything over here, because like I actually started collecting like when I was like 5 years old, 6 years old. I've shared this story on Chasing Labels. The first thing I actually ever got was, I'm a huge wrestling fan. I've just somehow got it. Nobody that lived with me or like around me liked it. I don't know how. I just fell into it when I was young. And my neighbor actually took me to Blockbuster when I was 5 or 6 years old and bought me the Royal Rumble 2001 VHS tape, which actually is funny looking at it now. It actually has a spine number. I didn't really realize what like anything like that until much later, but all those old tapes actually had spine numbers. And so I actually started collecting by buying the wrestling pay-per-views, the WWF and WCW pay-per-views. And then like I didn't really start collecting movies until probably like middle school. And then really didn't get, I did a hard, luckily like, so that would have been like 08, 09 when I started collecting. It was mostly just all DVDs and VHSs at that point. But then like I was only probably had like 30 movies, and it was like 2010. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to stop now and just make the jump to Blu-ray. I didn't even have a Blu-ray player. I was like, everything from now on, I'm just going to buy Blu-ray. Wound up getting a Blu-ray player. And now, I started with Criterion and then had some Kinos, and now I think Vinegar Syndrome, Criterion I think still my biggest, but Vinegar Syndrome is probably right there behind them. I have Severin, I have Mondo Macabro, Indicator, I have I'm sorry if I'm a little hot. I was saying that to Ryan before we started. I'm like, this whole setup is all new to me, and the Zoom recorder is like, there's like a recording level button on it, and every time I punch it to go down, it's like, no, it just stays at 80. But yeah, any company you can think of, I guarantee you I have. I can't even think of a single one that I don't have.
So what are we'll say 3 releases from the last year that have excited you the most, that you're like, yeah, these are ones I absolutely had to get immediately?
Oh my gosh, there's been so many of those. And like another thing too, I'm sure like everybody has, like, we buy stuff and don't watch it for like a year or so. Or sometimes like 10. I have the greatest like unwatched movie I've had for 10 years. I want to get on the Chasing Labels unwatched pile with that one, because I think that'll be the record. But the trick is that I have to watch the movie with my grandpa. And luckily he's still kicking, and we could still watch it together. I need to watch it with him. I promise. We've watched other things in the time being, but even him and I just kind of keep putting that one off. But
Maybe
and,
Steven will invite Grandpa on to watch.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, that would be awesome. I'd love that. Just earlier this year, him and I just watched the Criterion of 3:10 to Yuma, which I've also have had for 7 years probably. And we watched that. But I mean, in the past, like, you know, if you didn't ask me, I could tell you. But just looking, I mean, Texas Chainsaw Massacre is like one of my favorite movies ever. So I think that's like probably the greatest American film ever. So that getting that 4K from Second Sight is crazy.
Greatest American film ever. That's some high praise.
Oh yeah, no, because you know people talk about it being an amazing horror movie. I'm like, nah, that's like the greatest American film. I think that movie sums up America more than any film ever made. Just, you know, especially, I mean, Texas and Florida have some kind of similarities. You know, kind of hot. A lot of freedom lovers in these states. You know, a lot of like stuff like that. You know, so it's like it. To me, like that movie also just represents my childhood. I used to rent that tape all the time from Blockbuster when I was like 6 years old. My parents didn't care. They let me, you know, buy everything. They didn't care. But yeah, I mean, the Enter the Video Store from Arrow that they did. I mean, the After Hours, any like all the, I love getting all these 4Ks. It's been amazing. I'm you know, I'm all about upgrading to 4Ks. I don't care if stuff just came out 2 years ago. Give it to me on 4K.
Well, that's good to hear. That is probably the best time to start talking about some of these then. This is still up for pre-order right now. So if you're listening to this, this is the good time to go check out the Error 4444 release for Fatal Termination. This is from 1990. We've known that this one was coming for a while, but we didn't know all the details. And as usual, they're going, they went all out again. We've got 2 different slipcovers that you can buy. They've got the extra limited version that they're doing, which comes with an air freshener and all this other stuff. You got a holographic sticker. You've got a double-sided poster with the tie art and then brand new commissioned art. And this one is going to have a new 4K restoration, a 4K English dub as well. That one's cut to 85 minutes from the original 93. An interview with the stunt coordinator, interview with the actor Mike Abbott, commentary by Kenneth Borson and Philip Gillen of Podcast on Fire, Chinese dub ending song, and so some other little extras that they're throwing in there. But there is a lot of stuff coming with this. This looks like a pretty solid release.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna, you know, call because there's a chance. I know my girlfriend can hear me because she's awake. She just got home from work probably like an hour ago, so I'm not gonna, you know, dox myself too much. But this one may have been pre-ordered. Slipcover B, the second one, that one too.
It may have, but it was definitely the second one.
Yeah. That's like probably the coolest cover art. That I love the old Hong Kong stuff, especially when they keep it like the old school, like any kind of like Southeast Asian.
The covers on these, like
that yellow and purple together. Are you kidding me?
That looks amazing.
I know.
This is one that I might end up hanging the poster from this.
Yes. I have this room, our house that we just moved into is 800 something square feet, so it's kind of small. This room's pretty small. I see her footsteps. She's listening to me. I could see her under the door. But yeah, I don't really have too much room in here, but I do have a Hogsten movie poster that's actually like a limited print from a local artist here that they did for that showing.
Nice.
So I have that. I might hang that up. I want to get that Devil Story poster from Vinegar Syndrome. Like, it's been sitting at like 9 remaining for like 7 months, and I'm just like, I need that.
See if they ever discount it by like $5.
I know. It's so, I love that movie too. The Devil Story is like top 5. Yeah.
Some other crazy pre-orders that came out this month. We got Ratman coming from Cauldron Films. This is going to be shipping around the end of September. You can pre-order this now. They have a bundle with this and the next one we're going to talk about. This is a title that a lot of people have been speculating was coming for some reason. Don't know how that got out, but curious to see what people think of this one. This is going to have a new 4K restoration from the OCN. It's going to have an interview with the cinematographer, the camera operator. There's an interview with the post-production consultant, a commentary by Eugenio Ercolani, Troy Howarth, Nathaniel Thompson, and then a double-sided poster like they do with some of these. But the cool thing, The limited version of this is going to get a soundtrack CD, and then, of course, the slipcase that they always do. This one is limited to 1,500 copies, and the art on this looks wild.
Yeah, it really does. I really want both of these Cauldron and Neon Eagle movies that are coming out.
Have you been into much of the Cauldron stuff so far?
I have most of their stuff. I've collected everything except for like their newer films. So like I have the Collingswood story, which I think is like 2002, but like I don't have any of like the Abracadabra or the there's the Spanish film that's I do really want that, even though it's from like 2016. Yeah. I still want that because it's actually shot on Super 8, which is really I have a Super 8 camera as well, so like I'm really interested in how they did that. But yeah, I love Cauldron.
Cauldron has done just some amazing work so far.
Yeah, they're like top notch for real, and their logo's sick.
It's pretty great.
Yeah, it's tight.
And then their little side label that they're doing with Jared Honor from Mondo Macabro, Neon Eagle Video, they announced their second title, which is Zero Woman, Red Handcuffs. And holy shit, this movie.
This looks sick.
Have you seen the scene that this movie's famous for yet?
So I turned on because like I have not even heard of this movie until before they announced it, and so I very very rarely watch trailers for anything because I like to go into stuff as blind as possible. And I was like, I want to check out like this, and I got about 15 seconds into the trailer, and I was like, okay, I'm not watching anymore. This is so tight. Like there's like the one thing I remember where I turned it off was so cool is like this guy with a gun and a suit that's like walking up, and I guess he gets shot in the chest, and his chest just starts exploding, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is gonna be great.
Yeah, this one, I can't wait for this one. This release looks incredible. This is going to have audio commentary by Sam Deegan on it, which is just exciting as hell. There is a Sex plus Violence equals Pinky Violence. Tokyo Scope author Patrick Macias on Zero Woman, Red Handcuffs, which is, I guarantee that's going to be great. And then a new full-color booklet with a new essay by Chris D., author of Outlaw Masters of Japanese Film. That's only in the limited, of course. And then you've got the slipcover. I mean, this looks like an incredible release. Again, shipping in late September. You can still pre-order this from Cauldron or Diabolic at the moment. I mean, this is a win.
I think Jared Honor posted somewhere like over 24 hours ago that it's like already 65% sold out. So like, I'm like,
wow, that's really good.
I know. I'm just like, oh, I need it.
Will Dodson says this film stands next to Sex and Fury as the best of the Pinky Violence genre. That's pretty high praise.
That's high praise.
Love that. Death Wish 4 coming from Kino on September 26th. This is going to have another audio commentary by Paul Talbot, who is the one that they're going to for all of the Bronson stuff, which is probably a good thing since he is the master. Nothing else on here but that commentary and a trailer, but looks like a decent release. Are you into Bronson?
Oh, yeah. I not only had like one of those DVD sets that had like all 5 Death Wish movies on. That was one of my 30 DVDs I had was a box set of all the Death Wish films. But like, you remember on like AMC, they would like show just like, it would be starting at like, 10 o'clock. And they'd start with Death Wish 2, Death Wish, like all the way till 7 in the morning. Like I used to watch those all the time on TV, but I had the DVDs of them as well. Nice. I have the Death Wish 2 4K from Vinegar Syndrome. I need to get the Kino of the Death Wish.
I mean, that Death Wish 2 disc looks way better than it should. I got to be honest.
Oh, yeah. Vinegar Syndrome. I love the way their discs look. I don't think anybody... I mean, Arrow's, like, encoding and everything is, like, theirs is probably the best, like, top-notch stuff. But Vinegar Syndrome, especially their Blu-rays, like, they make the film still look like film. Yep. And it's just so satisfying to watch.
Daniel is asking, can it be assumed that Cauldron will release a standard release of Zero Woman, Red Handcuffs? Probably. It's going to be a very popular film.
I would think so, for sure.
The only thing that would make me hesitate to say yes immediately is it's only the second release from Neon Eagle.
And we know that the Japanese licenses are like super finicky and weird. So like that is a possibility, but like I think because it was limited to like 1,000, I definitely think they'll do a standard. Like I think if they was a hard number, 1,500.
1,500, yeah.
I feel like if it was like a hard, like only limited, they would do at least 2,000. You know.
Well, and it probably would have said it on the announcement.
Yeah, exactly.
Strictly limited. All right, carrying on. Kino announced the 17th edition to their film noir, The Dark Side of Cinema series. This is coming soon. We don't know exactly when. Vice Squad, Black Tuesday, and Nightmare are in this. Black Tuesday is probably the biggest title that people are excited about. That one's got Peter Graves and Gene Parker in it. Directed by Hugo Fregonese, something like that. I don't know how to say his last name. I apologize. But this is actually a pretty interesting set. A lot of people have been after Black Tuesday, so glad that they're getting that out there.
Yeah, these are sick. I also like these. I know a lot of people are like, oh, there are too many. Well, I think they should keep doing them just to make people angry.
Yeah, if they've got like, the films and they actually are film noir, do it as long as you can.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing. It's like, what actually is film noir? I'm having that discussion with I have talked to so many of my friends into collecting Blu-rays, like probably like 7 and 8 of them now, and like one of them just started buying Criterion's this couple weeks ago during this sale. And he was like kind of asking me like, oh, like what other good noirs does Criterion have? And I'm like, and you know, we're kind of sending movies back and forth, and it's like, you know, I don't want to be that actually guy, but it's like this is like kind of not really noir. It's like it's like a, you know, kind of like a thing. And I one of them I sent to him because it's like my favorite. I'm like, this really isn't a noir film, but like it has a lot of the same things that you want in it as Mildred Pierce, because it kind of, and so as like in the Criterion copy for it, it says melodrama that casts noir shadows.
There you go. It's got the vibe.
Yeah, exactly.
If they were hipper, they would have said it's got the noir vibe.
Noir vibes, dog. Yeah.
We actually just had this conversation about slashers in the Discord this week, and there's so many things that, you know, depending on like when you got into slashers or what you view as fundamental slashers, can really kind of skew your definition of that word. And noir is very close to the same thing. Same with like exploitation.
Yeah. It's like, is Texas Chainsaw Massacre a slasher? Like, no, it's too early to be a slasher. But it's like, what? I mean, come on. It's basically like, that's words like have meaning, but not really.
Well, and some of these, they've been, you know, it's like the word irregardless. That was never a word, and now it's been used so much it's added to the dictionary.
Yeah.
We've taken the word slasher or noir and just watered it down. It covers a whole lot of stuff.
Yes, exactly.
Next up, this is every time I bring up something from this label, I will always say they never get enough attention. But second run DVD in the UK, everybody needs to give them some more focus because all of their stuff is great.
They're one this is the first label I can think of that I don't have anything from, and I hate it because they have so much stuff I'm interested in, and it's all so fairly priced.
I have 2 releases.
Oh wow.
That's it. I need a lot more. The first thing is most of their stuff has been region free, which is really rare, especially coming from the UK. So that's really cool. They're releasing The English Surgeon. This is from 2007 and supposed to be this magnificent documentary that I've not been able to see yet. This is done by Jeffrey Smith, and it is a documentary that centers on the work of Henry Marsh, who was a leading British brain surgeon and a pioneer of neurosurgical technique, whose expertise provides a glimmer of hope to patients in impoverished post-Soviet Ukraine. This is going to have some new filmed interviews with the surgeon himself, Henry Marsh. Jeffrey Smith is on it as well, and then there's going to be a booklet with a new essay by Trevor Johnston. And again, region free.
That's I'm all about it. Stan Geezy has me dying quoting mine. Words have meaning, but not really. When I said that, I was like, damn, I need to put that on a t-shirt.
I just thought the same thing. Yeah. That might be the next episode quote that goes on the shirt.
You can take it. You can take it.
Let's see. The Sibner is asking, is it the stuff for Milos Forman? No, it is. I've got, and wow. They're both sealed. I've seen one of these, I promise. They should not both be sealed.
There's nothing wrong with sealed stuff. That's another thing, too. Before I was living here, I was living with someone that smoked cigarettes in the house. So I kept everything sealed until I watched it. And now it's become part of the ritual of like, because, you know, like that's like a thing. It's like you like sitting down, opening the package and looking at it, putting it in the player, like unsealing it has become part of the process of my night now. So I just keep them sealed until I watch them.
Well, I've got a semi-important story for one of why it's still sealed. This one I bought late last year when it came out, the War Trilogy.
Yeah.
This is 3 films by, I'm not going to say his last name because I'm going to screw it up. You can see the last name there.
Yes.
That I bought, and I told Sardis, who's in the chat, that I would be watching it as soon as I could. My wife has not been wanting to watch any, and gifted the first copy that I had watched to somebody else. That is their release of Beauty and the Beast. And this film is fantastic. This is from 1946 and great. Really recommend this one.
Yeah, they have like, forgive me for not remembering the correct title, but I believe it's like the Cassandra Cat.
Yep.
That they put out a couple. That looks insane. Like if Criterion would have put that out, like people would be like, "Oh, this is like the best movie ever." Like it would have got like that. That has like definitely like mainstream potential, you know, in the movie world. Right. I feel like it's got the right colors and everything.
I may be misremembering, but I feel like I remember hearing that Severin actually had the rights to that in the U.S.
You know, now that you're saying that, I'm like, that does sound like something that's possible.
Not entirely sure, but I feel like it was coming in a box set later.
That does sound, yeah.
We'll see. More to come, maybe.
Yeah.
Next up, Kino announced a 4K of The Visit from M. Night Shyamalan. No release date, of course, but this is a big deal. This is a release that has, I believe, never had even a Blu-ray release, if I remember right.
Really?
Let's see, 20
Dolby Vision.
Okay,
too.
it did. But yeah, it's getting a 4K upgrade. Oh, the other one, The Village, is the one that's never had.
Yeah, The Village I know does not have, and that's probably the M. Night Shyamalan movie that I want to watch. I've never seen that one. That's the one I want to watch the most. I've never seen The Village either. And yeah, that's one I've been waiting for a long time. But I have seen Scary Movie 4 or 3, which I think it's 4 that makes fun of The Village.
Yeah. I am glad that this is coming out. I'm curious to see if they have any other M. Nights. I mean, I would love some of his earlier stuff.
Yeah. Signs, too. I could see Kino doing Signs.
Again, very well.
Scary Movie 3.
Yep.
I can't watch the Scream movies because of Scary Movie. I can't do it. Yeah.
Gold Ninja Video announced that you can now pre-order Phantom Kung Fu from 1979. This will be shipping in September. This got, surprisingly, a new 2K scan from a theatrical 35mm print, so don't expect it to be exactly pristine necessarily. This is going to be limited to 800 copies, and then special features. We're going to have an commentary by the Important Cinema Club's Will Sloan and Justin DeClue, of course. The cinema of director Lee So-nam is going to get a little video featurette, and then the Undead in Martial Arts Cinema is going to get a featurette. They're going to do a second bonus feature on this. They just did not know what when they announced this. And then DeClue himself will be writing the liner notes for this. Gold Ninja, have you checked them out yet?
I have. This I was just sitting right next to me, the Thrilling Bloody Sword. This was like the limited of whatever 800 run that they did. Yep. Oh my god, that was like one of the most fun times I've ever had watching a movie, and I love the that it's just like a scan of a print. I love that look. It's so much fun. I think that makes and like I know that Error 4444 said that they're doing a scan from like preprint elements coming out soon. I'll still hold on to that just so I can have like that kind of raw scan of a print as well. Is really fun to watch, but I'll definitely be getting the Error 4444. But yeah, these movies that you're putting out are really cool, man.
And the special features Justin does is
he goes all out.
They're always fun.
Yeah, and they're like Justin Easter eggs and stuff.
And a bonus movie, like you can't.
Yeah, a whole bonus movie. Yeah, I did not watch the bonus movie that's on this yet. I need to watch that. So
nice. Next up, a lot of us knew this was coming. This has been teased for quite some time.
Oh yeah.
A24 announced a 4K special A24 site exclusive edition of Everything Everywhere All at Once, and some odd reactions to this. It's like people were upset that they did it, but excited for new special features.
Isn't that funny how that works? Like people are just like knew that it was coming, and then still they're just like, I love these, and people hate these tall boys. And I like them. I like their packaging. I only have Midsummer. I want to get the Last Black Man in San Francisco next, probably.
It is gorgeous.
Yeah, they look really cool.
The 4K on that is beautiful, and then the
I
packaging in that, the art that they went on that, crazy, absolutely crazy. It looks so good.
And Everything Everywhere All at Once. That was like obviously like one of the best movies from last year. I have a terrible story with this movie. Like I went and saw it by myself, and there's a scene in the movie, I'm not going to spoil anything, that just has to do with rocks, right? And I'm crying, like, by myself. It's like a Wednesday night. I'm just sitting up there crying. And there's, like, some, like, teenagers or, like, something down, like, 4 rows in front of me. And, like, one of them just starts yelling, like, what? What's going on? What does this even mean? Like, what? And I'm just like, dude, don't turn around. I'm crying right now.
You know what's crazy is they've been saying lately the way the script was written, they originally wanted that to have dialogue, and Michelle Yeoh talked them into only doing subtitles.
Brilliant.
I can't imagine it with dialogue. That would have been awkward.
That's what I'm saying. That's the best part of the movie. Everybody wants to talk about the quote about the just doing the taxes and laundry. That's like that speaks to me on so many levels. Like, I don't know. They're just like coming from a, lower income house. Like, just like there's so much to be said from this movie. Like, I really want to get this 4K set for sure.
The cool thing is they actually have some exclusive extras that you can't get anywhere else. So they've got a mini documentary on Sun Lux, who is the musician who did a bunch of stuff for Everything Everywhere. There's a mini documentary on the film's visual effects, which were stunning, obviously. Cool thing, you get the 2 short films from the Daniels, Interesting Ball from 2014 and Pockets from 2011. You get 2 commentaries, director commentary with Daniel Kwan and Daniel Scheinert, I believe is how you say it, and then a new production commentary with Jonathan Wang, who is a producer, Allison Carter, who's a co-producer, and then the production designer, Jason Kisvardi, and Kelsey Ephraim, who is the set decorator. There's a reel of alternate takes from Stephanie Hsu as Jobu, stunt pre-visualization from the Marshall Club, some bloopers, outtakes. Like, they went kind of all in on it. And then there's a folder in the actual release here, and when you pull it up, there's written stuff. You got a foreword by Hiro Murai, which Hiro is one of the ones that directed and was like the whole visual aspect behind the series Atlanta. And he did a lot of stuff with Everything Everywhere, so I'm glad that he's involved in this. And then reproductions of legal documents and receipts from the movie. Every Evelyn all at once, there's a booklet, and then a fold-out multiverse map. Like, this is a pretty fun release.
Yeah, that's amazing. Kind of reminds me of the Doctor Strangelove Criterion release with all, like, the little cool knickknacks and stuff in it. Yeah, no, these are definitely top-notch. And, like, I was explaining this to somebody the other day, because, like, they only collect Criterions, and so I shared this with them, and they were like, $45, like that I can't, because I can only justify like the $20, which I get that, especially because like he's not like super and balls deep into it like we are, and so like he's just kind of like but like really for $45, like that's like quite a package that you're getting there with all that.
The only thing I will say is this movie already did have a 4K, so I understand being a little miffed by that, because you probably got that for $18, and it's got some of the features that'll be in this already.
Just be like me and just wait, man. You gotta know. Come on, man. Like, I'm like trying to convince people at the Criterion sale, like, don't buy the Breakfast Club. That's gonna get a 4K, man. Eventually, it's the Breakfast Club. Like, that will get a 4K. Like, we knew this was gonna get like some crazy special edition from A24.
Well, and on top of that, this has already had like 6 or 7 different releases.
Oh yeah. Which and I know that a lot of people complain about that. And I understand that we're the Super Balls Deep Club. Let's go, Paul. I'm sorry, Michael Smith, about my mic being really loud. I'll try to be as quiet as possible. I'll try to fix it for next time I'm getting on things. But I don't even remember what I was trying to say at this point. But about
Super
like
Ball Steve.
about about movies getting like re-released, because like I also collect vinyl, and it's like, so like whenever I see like, The Dark Side of the Moon getting another re-release, I'm never like, oh come on, they're releasing that
Not
again. It's
shocked.
like, of course, like that's gonna get a new release every 6 months. So like to me, I think of it that way. Like they're companies that are putting stuff out, to sell. So it's like, come on, like RoboCop, like people getting upset about RoboCop getting a 4K. It's like, oh come on, it was gonna get a 4K. Like, is this supposed to be stuck on Blu-ray for an extra 8 years because it just came out? Like, it's RoboCop. Come on, man.
Exactly.
But I do understand, because it sucks when you buy something and a few months later, this comes out.
Ash is asking, when will Lost in Translation, Death Dream, and Rosemary's Baby 4Ks all be coming out? I believe Rosemary's Baby 4K is slated for October. Lost in Translation was a coming soon from Kino, which means it could be next month and it could be in 2027. I'm imagining we will probably have that title by like March at the latest. That's kind of a big deal title that they don't want to, leave the zeitgeist. They want that to be something that everybody knows they have and that they're releasing. And then Death Dream from Blue Underground. Usually that is around 5 or 6 months after they announce it, and they kind of soft announced that like a month and a half ago. I wouldn't be surprised if we had that one before the end of the year, actually.
Yeah. And is the Rosemary's Baby going to be like the not Paramount presents Paramount, like how they just did with Roman Holiday?
I don't think we have details on that yet, but I would imagine
Gotcha.
they would do something special for it, which might be
Yeah.
Paramount Presents.
Yeah.
But I'm also hearing there might be some sort of Paramount horror branding that they're doing coming soon. I don't know if that'll get its own line, but like to promote stuff. So who knows? They could have a lot in the pipeline, and they fill out with that. Not
They
sure.
have a lot of horror, so they could definitely do it.
I mean, just the Friday the 13th could keep
all the Friday the 13th, all the screams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and we are getting Scream 3 4K for sure. So.
Oh yeah, that would be shocked if those didn't. Oh, this is good. I love these movies. I love these movies. Like I said, I used to watch these all the time.
So the same day as Death Wish 4, we are also getting Death Wish 5 on Blu-ray from Kino. That is September 26th, and once again, it'll have a commentary from Paul Talbot, who has done all of the Bronson stuff. I will probably have all of these eventually.
Yeah, I would like to have all of them as well. It's been like probably 15 years since I've watched all of them.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
A couple of I think it's 4 and 5. One or two of them have never gotten Blu-ray releases in the States.
Interesting.
So it's a pretty big thing, actually.
Some of them were like through Scorpion, right? So I'm guessing that's what these Kinos are, probably the Scorpion ones.
No, I don't think these are coming from Scorpion, actually.
That's why I think they were, right? Weren't like two of them with Scorpion? And that's why I'm guessing
one.
Just one? Okay.
Yeah, it was Death Wish 3 was released from Scorpion.
Okay.
And that was
okay.
God, that was August of 2022. It got a wide release, but it was released previously as well.
Okay.
That one originally came out on Blue in August of 2012.
That's crazy.
But yeah, the Scorpion release originally came out from Ronin Flix in September of 2020 as a Ronin Flix exclusive.
That's what I'm thinking of right there.
5 has never been on Blu-ray in the States. Thanks.
Oh, here we go.
But all of them, I believe, 5 came out on a double feature Blu-ray from Umbrella from Australia, I think.
Isn't that the same thing with the Lethal Weapon movies? Like 2 of them are like only available as like a double feature Blu-ray or something like that.
Yes, I think you can only get on it's a collection of all 4 is the only way that you can get.
Yeah, like get like the last one or something
right.
like that on Blu-ray.
Something like that.
Which I would assume those are probably all coming on 4K eventually. It's because aren't they making like a reboot or something like that?
Yeah, I think so. I think that they were teasing 5, and everybody, of course, is going to make the "It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia" joke.
Oh yeah, that show is probably the funniest.
All 4, yeah.
There you go. Always Sunny is one of the funniest shows of all time.
I love it.
Yeah, it's amazing.
We were talking about that in the Discord recently too. All right, I put up a new interview this week with dear friend Howard S. Berger, and again, not to hawk my own stuff too much, but this conversation was
Hawk
wild.
it.
We spent like 2 hours and 20 minutes talking, and sometimes I edit just tiny things out. There was nothing that I could pull out from this that made sense, and this is the first conversation that we went deep into just crazy things, like the fact that he was in theaters watching crazy obscure like R-rated Italian flicks at the age of like 6 is amazing. This is the first time in any of my videos I've ever literally cried.
Oh,
This was interesting.
I cry super easy. I think I cried on my Chasing Labels episode. I can make myself cry pretty easy.
I mean, honestly, I'm a fairly easy crier.
Yeah,
too.
it's
for the
bad.
most part.
Yeah, no, like anytime, like when I was just at the thumbnail photos, me in the suit. It's like I don't ever wear suits, but I just had to. I've been to like 3 weddings in the past like few months, and I had to buy that suit for a wedding that I was in, and it was $500. So I was like, I'm squeezing every dollar out of this I can. I'm gonna make it my thumbnail photo.
Nice.
And I don't have any social media, so like I don't have selfies or anything like that. So when you're like, hey, you got a photo? I'm like, boom, take this one.
Funny enough, I think it's the picture I use on Patreon is me in. It's not even a full suit. It's like a tie and a nice shirt. And
Oh
it was
yeah.
from a Zoom interview I did to get a promotion in like
Oh,
2020.
that's funny.
I'm like,
You're
yeah,
like, I'm feeling so good. I just gotta save this one.
I'm gonna ride the coattails
Yeah.
of this for 5 years until I wear a tie again.
Yeah. What I was getting at though is my girlfriend, like anytime like she knows like there'll be a situation where I'm about to cry, she's like looking like at a wedding, something sweet's happening. She's like, I know you're about to cry, and she just gives me a look, and I'm just like, don't look at me.
Yeah, Howard Esberger is a wild dude. If you got 2.5 hours that you can spend some time, I suggest this one. He's got some crazy stories. But my friend, it's maybe time for the most important announcements of the week.
Okay.
Let's talk some Criterion. So first off, Don't Look Now. This was previously released on Blu-ray from Criterion, and then it went fully out of print. And now they are announcing it on 4K, and the Blu-ray is back in print. No new special features, but full-on 4K. Reminder that this had previously been released on 4K from Studio Canal. What do you think of Don't Look Now? As you take a drink, I apologize.
No, it's all good. Sorry, I'm trying to pace myself here. I bought Don't Look Now when like probably the month that it came out on Blu-ray, and it's still sitting on my shelf sealed. So that's like one of those movies that I've had for like, what is that, like 7 years, maybe 6 years.
Time, yeah.
And then when it went out, it's because then it's been out in 4K for like 3 years probably.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Probably since like COVID. I feel like it was like one of Studio Canal's first 4Ks that they did. And so I haven't watched it because I was like, well, I'm not going to watch this. I'll get the 4K if I'm going to watch it. So now the waiting clock just restarted again because I'll probably... There's, certain ones, like if it's like Criterion, the Don't Look Now Criterion 4K probably look better than the Studio Canal. I know their encoding tends to be a little bit better the Criterion way, but like all this Arrow stuff that's getting released, like I think I'm gonna go Arrow with the Time Bandits, go Arrow with the Fear and Loathing, and stuff like. I mean, not that there is a Fear and Loathing from Criterion, but it's coming. We know.
Of course, eventually. Well, let's go back to this. We'll talk about this.
Okay, yeah, we can go back to
it. This one is one that I believe the Arrow 4K does look a little bit better.
Okay, well, so the Arrow 4K obviously looked way better than the Criterion Blu-ray, because the Criterion Blu-ray is just like probably an HD scan from what, like 08, I think 09. This probably was like an early Blu-ray from them, but the Arrow probably will continue to look better just because like their encoding's better. Obviously this will be way cheaper and easier to get for $25 during a sale. So, and I missed actually the limited edition of the Arrow, and I want that original artwork version. So that's like going to cost you like $80 to $100 on eBay now. So I'm like, I don't know. I don't see, and there's nothing wrong with getting both either. So, I'll probably just keep waiting. This is a movie that I'd seen like 5-6 times. So like, and I've actually saw it theatrically last year. I actually saw it probably like 2 weeks before the Arrow 4K got announced. So it was not the new 4K restoration. It looked like like they were probably just playing the Blu-ray disc.
Right.
And there, but I did get to see it in theaters. But I've seen this movie so many times, so I'm like not like in a rush to go buy the $80 Arrow. That's like when I hit a scratch off ticket kind of purchase. I don't know,
Tax refund time.
yeah, tax refund time. So like, but this is really cool that this is getting a 4K here as well, and it could look better. We don't know, and I'm interested to see what this gets. I remember them making a big stink about the Arrow 4K being a restoration from Arrow. So like, I wonder if this is the Arrow restoration or if it's a different one.
Yeah, if I remember right, back when Arrow announced theirs, they even went so far as to say if Criterion wants to release a 4K, they need to do their own restoration because they will not use ours.
Interesting.
So I'm curious to see if that held up. But the big thing, like, it's Videodrome. This is a classic movie. It's amazing. Probably most of the people in this chat have seen it already, and highly recommend it in 4K. It is definitely stunning. The Arrow disc looks ridiculously good.
I've seen the screen grabs from it. It looks insanely good. It looks like one of the best ones, and I believe it has like top spec, like bit rate and stuff, like higher than like anything. Like it's like in the 90s or something like that.
Yeah, it's pretty wonderful.
Yeah, it looks great.
Then they announced one that is very exciting to me. October 24th, they are releasing The Others with Nicole Kidman on 4K and Blu-ray. This movie, in my opinion, is stunning. I've always loved this movie. This is a really great modern, like, gothic film, and just ridiculously excited to get this. I think the artwork for this is one of the best Criterion arts in a long time.
Yeah, I dig it. Looks like an old, like 2014 Criterion cover art cover.
This is going to get an audio commentary with the director, new conversation with the director and film critic Pau Gomez, new making of program featuring the director Nicole Kidman and Christopher Eccleston, and the producer Fernando Bovera. Archival programs about the film's production, costume design, soundtrack, visual effects, and then that'll have some interviews and footage as well, some audition footage of some of the actors, some deleted scenes, a trailer, and then an essay by Philip Horn. Just, this surprised me. Like, first off, I was kind of surprised that they went all in for horror for October. They normally don't do as much as they're doing.
Yeah, they normally don't. And I think it was last year was like the first year they kind of did, right? It was last year like La Llorona and a few other things. They tried to like make everything like at least spooky adjacent, right?
Right.
But like it's like they never really do go all out on horror. And like this year you could tell they made like an effort to give the people what they want. It's the best time of the year. I mean,
It really is.
That's like always been my favorite time of the year. Everything good happens in October.
And then the last one before the big one is they are also releasing the film Nanny from 2022. And I've had a lot of people that are not super excited about this. To me, this sounds amazing. I'm going to read through this. It says, a spellbinding blend of social observation and artful shocks, the debut feature from Nikyatu Jusu plunges into the increasingly fractured consciousness of Aisha, a Senegalese immigrant who takes a job as a nanny for a wealthy white family in New York City. Separated from her own son and casually exploited by her employers, Aisha finds herself consumed by unsettling visions and a growing rage, one that could either destroy or empower her. This visually captivating tour de force, the first horror movie to win the Grand Jury Prize at the Sundance Film Festival, distills complex ideas about motherhood, inequality, and cultural dislocation into a work of dreamlike dread. I mean, that sounds fantastic to me. It's also going to have a new program featuring Jusu actors Anna Diop and Michelle Monaghan, and director of photography Rena Yang. There's a trailer, and that's it. So really light on features, but it sounds like a pretty damn good movie. It
looks sick, and I looked at screenshots for it. It looked really good. I think this is like one of those unfortunate people are already gonna knock on new stuff, right?
Yeah,
and then you know, people will hate it because it's a person of color, female driven, stuff like that. So like it's got like all those things going against it, which, you know, a lot of people you get sick of it, and it's like, if you do get sick of that, like just try to remove yourself from like thinking of it that way. Because like you can't argue with these people that feel that like want to argue. Like you kind of got to just remove yourself and like look at it as a singular thing. Like this is a movie that someone made. That's like, you know, someone's life work. So it's like, and so I feel like, you know, 10, 15 years from now, we'll be able to look back at a lot of these movies that a lot of people like brushed off at the time of just being like, oh, this is just getting made because it was by a woman, or oh, this was getting made just because it was by a person of color. And people will actually start appreciating it more. It's sad that that's how it is, because like this movie looks really good.
I agree. And not that awards necessarily mean everything, but
yeah, it like won the Sundance.
Everybody's going to be wrong.
Yeah, exactly. It won like Sundance, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that like if you just say, oh, Criterion's going to release last year's Sundance Film Festival winner, you would be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. You know, but then it gets this, and then now it's got all these like negative talk around it. It's sad.
But now it's time to go back to maybe the most important physical media announcement probably for years, in my opinion.
Yeah, this is big.
This is a huge, huge announcement. So October 17th, from Criterion, they're releasing this little-known film called Freaks from Todd Browning, and it's not only coming from Criterion as Freaks, but also with The Unknown and The Mystic. So we're getting a 3-film box set, and with this, we are going to have new 2K digital restoration of Freaks with uncompressed soundtrack on the Blu-ray, new 2K digital restoration of The Mystic with the new score by Dean Hurley, new 2K digital reconstruction and restoration of The Unknown by the George Eastman Museum with a new score by Philip Carley, audio commentaries on Freaks and The Unknown, and an introduction to The Mystic by film scholar David J. Skall, new interview with author Megan Abbott about director Todd Browning and pre-code horror. There's an archival documentary on Freaks, a reading of Spurs, the short story by Todd Robbins on which Freaks is based, a prologue to Freaks, which was added to the film in 1947, a program on the alternate endings to Freaks, a video gallery of portraits from Freaks, and then an essay by film critic Farron Smith Name. First off, just bravo. We finally got a title that people have literally been asking to have on Blu-ray.
This was like After Hours level.
Yeah.
Of people wanting it. We got both within a few months of each other.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what the next big Criterion needs to release this on Blu-ray already title will be. But
yeah,
first off, want to throw my weight behind the cover. I think they did a really smart thing by going with this style of art.
Yes.
I think this will sell very well, obviously.
I dig the artwork. And I also think that combining Freaks with 2 other films, not as like a way to like cover up, but like to kind of contextualize like all of it, because like there is like some level of, you know, and we don't really know if like Freaks was held up for any kind of like reasons behind, like we can assume that, you know, like the same reason we don't have a Gone with the Wind 4K is because like people are kind of just like apprehensive to go after it, you know.
Yeah,
it's like we'll just put that on the back burner for a little bit. Like we'll just, you know, so I think like combining it with these other films is kind of a way of them to be able to make like a grander thing of it.
Well, and not only that, I think it'll raise The Unknown and The Mystic for a lot of people that would.
That's the coolest thing.
Freaks.
Yes, that's true as well. I'm so happy that this is like, it's even cooler that it comes with the 2 silent films.
Yeah, this is a big day.
Uh-oh. You've cut out.
Am I back yet?
You're back. I heard your background music, so I knew it wasn't me. Had to been you.
Weird. Very weird. I'm glad that they're doing this. Obviously, we need a lot of attention on Todd Browning, and Will has, you know, written stuff on Todd Browning, and there is so much that people are just relieved to see this title, and I'm glad that it's out there. Not much can be overstated about this. This is literally like the most requested film on Blu-ray for the last decade, easily.
Yes. And I want to say, I saw in the comments earlier, I didn't want to forget that someone had noted that Arsenic and Old Lace was last October. And that was probably my favorite release of last year as well. Cary Grant's my favorite actor. So
Speaking of spooky adjacent, yeah, that's
yeah, so that's another one. But the Todd Browning is awesome, and more of his stuff definitely needs to become available. These three movies are pretty special. So The Unknown and The Mystic, I've not seen either one of them. And Freaks, I've actually have only seen. Do you remember like in the early days of YouTube, where like videos were only 5 minutes long? And like I remember watching Freaks like part 1 through 17 in like 3-minute and 40-second clips. So like I don't really even count Freaks as something that I've seen. And yes, pre-code anything. I'm about getting pre-code stuff on Blu-ray. It's awesome.
Paul Huggins says The Unknown is great with the very young Joan Crawford.
Yes.
And then I wanted to highlight what Will said earlier. The Unknown is so good, I use it as the first silent film in my film appreciation class.
Oh, that's
messes students up.
That's cool. And Will, do you ever show them He Who Gets Slapped? Have you ever seen that, Ryan?
I've not.
That I have the DVD over there. That's one of the very few DVDs I actually have over here. I count that in my main collection. It's a Warner Archive DVD. It's Lon Chaney. But it's like, I feel like that. Yeah, it's like probably one of the great films to show someone to get into silent movies.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Sivner is asking, with this being the October slate, what could November, which is arguably the most popular month for Criterion, what will that hold?
I know.
I could see them saving like a Kurosawa 4K for that. And obviously they're doing Dreams, but I could see one of the bigger titles. And then the other thing, there are, I believe it's seven titles coming out on 4K from the Godzilla set that are being put out in Japan by Toho. So theoretically, they could do the first one in 4K for an English audience.
That'd be cool. I'd be about that. Godzilla release is awesome.
Well, and it would tie in nicely with that -1 or Godzilla minus that's coming out.
Oh yeah, that just like has been all the rave lately. And you know what? This is a good time to bring this up too, because this is something I always. Cause, by the way, I've seen like all of the Reconnected episodes, but this is something that commonly gets talked about, and this is Godzilla is a perfect example. You know, people complain about cover arts not changing when they've upgraded to 4K. So, like for that Godzilla release, like if they were putting out a 4K of it, I want that release with the pop-up book. You know what I mean? And for movies like The Seventh Seal, most people that know what The Seventh Seal is because of Criterion.
Yep.
And when you think of it, you think of that Criterion cover art, and that holds so much, like, you know, value for Criterion. Why would they change that cover art? For, you know, so like because like you can see that in a store and it could be on an end cap at Barnes and Noble, and people immediately catch it out of their eye and say, oh, that's that Criterion Seventh Seal for like casual fans. And I think that that's probably one of the biggest I mean, obviously outside of them spending money to get new cover art, because that's definitely the the main reason, but I think that it holds value of like that Mishima Life in 4 Chapters.
Yep.
People love that, and like people recognize it for what it is. Like I think if they did a 4K and they changed the cover art on that, people would be upset about it. You know?
I agree. I just wish they did anything to differentiate, to make it known that it's the 4K release. A banner, black case would be amazing.
Yeah,
but
it's
hard to tell.
I think that the change for the rules of the game, I just got that 4K. That was the first thing I got during the sale. They changed the cover art for that completely, and I think that probably was better for that movie than the caricature. Even though I think the caricature thing was, I think, more in line with the original poster art for it, but I think that new one's probably a lot better.
For that Godzilla art, I just wish they would release that as a poster. I mean, that would pop.
I know. That's like also one of my favorites Criterions.
Sibner is speculating, how about Old Boy, given the theatrical re-release?
Oh,
Unfortunately, I think Neon has the rights to that, and I know
I
that
think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right about that.
I think that they're working together on some stuff, but
Neon and Criterion did announce that they were working together.
I don't know that they would give Criterion.
Yeah, Old Boy. Yeah, that would be the one they kept. If they had anything.
Let's see. Joe Jack says, Joe Jack, what's going on? My introduction to world cinema was the thick Criterion catalog found inside the release Spartacus on DVD in 2001.
Wow.
Nice.
I have that 4K for Spartacus.
Speaking of good cover art, I love the art on this.
This DVD, I had this on DVD from Blockbuster that I had accidentally stolen from Blockbuster. Like, I legit brought the disc home and lost it. Not just the disc, but with the case and everything. Lost it. And had to pay the restocking fee or whatever. Do you remember when you'd have to do that? Have you ever done that? Yeah, we had to pay like $7 for a restocking fee, and then like years later, it was under a couch that we moved. And like,
I was gonna add on, I think I still have a Blockbuster case here, and I don't remember which movie it's for.
I have 2 Blockbuster VHS snapper cases for WWF pay-per-views. Yeah,
Nice.
Which are like something cool to have it for.
I think mine is for like A Hard Day's Night from the Beatles or something like
Oh
that.
wow, that's sick.
It's a weird one to keep.
Yeah, that is a weird one to keep. And the thing with the wrestling tapes were like those you couldn't find because they were like events, right? So they wouldn't get like re-released or anything like that. So like Blockbuster, like in 2004, if you wanted the pay-per-view event from 1998, there was nowhere else in town that had it except for your Blockbuster down the road. So I would rent it, and then like I would rent it, and my mom would let me rent it every week at Thursday or whatever. And eventually she found out the restocking fee was like $4 for it. And she's just like, yeah, we'll just pay the restocking fee on these 2 that you keep renting every day.
Weren't those events bootlegged like crazy back in the day too?
Oh yeah, like that's like a huge wrestling thing. I mean, it's a huge everything thing,
Right.
but like tape trading and like wrestling community is like a huge thing. Like being here in Jacksonville actually is funny. Have you ever heard of the promotion AEW? That's this huge new. Okay, so like AEW is owned by the Jaguars owner's son, and he actually back in the 90s was a huge tape trader, and he's gone on podcasts talking about that, how he used to like bootleg tapes and like that's how like his first connections in the wrestling business and all that were from bootlegging tapes and mailing them off.
Awesome. All right, so we got release details for The Train. This is John Frankenheimer's The Train, coming on 4K from Kino on September 26th. That's gonna be a big Tuesday for them. Jeez. This gets no new special features. It's got all the same audio commentaries that we've had previously. It's got reverse art on the Blu-ray.
That's pretty
one thing I did want to shout out, though, this is really rare for Kino. Booklet with an essay by film historian Julie
limited
Ergo.
edition extras too. Ooh, that's cool. And you know what? That's something. I think that's really good for this movie because I feel like Kino themselves has put out The Train like 3 times. So I think this is a good thing to get people to even more invested into it. It's a great movie too.
Yeah. For those that have not seen it, this is an easy recommend. It's suspenseful. It's really well made. Everything like this is, I mean, this is going to sound super corny because of the name of the movie, but like this is one of the best train movies of all time, easily. And it could have been terrible. It's actually really good. Let's see. And I did want to shout out to the Blu-ray that's coming with this will also have the new master. So it's not just going to be the old Blu-ray.
Oh, that's cool. And you know what? Sometimes I'm torn on that because I'm like, sometimes it's a smart idea because people like the other version still. Like, I feel like if they did that, did they do that with the Wong Kar-wai In the Mood for Love? Was the Blu-ray that was included with that the new 4K restoration, or was it the old Blu-ray?
I think it was the new one.
I'm pretty sure it was the new one. And I was like, man, that one would have made more sense for them to keep the old one because people liked that old transfer of it better. So, like, sometimes I guess it makes sense to keep the old transfer on the Blu-ray disc. That's a case-by-case thing, so.
It is not every director is going in there and trying to changing the color timing and everything.
Yeah, and I went and saw. I had never seen any of those Wong Kar-wai movies until last year, and I actually, my local cinema here at Sunray did a like a retrospective. They did all of his movies, and I went to all of them except for The Hand and In the Mood for Love.
Wow.
But I got to see all the other ones in theaters, and I cried like at probably all of them. Especially Chungking Express, the credits were rolling, and I couldn't turn my head to look at my girlfriend.
Funny enough, I was about to say for the Patreon, we watched Chungking Express together. I think early this year,
nice.
like in January or February.
Yeah,
man, that was a blast. But
it's so good.
It's so good to watch as a group too, and just afterwards go, oh, what did we just watch?
that Chungking Express was the only one that had a full theater too.
Wow.
Yeah, all the rest of them were probably only about 40% full. Fallen Angels is probably my favorite. Yeah.
Nice. Another 4K release coming on that same day, September 26th. Thunderbolt and Lightfoot coming from Kino.
Also
4K.
Great cover.
Yes, really great cover. And not only is it a great cover, they've got 3 different art pieces.
Reversible on the inside too. Those are all 3 great.
Yeah.
Those are all 3 better than any of the DVD covers that this movie's ever had.
True.
That one's phallic. Pretty good.
Just a little bit.
Clint Eastwood was like, yeah, and then this is the one I'm thinking of for the movie.
So this one as well, we got no new features. We've got the audio commentary by Nick Pinkerton that was on here before, and then a featurette with the director Michael Cimino, and that's it for the most part. Either way, should be probably an astonishing looking restoration.
Yeah, I would like to get that. I've never seen it either.
I've never seen this one either, and I love the old Jeff Bridges stuff. So this one, even though I don't love Clint Eastwood, this one looks right up my alley. I know
you have this weird hate for Clint Eastwood and John Wayne.
It's not weird. They're awful.
It's fashionable to not like Clint Eastwood and John Wayne. I get it.
Well, that's true. Well, I mean,
it's become a thing.
All the ones that I speak out against that I hate, that I've hated forever, are all kind of terrible people now. I mean, you got Chuck Norris. You got
the John Wayne. Every time I scroll and I see there's this post that gets posted all the time, it's like this photo of him like wincing, like trying to fight back tears, and it's like it looks like him like trying to fight security, and it's like saying like this is John Wayne being held back from the Native American that was like, and I don't know if that's true, but every time I see it, it has me dying laughing that he's just like fighting to get. So yeah, I understand the John Wayne hate. Yeah.
Oh man, I forgot this was this week. Dang it. Shout Studios announced that they're finally doing something with the Alf brand that they bought fairly recently. They're releasing Alf, the complete series, on DVD.
I know. I couldn't believe this. I was so like, it's become like a meme in the group chat that I'm in. It's about 10 or 12 people, and only one other person in there collects Blu-rays. The guy that I just got into collecting like this past few months. And I wanted one of the guys in the group chat like kind of loves Alf, and he talks about it all the time. But he always makes a joke about Blu-ray. So I wanted to post this, but I didn't because it was DVD.
So I got to be honest, and I'm not standing up for Shout. Most people that watch this know that
I get. It probably doesn't exist other than the standard definition.
Well, and most of it was probably edited on tape.
Yeah,
they'd have to recreate the entire series, which that would take literally hundreds of thousands of dollars and more man hours than we know what to do with. So it's probably impossible. But also in 2023, this feels very weird.
Yeah, but other than that, like, because we have this discussion all the time too about like not looking at it as an SD versus HD thing, but a format medium thing. Like Blu-ray discs are just more durable, and like I'd rather have had this on Blu-ray discs than SD than on DVD, because like the DVD still, it's gonna look worse on the DVD than it does on a Blu-ray, just because that's how DVDs are. Like they're gonna be more macro blocking than on the Blu-ray. You know, it's just like that. And like the Saturn's Core stuff, like all stuff getting SOV stuff getting put on Blu-ray. Like it just kind of makes sense because that's what the market wants is Blu-rays. Even though it's SD.
I got to throw out a counter, and
Yeah.
I learned a lot too because Brad Henderson from TerraVision is actually in my Discord. He is a patron for the channel, and
He's great.
He answered various questions about this release that he had nothing to do with.
Oh, that's cool.
So in the Discord, he was sharing that to press a DVD literally cost about $0.25 a piece.
Oh, wow.
That's nothing.
Yeah.
So this is 24 discs. And
is it that much? I didn't realize that. Okay, that makes more sense then. Okay. I didn't realize that. I thought Alpha was like one season.
No.
Okay.
Alpha was on for ages.
Was it on forever? Okay. This is before my time. I was born in 95, so this was long gone before I came around, really.
So about $0.25 to press a DVD.
Okay.
So to press all of them is about $6. To press a BD50, which is a 50 gig Blu-ray, that is a couple dollars.
Okay.
To press a BD100, that's even more. So to be able to fit 24 discs worth of SD content on the Blu-rays, you're probably talking at least 5 Blu-rays, which means probably about twice the production cost just for the discs.
That makes sense. There you go.
So that part, I get that. And obviously, they're not trying to save $6 on the release. They could have charged $6 more. It's also the amount of everything else that would have to go into place to do that. But also then, explaining to people who complain, hey, I bought this and it looks like crap. This doesn't look like a Blu-ray.
Yeah, I'd have to explain that. All those Blu-ray discs you're using for Alpha, you're like screwing up the whole Blu-ray market at that point. You have to, Shout Factory is requesting 20,000 Blu-ray discs to order for Alpha.
Oh man, that's great. So as part of the bundle, they are selling. Gosh, where is even the list? So they've got a poster. They've got a retro prism sticker, which is all the rage for them right now. They've got an authentic piece of Planet Melmac that's limited to 600 units. That's when the planet is no more. And then a collectible retro-style lunchbox, also limited to 600. An official ALF collectible enamel pin set, which is limited to 600. A 7-inch on exclusive whisked calico splatter vinyl. The A side and B side both have a theme on there, and that's limited to 500 units. And here's the thing. The box set by itself is $85 for DVDs. And the biggest bundle with everything you see in the picture that I just named, $235.
The ALF fans will come out for that.
That's a lot of ALF.
They'll pay that for that. Is that? I'm sorry if you just said it and I didn't hear it. Is that record pressed by Sacred Bones? I know they do a lot of the Shout stuff.
I feel like it was not.
Yeah, because I feel like I would have saw that in my Sacred Bones. It would have emailed me saying they're putting out ALF soundtrack.
Absolutely. Let me see, because this announcement was so long, I had to delete wording from my announcement to get it to fit on Instagram.
Oh my gosh.
So it says for the pressing on this. Wow, they don't even say. I don't think
the dad on ALF sound like Christopher Walken. I don't know. I have never seen. I need to see it. That's funny. That would be funny for like some like low level actor to just have the Christopher Walken voice. Yeah. I'm not saying that the actor that was doing that is a low level actor. I mean, you could be anybody. I don't know. But that would just be a funny thing to do as an actor to just.
That's your character that you start at the age of 20 and have to do until you're 91.
Behave like Christopher Walken.
Man. So yeah, if you love ALF, obviously this will be great. Either way, that's a lot of ALF.
That's tight, though.
Well, and the other thing, like, not to just continue crapping on them, but they're including what is it called here? The movie. I didn't even say. By the way, this does include every episode, including restored footage that has not been seen since the original broadcast. ALF, the animated series, ALF Tales, Project ALF, which is the 1996 TV movie finale. And then there's a couple of bonus features. We got a new look back at ALF with the creators, and then ALF on ALF audio commentaries with ALF and Tom Patchett for select episodes. But Project ALF was just released on Blu-ray. You wouldn't want to include that in the highest quality possible?
Nope.
I'm confused, but okay. Anyways.
They'll still come out for the Alf.
Moving right along, MVD Classics got some
the
announcements.
Classics coming back.
Yeah, they've not announced anything for this in a long time.
Yeah.
October 24th, we are getting 4 Bullets for Joe from 1964. This says the mysterious death of a man who is about to leave a small town in Kansas with his girlfriend sets off a series of unfortunate events that will only end when her brother, the legendary notorious gunslinger Frank Dalton, exacts a ruthless and bloody revenge. Also stars Fred Cano, Barbara Nelly, and an early on-screen appearance by Britt Eklund. I know nothing about this.
Yeah, I don't either. I did see your post about this, and I meant to at least look it up on IMDb. I didn't even do that. Although this is definitely something I'm interested in, and at $20, good price.
Well, and the $20 is the MSRP.
Yeah, so it's gonna be like $14.
Yep. On day one, and then it'll go on sale in a couple, 8 months for like $8.
Yep.
Next is the same day, October 24th. They are doing Jailhouse Wardress. This is credited to Jess Franco, even though it's kind of like a compilation of clips in a weird way. Will can probably explain better in the comments on this one.
That sounds like a Jess Franco move.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to get every money out of that stone that you possibly can.
Oh yeah.
Stan said no one had ever heard of that previous film. So this one says, one of the most notorious women in prison epics, this Elaine Derul, Jess Franco production stars Lena Romay as Maria de Guerra, who's sentenced to life after killing her father, who had attempted to assault her. While behind bars, Maria encounters a sadistic female warden and hatches an escape plan involving the seduction of a male nurse.
I'm about this too.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think I even looked that one up either, but I was interested in both of these. I'll definitely probably try to get both of these.
So Sibiner says, so Jailhouse Wardress is actually happening. There was a week or two that they did not seem to think that they could actually secure proper elements for this. So it looks like it is coming.
Cool.
Glad that it'll be out there for everybody. Chris Silvestri on Facebook says, I once loved Scream and Shout Factory. Now I feel like they just piss me off with every announcement.
So do you ever remember Movie Stop? Did you have Movie Stops around you? Like the late 2010, 2000? I think they're all gone by like 2014. So GameStop, right?
Yeah.
They I think were related in some way because it's like legit Movie Stop, white and red logo. And I remember like always getting GameStop bags at Movie Stop. So like I wonder if they were like related in any way, but it was basically like a GameStop, but just bigger and had movies in them. But like Shout Factory, when I first started collecting, so this is like 2009, 10, when I first started collecting Blu-rays. I remember seeing Shout Factories was like one of the first, outside of Criterion, was like one of the first other like boutique labels they had.
Right.
And them and Blue Underground. I remember seeing those like New York Ripper and stuff and being like, well, not really understanding like what Blu-ray was and like, how do they get these why are the old movies on the format? Like, well, it's just like, so I remember seeing that stuff and being interested in it. And like, it's funny to see how Shout Factory has like become like this kind of meme now. Because they were like that at that time. I remember them putting out, what was the train movie, the Train of Terror with Jamie Lee Curtis or something like that. Terror Train. Yeah, I remember that being at the game or Movie Stop, and I remember like guys in there talking about, oh, this is so cool. Shout Factory is like the coolest thing ever. And I remember like looking up on YouTube Shout Factory, people talking about Shout Factory, and it's like, I mean, they get really cool stuff. And I don't think that like any of their 4Ks have been like, I know like The Craft had some issues, like where it was like, and they didn't fix it. But other than that, I think a lot of their stuff has still been pretty quality, but they're expensive. Yeah.
And I think the hard part here is they do have great titles. I feel like they've been coasting since the pandemic. Because
they just keep re-releasing their big titles, but it's like, that's kind of their shtick, right? And it's like they have the big ones and they're just going to keep releasing those.
Well, and it's it's sad because with Scream Factory, you used to have once or twice a year where you could get really excited about something that's
Yeah.
not just brand new or never been released before, but something huge. Like
Yeah.
Friday the 13th box set was the
That was-
biggest. That
yeah.
was the last one.
Yeah.
There's no box set since then. There's nothing else.
Yeah.
There's no like Rec collection like they did a couple years before that. There's no the Omen collection like they did right around Rec.
The Fly collection. Yeah, I remember that too. Which I would think that the Omen, they could probably do a 4K set of all the Omen movies.
Yeah, yeah.
I feel like that
They got to add the remake.
Yeah, which that was like 06 or something, so that might not even be possible 4K.
It was 06 because I remember it.
It was 666.
It was 666.
Yep, I remember that. I do remember that. Holy crap.
Joe Jack is asking if MVD Classics is a new line. It is not, but it is a line that has been resurrected from the dead.
Yeah, it's been gone for years.
They used to do like 1 or 2 titles a year at least, and I don't think they've released anything on MVD Classics since like 2019.
Oh, the site exclusives too. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Paul Huggins noted that the site exclusives, that is kind of annoying. I get that. Especially like with the handful of the first ones, they could have got me. But I don't remember when they've been doing it for longer than this. But like when the site exclusive thing, probably about like a year and a half ago, like became like this like really big thing, like that they're doing like every month now. With one of the old 50s sci-fi movies, I remember they like screwed up the aspect ratio or something in it, and I was like, it kind of turned me off to it, and I was just kind of like, and then like now I'm completely out of it. And that now another thing too about those site exclusive Roger Corman stuff is 101 Films is like putting out standard versions, I guess, but still with slipcovers over in the UK. So it's like when I saw like when Cockfighter got announced, I was like, man, I feel like 101's gonna put that out or something. So like now I'm just like,
or anybody. I mean, that's an important movie. Eureka could put that out, and people would probably not be surprised.
I know. So it's like, I don't know. I think I'm just gonna wait on Cockfighter. I think it's already out of print on there.
Oh, that one went out of print like within a week.
That one was gone fast. Yeah, and I think it wasn't even like a new scan or anything. I know a lot of these are now having new scans now, at least with these site exclusives.
It's like 50-50. Half of them do, half of them don't. The worst thing is about a year ago, like you mentioned, that's when they changed, because it used to be a handful a year, and now it's
now it's like every month. Yeah, a month. It's 2 or 3.
That is insane.
Yeah, I want that Jesse Ventura one too, just because I'm a wrestling fan. The Abraxas or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, I want to get that, but $30 for Abraxas or like one
plus
thing.
Shipping.
And yeah, that's what I'm saying. The shipping thing is what kills it.
Yeah. Stan wants to know, is Classics meant to be ironic? I don't think it's meant to be ironic. I think it's meant to be, I can't put this out on MVD Rewind, and I need another line to put them on. So I believe he's got Classics for stuff that's like before the Rewind line, and then he's got MVD Marquee Collection for the modern stuff. And then even they've got MVD Visual, which I guess would be something like that.
I think George Feltenstein said on the Warner podcast one time, I can't remember exactly what he says, but it's like people have used the word classics to like designate like old films. But it's like not all old films are classics, but like you can, whatever, you can say those are classics. It's like classic rock. It's like some of these songs aren't classic, but that's just the name thrown on that era. So you could throw like classic on anything like pre 1965 or even 1970, you know?
Yeah. All right. We got one more from MVD. And see, there you go. This one's from the Marquee Collection because it's from 2012.
This is new.
This is coming on October 24th. And this one is really only super memorable because it's directed by none other than Taylor Sheridan.
Oh.
Wasn't
this on like Netflix? Wasn't it like one of those Netflix movies that was just like on there forever?
Would not surprise me.
Yeah. That's crazy. Taylor Sheridan makes good movies, man.
He does, and I'm very curious to see. It was written by Eric Beck. Eric Beck has done some of the Yellowstone stuff for him, so they must have been working together for a while.
And I haven't seen any of Yellowstone because I'm not a TV guy. I can't. It's a commitment issue. I think I can't do TV. It's hard. It's really hard for me to get into TV series.
Oh, Cockfighter is still available. Crazy.
Yeah, the transfer is not great. Yeah, I remember. I think I saw like it looks just like the DVD upscaled or something like that. And it's like not a new transfer or anything like that. So then I was like, that really turned me off.
Got it. Thanks, Terry.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, so this looks interesting. You've got deleted scenes and a trailer on here, but of course that's it. This will have a slipcover in the first pressing. This one they're charging a little more for, $25, which with Eric and MVD, this most likely means that they had to actually pay a little bit more for this title, and that's the only reason he's putting the MSRP at $25.
He always says that.
He's incredible with pricing, so I can't really fault him for that.
No, he's the best. Him and Brad Henderson, I'd love it. I could just listen to them talk about stuff. Yeah, they're both great.
Same with Jesse and Brad and Jesse were on a stream this week on the Pizwild channel.
Oh, I need to check that out. I need more TerraVision podcasts. TerraVision's probably like my favorite company right now. I live in Jacksonville. Right. And so like Savannah's not that far. I almost wore before I chose my Gex shirt tonight, I was gonna wear my Graveface shirt. I have a Graveface shirt from like 6 years ago. And I've been shopping at the record store there forever. Like before they even had movies. Now you go up there and they have movies up there. It's great. They have and now they have like 3 stores up there. I need to go back. My cousin lives in Savannah as a full-time musician. So I need to go up there and go stay with him, see them perform, and go buy some blues.
Heck yeah, they're doing some great stuff.
And now they're about to get in silent movies. I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, you're good.
Oh, sorry. And they're going to do silent movies now too.
I don't know how many, but they alluded to at least a couple. It sounded like.
I just listened to their podcast on another guy that you have on there. They live by film. They live by film.
Yeah.
Brad Henderson was just on there, and I believe he said he has a handful of silent movies.
Yeah, I hope so, because
me too.
They've got some stuff coming that is gonna shock some people, and it seems like they should be coming back on the channel soon. So something to look forward to. And
you need to get off this because metal on teeth just makes me want to vomit.
You got it.
I hate it. Yeah, there you go. Oh, this was the first thing I saw today. Was this, and I'm like, oh my god, Indicator's killing me right now. I haven't got a single one of their 4Ks yet. I need them all.
I don't know if everybody noticed this. I woke up and I was like, oh, there's a couple Indicator. Oh, there's a lot. Oh, and then I had to post 9 things in a row this morning.
Yeah, I love their new website too. Was that today that happened? Did you notice that?
No, I'm going there now.
It's like a shared, it notices that you're in the US and gives you US pricing now, and now it shows this is the US version or the UK version. It's pretty awesome. I wish Arrow did this.
Will it ship from the US then?
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I wonder if it's if their US titles was ship, because then it looks like you can combine the UK and the US stuff.
Right.
On a cart. I wonder if it automatically stops you and is you can't have this item with this item. I don't know.
So that's very curious, especially because for those that followed Radiant so far, they I believe their warehouse is the same one that Indicator uses, and what they are doing for their upcoming Cosa Nostra box set, the Frank Nero box set.
Yes.
If you are a subscriber to Radiance and you're in the UK, they are shipping it from the UK. If you are a US subscriber and you've subscribed to the UK side of Radiance, they're having MVD ship you the box from the US.
Okay.
So they've got something to work it out to where it all goes properly. And I'm wondering if maybe Indicator's doing that as well.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I know. I really dug it. I'm really excited for that.
Terry says the Instagram was running hot this morning.
so my Facebook, I don't have any social media, but I have a burner Facebook account with not my face on it or anything, right. And I only follow 2 people. The only reason I had it is because I was in a an action figure buy, sell, and trade group, and during COVID when I lost my job, I was only making money by flipping action figures.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, because everybody got super into collecting during COVID, and then wrestling action figures were like hard to find in stores because like stores had weird hours and stuff like that. And so I was just driving around all day, going to every Walmart and Target and like buying the collector's figs and just flipping them. And so like I have this like burner Facebook account literally just for that. But then like I followed like you and like Vinegar Syndrome and like a couple of like a Vinegar Syndrome group, and like now that's like all my Facebook is just Blu-ray stuff. There's like nothing else. So I don't like, you know, people hate Facebook because they're like, oh, it's like a cesspool, blah blah blah. And like the only thing I get is movie related stuff. Like the most like political terrible thing I get is that John Wayne photo that I was talking about earlier, being held back.
Oh man. Okay, Indicator. October 23rd in the UK, 24th in the US. They are releasing another genre-lon film, and that is Fascination. This is from 1979, and this is getting a 4K and a Blu-ray release. Once again, this is another title that was previously released by Redemption, and
Redemption.
This is going to be a movie that's going to look astonishing in 4K. This has some of the most famous genre-lon imagery with this Brigitte Lahaye picture that you see in the front here. This calls to mind immediately that scene near the end of the film. And this has all kinds of stuff. If you remember the previous Roland titles that they were releasing, this has a lot more of the same. You've got the same people doing commentaries, doing introductions, doing some updated pieces, featurettes on this. There's some archival interviews that have been newly edited. You've got new writing on the films. There is so much that is going into this. There are 10,000 individually numbered titles. 6,000 of them are 4Ks. 4,000 of them are Blu-rays, and that's combined through the UK and the US. This is cool, but like Ragnar is talking about right now, all of these are literally just re-releases of the Redemption titles, which if you never pick those up, cool.
Which that's me. That's what I'm saying. This is all for me right here. Exactly.
And I personally, I have all the Redemption titles, so I haven't gotten any of these yet. Everybody keeps talking about the new Indicator packaging. I haven't even seen one in person yet.
Yeah, I know. And I'm interested. I haven't seen like a lot of people talking about the actual transfers either, which I'm assuming it's just because they're amazing. Because like Indicator has always done really good work with, I mean, all their studio provided stuff, but I mean, that's like mostly studio provided stuff. But like even their stuff that they've started doing on their own, like I haven't really heard anybody talking about it, which I guess nobody talking about it means that they're good. Like, because if it was bad, people would be like, these look terrible, you know? But like, I'm like the stuff that they're doing right now, like that Orman family collection thing, I gotta get that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, like they so I'm assuming that the transfers on these are good, and I think I've seen a couple screenshots of them. They look great.
Yeah. Joe Jack is asking, is Jean Roland like Jess Franco but good? First off, I would put on like some wrestling gear because Will is about to attack you in the comments. But Jean Roland and Jess Franco are actually very different. Jean Roland is more unique, I guess, than Jess Franco, although Jess Franco has a very unique style as well. But Jean Roland kind of has his own genre to himself, the fantastique, and much more obscure art housey. And then Jess Franco was exploitation everywhere, lots of nudity, slow roll zooms on vaginas, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that's a little different. Next up, they are doing another 4K of a Jean Roland film, and that is Lips of Blood.
Also,
this is not one I'm
amazing cover art.
It really
insane.
Is great.
Insane.
This one's from 1975, and this says, when a photograph of a decrepit seaside chateau evokes a childhood vision of an encounter with a mysterious girl, Frederick is compelled to investigate. Soon, he uncovers a surreal and erotic netherworld of vampirism from which he might never return. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm about both of these as well. I've never seen any of Jean Roland stuff. So, yeah, so like these are all super interesting to me, and that they're all coming out in 4K is really cool, and obviously the packaging is insane, and then Indicator does every extra you could possibly want.
Carrie Mulligan says, I've seen every Roland film that's been released on disc ever. The Escapees is my favorite, followed by Living Dead Girl and Grapes of Death.
And all three of those have not had 4K releases yet, so they're coming soon, I'm hoping.
I imagine so.
Mm-hmm.
And then Will finally perked up and said, John Rollan and Jess Franco have nothing. They have in common the letters J, E, A, O, and N. That's pretty much the only commonality.
I have heard people can talk about both of them together, though. For sure.
Very, very.
Yeah. But I wouldn't know.
So that's Indicator. Let's get into some weird stuff. Babylon 5, the complete series, coming to Blu-ray for the first time ever on December 5th. We've got new restorations of all 110 original episodes. You get the original pilot called The Gathering, and I've never seen a single episode of this, so I'm not going to have any input.
Yeah, I don't know. I know that this is like constant. I used to listen to all of the Warner Archive podcasts.
Right.
And I remember this constantly because they used to do like the fan mail at the end. And I just remember this was like always, when is Babylon 5? And George Feltenstein having to be like, I don't know, probably one day. So I know this is a big deal that this is happening. I'm like, forgive me, I'm probably going to get hate for this. This is connected to Star Trek?
I don't think so.
Is it not? Okay. No, I don't know. Is that the meme is that it's not Star Trek, but
yeah, I think the one you're thinking of is Deep Space Nine.
That's what I'm thinking of, is Deep Space Nine. Yeah. Babylon 5. I think does this come on like the airwave channels? Like you ever have those on ever? Like at my parents' house, they only have like the fucking antenna.
Well, I use an antenna too. For some things.
That's all I have. I mean, I do it for football and stuff like that. They'll like leave the TVs on like Comet and stuff like that. Are you familiar with the channel Comet?
I am not.
It might be different regionality as well.
Local.
Yeah.
Let's see. Stan looks excited. He says, OMG. Terry says Babylon 5 could be interesting as a Blu-ray release. They used unique CGI, so that may not age well.
Ooh.
Probably not.
I love old CGI and weird, unique CGI. That sounds cool. And yeah, that was like a weird thing with this too, right? Is the restorations were like difficult because of how they were shot.
Absolutely. Let's see, because there's some weird things that got announced today, but not this. October 17th, Grasshopper is releasing Rewind and Play from 2023. This looks amazing. December 1969, legendary jazz pianist and composer Thelonious Monk ended his European concert tour with a performance in Paris. Before the show, he was invited to appear on a French television program to perform and answer questions in an intimate setting. Using newly discovered footage from his recording, the director reveals the disconnect between Monk and his interviewer, whose unwittingly trivializing approach conveys the casual racism and exploitation prevalent in the music industry at large.
Oh, yeah. I'm all about this.
A fascinating behind-the-scenes documentary with extraordinary, rarely seen performances, Rewind and Play offers a unique opportunity to see Thelonious Monk in a way that very few people did, and I need this.
Yeah, I would really, really like to have this. I love Thelonious Monk. He's one of the all-time greats. And I want to bring this up too, because I know that you've said this multiple times that you did jazz in high school.
Yep,
I did as well.
Nice. What'd you play?
The drums.
Oh, that's amazing.
Rhythm section. So I got to play for. I left senior year. I dropped out of all my electives because I had like enough credits to like do half days or whatever. But and then the band director left my senior year. So I was just like kind of over it, and I was just like so ready to graduate. But yeah, freshman through junior year, I played jazz. I played drums at. Wow. Yeah, Thelonious Monk's like one of the best too, and he's got one of the best album covers ever. Are you familiar with the Underground? That's what it's called. Yeah, he's got. Everybody, please look that up right now. Him playing. It's just him like jamming on the piano with a Nazi tied up to a chair in this like underground like bunker thing. It's so great. It's like one of the best album covers ever.
Genuinely one of the best of all time. Stan's asking what I played. I played in jazz band specifically. I played a baritone saxophone, which is the biggest saxophone that most people play in high school.
Oh yeah.
And I was 6'5", and they were like, they need somebody.
You're the only person that could hold this.
So I played that in marching band, and you can hear me over everybody.
Yeah, of course. You familiar with Fela Kuti?
No.
Okay, he's kind of got like a resurgence in the past. Like, I know they're supposed to be doing a biopic of him as well. So
Nice.
I don't know, but yeah, he's a baritone saxophone player.
Damn.
If I had to play any wind instrument, I would want to do baritone sax.
It's fun. And
It's
then,
a great sound.
I taught myself how to play bari sax because before that I played bass clarinet, and they're very similar, especially
Okay.
on the lower notes.
Okay.
It's not to use this word awkwardly here, but it's fingered the same.
Oh yeah,
And
fingered.
yeah, a lot of
I remember middle school the first time the band director says that, and everybody,
do the proper fingering.
yeah,
on it.
yeah.
Yeah, so I played bass clarinet in our like wind ensemble, and then bari sax in our jazz band. So
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
That's really cool. I wish I'd never learned how to play a wind instrument. I mean, I always joke about I'm like the worst drummer of all time. And like,
oh no, I took that cake from you, believe me. I tried. I
did
bought a drum set in, let's see, about 5 years after I graduated high school, and I said I'm going to have a room built mainly for drums with no soundproofing, and bought a drum set and put it in this room, and I was god awful.
the thing that sucks about the drums is like, I mean, I graduated high school in 2014, and so like now it's like they're so loud that you can't like acoustic. If you want to be a guitar player, learn how to play an instrument. Like a guitar is a perfect thing. You can pick up an acoustic guitar and sit down and play it for 10 minutes and not bother anybody. But like the drum set, you can't just sit down and play for. I'm just gonna play the drums for 3 minutes. You'll have everybody in the house wanting to kill you. You can't. So it's like impossible to practice, and they take up all, like you said, you had to have a whole room for them. Yeah, and like even I have like my drum set I have right now is a Ludwig Questlove's signature breakbeat kit,
Nice.
which is really cool kit. Everything's like smaller in size. It's meant to like travel with. So it's even a smaller set, but like I don't have any room for it in the new house. I don't have it set up here.
That's why everybody ends up in a garage eventually.
Yeah, and then that's like like I haven't played the drums in like probably 10 months. And it's like I get rusty because I suck. So it's like, and then I'll play and I'll be terrible and be like, I don't want to play anymore.
Cinema Jimbo says Imprint just announced their October titles.
Oh, let's go. I saw that it's all spooky stuff too.
That's what they said. Look at that soon. Okay. Ruben says, how's Flip doing these days? Well, this is a good time to announce that at the moment, pending hopeful plans, Flip and I might be streaming next Tuesday. So
let's go.
We are hoping to come back together next Tuesday and talk to everybody. If so, to be on this channel at 9 p.m. 10 p.m. Eastern, like it used to be, 9 p.m. Central, and hoping to do that.
Are you going to bring Jeremy on as well? That's always one of my favorite things is having both of them on at the same time. Yeah, I'm always looking forward to those.
I will see. Jeremy, if you're still in the chat, hit me up if you're free next Tuesday. We'll make something work.
Just pull him on at some random point while he's talking.
So I'm not going to go into it because these are going to be covered next week on Thursday next week. But Imprint announced The Orphanage. Nice. Okay. Wind Chill with Emily Blunt. I've not seen that one.
I don't even know that one.
Friedkin's Bug. Even though
the Kino didn't do it. Even though Kino was supposed to do a 4K though, right? And they weren't just not going to do it. So is this just a Blu-ray?
Just a Blu-ray.
Okay.
And then the Skeleton Key, which is I just talked about this. When did I just talk about this?
Didn't you just talk about it on here?
Yeah, it might have been last.
Because I don't know who else would have seen any Skeleton Key thing, but I definitely just saw somebody talking about it.
Yeah, because we were talking about Cajun films or something.
Okay.
Voodoo films, I think, is what we were talking about.
Okay.
So Skeleton Key, and then The Mad Room and Night of the Eagle. So 6 spooky films coming in October from Imprint.
Okay, that's cool.
Nice.
I don't have. Okay, that's another one. I don't have anything from Imprint. I learned early on that a lot of their stuff comes stateside eventually, and sometimes with better encoding. So I just kind of held off on them, and they're expensive.
Look at this timely comment from Will. There's a good doc about Fela Kuti on sale at the Kino Summer Sale right now.
Oh my god, I forgot the sale started today. Yes, so that documentary I think is kind of like what started this like resurgence of him. I believe there was also like a play, like either off Broadway or something, or somewhere around there.
Right.
And So yeah, like 2013 maybe 2014, like people. That's like how I figured out about him. It's just people started talking about him on the internet. But
Interesting.
a Nigerian artist. He's probably my favorite artist of all time now.
Wow.
Yeah, his music's amazing. And the way he performed live was insane. Like, never performed the same songs twice. Like, his albums are legit just like usually just one song on each side of the album. Or two songs on each side of the album. They're like 20 minutes long.
Will, what is the name? Do you know the name of the documentary offhand?
I believe it's just FELA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I believe that's what it's called. I could be wrong though.
I have a tab open for the Kino sale.
I haven't even. That was my plans for when I went to go lay down in bed tonight. Was to create a $3,000 cart that I'll whittle down over the next 2 weeks to $17.
It looks like it is called Finding Fella.
There it is. Yep, that's it.
And it's $7.49. That's crazy.
Yeah.
All right,
price.
Let's keep going because we still have a lot to cover. Actually,
that's okay. I want to be one of those guys that does the marathon ones with you. I know that's what you wanted to hear.
Always, we got a lot to cover with Norman and silent.
Yeah, silent film still. Yeah.
September 19th, Icarus Films is releasing early short films of the French New Wave. And before this, I don't think I'd ever heard of Icarus Films. I never heard this name. But notably, they've got some big names coming on this. They've got some Jacques Rivette, Jean-Luc Godard,
Agnes Varda, I see.
Agnes Varda, Francois Truffaut. There's a Melvin Van Peebles on here. Like, this is cool stuff on here.
Yeah, because he spent time in France, which that's the story of a 3-day pass. That's another important African-American made film.
Absolutely. So yeah, this looks pretty interesting. This is coming in September. So if you like some of the French New Wave stuff, you may want to keep an eye on that.
That's cool.
Here's another big one. September 5th, we are getting from Strand releasing the Doom Generation, the Greg Araki film that has been remixed and remastered is what they're calling it. This is the 4K restoration that's been making the rounds. Man. And the big thing is Araki has been saying that he basically restored this to the way that it was before the studio made all the cuts. So this is, I think it's like 13 or 15 minutes longer than the theatrical cut.
Okay. That Sunray just showed my theater that I keep talking about. They just showed this as well, and I missed it. I was very disappointed.
Well, now you get a chance on September 5th to buy a Blu-ray from Strand Releasing.
Nice. Just a Blu-ray, not a 4K?
Just a Blu-ray.
Okay. Which I know that wasn't this like everybody had this on their Criterion rumor list for a while.
Adam says Icarus has released some great docs like A Grin Without a Cat.
Okay.
I will keep an eye on it.
Yeah, I'll check out Icarus. Which is crazy because like I'm like such a freak about this and I've listened to everything. Like I can't believe there's labels that I don't know.
Right. Ronnie says this is great, but like you just said, I've been hoping for a Greg Araki Criterion set.
Yeah, that was the rumors that everybody's talking about. Like, oh, it's probably going to be a big set from him.
Yep. Next up, I think we had talked about this previously, but I waited to post anything on this until we had some actual details.
I saw this.
12th. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I saw that you posted this today, and I didn't realize what this was.
I can't wait to see this.
Yeah, this is huge.
Batman, Mask of the Phantasm, which is literally maybe the best Batman film of all time, is getting a 4K release on September 12th, straight from WB. The only special feature on there is going to be the old featurette called Kevin Conroy, I Am the Knight. But, I mean, this is going to be great. Like, I can't imagine this looking anything but perfect in 4K as long as they did not just absolutely screw this up.
Which, two things. One, is this technically the first Warner Archive that's been upgraded to a 4K disc?
Ooh.
Because wasn't this a Warner Archive disc? But I mean, obviously, it's not branded that way.
I don't know.
I can't remember either.
Might have.
I think it may have been. And then the second thing is because this is through Warner Brother Home Video and not Warner Archive. I know that these DC animated stuff has been all great.
Yeah.
But I know that that Max Fleischer Superman set that just came out, everybody was upset about.
Screwed. Yeah.
But I don't think that this would have been handled by the same people that did the Superman thing. So, because I know all these like DC 4K stuff is like highly lauded.
Yeah, and this is notable because this was the first Warner Brothers, the first time they used computer generated animation at all.
Oh wow, 93.
So yeah, this is an incredible film. If you've never seen it, completely check it out. And I know that for some people they'll shake that off because it's a Batman movie and because it's animation. It's a legit masterpiece. It's amazing.
Yeah, this is like all-time classic.
Easily. Speaking of classics.
Okay, I was thinking about these when you were talking about the Paramount line earlier, the Paramount horror line that's rumored or whatever. I was thinking of these steelbooks, which are coming from Walmart, right?
Yeah, these are all Walmart exclusives.
They're tight. I dig them, but I mean, they're just here we go again, like Dark Side of the Moon coming out again. It's like this is gonna happen every Halloween. Like these things are gonna happen, but I really dig these steelbooks. Look cool.
So it seems like Lionsgate is teaming with Walmart to do a line of these old like pulp style inspired art steelbooks, and they all look to be repackaging. So there's nothing new. Don't expect anything new. Don't expect 4K upgrades or anything like that. This first one, the Firefly trilogy from Rob Zombie, and notably, I do think this is the first time that on actual physical media, and not just people talking about it, that this has been branded the Firefly trilogy. The last steelbook that came from, I think it was Target, it was definitely not called the Firefly trilogy. So the fact that that's on there, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, that is cool. I don't think I'd seen that either.
So they're doing that one.
I have not seen the third one yet.
It's not as bad as Rob Zombie haters make it out to be, but it's nowhere near as good as the first two.
I'm not a Rob Zombie haters. I get it, but I'm not a Rob Zombie hater. I love Devil's Rejects.
Yeah,
classic.
I've loved most of his stuff.
I need to see the one that you're always talking about that you love a lot. Is it
Lords of Salem?
Lords of Salem. Yeah, I haven't seen that yet. I need to see that.
I like it a lot. The thing I really want to harp on is it's his best film. It's certainly not my favorite from him, but it's his best technically made movie.
Okay, yeah, that's cool. Like I'm all about that.
So we got some more from this line, but first, this was like a thing that I discovered, and then found this other announcement. We are getting from Studio Canal in the UK, part of their Vintage Classics line. They're giving us Brief Encounters from 1967. This is the debut feature from Kira Muratova. It was here we saw the beginnings of Muratova's impressionistic style, blending observational realism with new wave experimentation. This is going to have an interview with Dr. Elena Gorfinkel, Isabel Jacobs on Brief Encounters, and then a video essay by Masha Spalberg. I've never seen this. I don't know anything about this one.
Yeah, I've never seen this either, but I love that Studio Canal is doing a lot of this stuff now. I don't have any of their Blu-rays, but like again, this is another thing that we're finding that a lot of these vintage classics get US counterparts at some point. I do want to get that 4K of the Lady Killers that they did under the Vintage Classic line. That because like that
just got that recently.
Oh, did you just get that? I feel like you can still kind of get that like big box, like some like Diabolic like still has it, like or something.
Orbit gets it all the time too.
Yeah, Orbit. And so like I need to get that before that becomes like unavailable and hard to find. But I mean it's expensive, but like the restoration on that one is like one of those, like very noticeable upgrades. Yeah. Like that's one if you go pull up the screen caps from the previous Blu-ray to the 4K, like that one's like leagues better.
I really want to get that Three Musketeers and Four Musketeers releases they did.
And those are both 4Ks, right?
Yep.
Yeah, those I want to get those because I've never seen those movies either. Those are like movies that used to come on like TV or whatever, and I just never saw.
They're so much fun. Knowing the kind of stuff you'd like, you're gonna love them.
Which is everything, by the way.
Yeah.
Like that's my friends hate me about that. I hate like reviewing movies. Like and they hate me because they're like, "Oh, Gage, you like find something good and like you don't ever want to like talk shit about movies." I'm like, "Oh, it's just not fun."
Why would I want to spend time talking about things I don't like?
I know. Like they all hated it's kind of like a thing when we're driving down to Orlando for Oppenheimer, we're all going to talk about Asteroid City cuz like I'm like optimist and like happy, and then there's one guy that's like super cynical and jaded, and then there's a guy that's like kind of in between, and we're all three riding down together. And the really jaded guy wants to talk about Asteroid City so bad because he hated it. He's like, the worst movie I've ever seen in my life. And I'm like, come on, man, it was good.
Velocipaster exists. That can't be the worst movie.
the Coolio sci-fi pterodactyl. That's like one of my favorite bad movies. You ever seen that one?
I've not, but it's just good. that sentence alone, I kind of have to. Now.
Like that, I love them all, man.
All right, Welgo is releasing Aporia. This is with Judy Greer, and I kind of heard about this, but then it got really quiet, and I guess it's already out. This is coming on September 12th, and it says Sophie is virtually drowning in grief after losing her husband in an accident, but after learning of a top-secret time-bending machine, she will be faced with an impossible choice and unforeseeable consequences. That's very vague.
Yeah. It looks like could be sad.
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah. I'm about it, though.
All right.
That'll be in Best Buy.
Yeah, probably.
Well, go.
Continuing the Steelbook line, we are getting Blair Witch and the Blair Witch Project. So this is not including Book of Shadows.
Okay.
This is including the first film and then the third film.
This is another like historic bad movie, and I can't remember the name of it. Oh, I'm so mad at myself. It's like a hood version of it from like 1999 or 2000 that's got like a whole bunch of like famous rappers in it. I think it was like from New York. But like the cast of it's like crazy. It'll come to me eventually. You ever not heard of it?
Vaguely familiar, but now I'm looking it up.
I know, and it's like I don't know why I can't. But yeah, that I count that as part of the Blair Witch line.
Is it Snow on the Bluff?
No, but Snow on the Bluff, let's talk about that. Have you ever seen that?
No.
That's a certified hood classic, man. That's a really good movie. And I think that eventually that movie will actually get seen as like a pretty important movie. But that was like a movie that was on Netflix for a really long time. Snow on the Bluff. You should check that out. It's really short. It's like a found footage movie, but it's like of like basically like this like dude that's just like a dude in the hood in Atlanta. But yeah, it's a really good flick.
Right. Interesting. Yeah, the big thing about Book of Shadows missing is it still doesn't have a US Blu-ray release. That's why a lot of people were sad that it wasn't here. Not even necessarily that it's a great movie. It's just that it doesn't have an HD release here at all. But yeah, continues the same theme as that previous one, and then there's some more. We got the Saw collection. This will have Saw 1 through 8. It will not have the Chris Rock one. They're still pretending that doesn't exist with this. This is the first one that when I saw, I don't know how I feel about this art. Like, it's okay, but I feel like it doesn't quite fit with the theme that they were doing.
Yeah, which, I mean, I guess that's like the whole idea with the set is like, it's supposed to like all match like that pulpy, right. Like kind of like almost like a Fallout like the video game, like, you know, I don't know, like kind of like that kind of vibe. I guess it goes with it. And the name of the movie, by the way, is The Hip Hop Witch. I found it, and I'm trying to find who the rappers. I think like all the rappers are in it for like 2 seconds. Like Eminem is apparently in it, so I guess there's all these like covers with Eminem on the cover of it.
Wow.
Mobb Deep, Vanilla Ice, Royce da 5'9", Ja Rule is apparently in it. But yeah, it's got like a 1 on IMDb.
Wow.
But yeah, that's I want to see that on Blu-ray.
So the next one is the Leprechaun collection. This will include everything up through Leprechaun Returns from 2018. And by the way, I don't know if I said these are all coming out on September 12th, all on the same day. Walmart exclusives, and you can pre-order them now. So
I'm about those. I love the Las Vegas one. Was that the third one?
Third or fourth?
I think the fourth one's the third. Space.
God, was it really the fourth? I feel like that was like the sixth.
Those are that's like another like AMC on like
Yep.
Tuesday on a October Tuesday. They're just
No,
show
it has to
all
be a March.
7 of them. Yeah.
Has to be a
Oh,
March.
March. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's true too.
Oh man,
Which,
yeah.
which, sorry to kind of diverge from this, but someone in the top, Joe Jack says, "Is French Dispatch or Asteroid City any good? Wes Anderson started to get old for me." I think that that's an issue that a lot of people had with Asteroid City the most, and I talked about this with my friend who was in the middle of being jaded and not jaded about Wes Anderson, is that a lot of people I think are starting to get like that Wes Anderson kind of like it's just another quirky Wes Anderson movie, and it's like becoming like a thing now. And so like now you're not going into the movie as like just seeing this movie. You're seeing it as here's another quirky Wes Anderson movie where he does his crazy panning shots with a
Right.
large ensemble cast. And so like now that's becoming like a thing that like he's having to like contend with in his filmmaking. It's like nothing he can do about it, you know?
Of course.
It's like Christopher Nolan becoming like the film bro guy.
Yeah.
Like he like now has this like stink on him or whatever.
Sibner says, I wish Wes Anderson would get into other genres. I would really
Yeah.
want a Wes Anderson horror film. I agree.
And I think that's like what it's going to take to get like a lot of these like people that are kind of like turned off by him at the moment. He needs to have like some really hard like reset of like his filmmaking style, but like
Right.
I don't know if he necessarily needs to do that. Like if he keeps pumping out Asteroid City type movies every 2 years, I'm still going to keep going and seeing them because I enjoy.
Well, isn't he already starting on his next project and like
Yeah.
supposed to come out next year?
And we were talking about this too. I think the reason why is because a lot of people forget that French Dispatch was like done and got
Yeah.
like delayed. So like it's all of his movies right now are on like a delay. So it's like you know, Asteroid City took it was like already done, I think, when French Dispatch came out in the theaters. Right. So he's got like a backlog of stuff now.
That makes so much sense.
Yeah.
All right, there was that one, and then Halloween 1 and 2
Rob
Zombie films. These are the theatrical cuts, I believe. It's the one that we're used to getting. It's nothing gotcha. Special. If you want the other releases for this, I believe you got to get that new Umbrella release that they just, or not Umbrella, Via Vision. Somebody released it from Australia.
Sorry, Ja Rule, the greatest thespian of our time.
Yeah. Let's see, Sibner. I feel like Anderson style can get stale eventually, like Woody Allen's did until he made Midnight in Paris or Match Point.
Yeah, see that's another great example is Woody Allen. It's like you know what you're getting into when you're going to go see a Woody Allen movie. But like, is it necessary? Like Woody Allen can keep making Woody Allen movies like he's done every year of his life, but like they're still like all like pretty well received movies, you know?
Right.
But I'm sorry to cut you off. I have a bad habit of that. I'm so sorry. Tell me to shut up. But I was about to say this Halloween 1 and 2. I'm fine. These are cool too. I like these movies.
I like the movies, and I think this actually fits the theme better, like way better than the Saw one.
Yeah, they're just big titles.
And I don't hate these films like a lot of people.
No, yeah, I like them. I like, especially when these came out. I was like, I don't know, 12 years old, 13 years old, and I'm like, I love like at this point, like Halloween has been the half of my life. The movie, the Halloween series. Another AMC like classic showing all 5 of them in a row. So like I've seen all. So like I'm like, there's new Halloween movies coming out. Like so like I was all about them, and I dug them when they came out.
Nice. Just a few more left. We got some Eurekas announced today. This is going to be a big one for you, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Pandora's Box from 1929 will be coming from Eureka on October 30th. This is a UK release, of course, since it's from Eureka. And this says, in a role intended at one point for Marlene Dietrich, 22-year-old Louise Brooks, with her fragile beauty and iconic dark bob hairstyle, gives a performance decades ahead of its time and immortalized her as an icon, largely condemned and censored upon its initial release for its daring treatment of sexuality and female desire. Brooks's understated yet erotically charged performance endures as among the most modern of the silent era. And this is going to have one of their crazy hard box sets which I'm honestly kind of surprised they're doing that for this title. I feel like this is it's a good title to do it for, but I'm kind of surprised they didn't just skimp out and give it like a slipcover release and that's it. This will get a hard box feature with 3,000 copies, 60-page book with it, with new writing on the film by Alexandra Heller Nicholas, Imogen Sarah Smith, and Richard Coombs, alongside archival stills and imagery. You got a new commentary by Pamela Hutchinson, new visual appreciation by Kat Ellinger, new video essay by David Cairns, and then another new video essay by Fiona Watson. Pandora's Box. Go right ahead, Gage.
Yeah, I think another reason why they put this in this rigid box is because people have been anticipating this Blu-ray to come out. Because I believe it has not had a Blu-ray anywhere.
Don't think so.
And it was the Criterion's out of print, I believe. And I think that it didn't go out of print too long ago. But this is like another one of those titles that people have been like speculating Criterion to put out. And so this probably is a good indicator that might happen soon. G.W. Paps is a great director. I have his West Front 1918 and Kameradschaft flicks. Those are both early sound movies, though. Have you seen either one of those?
I have not.
Okay, those both actually have a release from Eureka as well. As like a double feature, but Criterion put those out on Blu-ray as well, and they're both really good movies. I've never seen Pandora's Box. I know it's considered like silent film classic. Louise Brooks is like, her image is like, that's like another thing. Like if you just Google silent film, like her face pops up everywhere. Like, you know, but people might not know her name or any of the movies she's in, but they're like, oh, that's, you know, she's probably one of the most famous, her and Clara Bow being the two famous like female actors of that time period. This is a Tony Stella painting. Yeah. His artwork is amazing. And he did an interview on Chasing Labels as well. Did you listen to that?
I did, yeah.
Oh my god, that was such a great interview. That was probably my favorite episode. So like I love his artwork a lot. Like the rigid boxes are sick. Like this has got everything that you could possibly want in it. This is awesome.
It's pretty great.
Yeah.
And this is a good time to remind everybody that Eureka.
Oh yeah.
Free shipping worldwide.
Free shipping, yeah.
At all times. And
it's wild.
The moment that it's available, it'll get shipped to you. They won't wait on the release date. Just if it's here, it's on the way to you. It is a really, really good company to support directly, and it's hard to argue with when it's free shipping.
Yeah, and like my thing with Eureka is I've missed out on all of their great limited packaging. So I'm like kind of like those Buster Keaton boxes and like all those slips and stuff they did. They're beautiful. Like that's exactly what I want a silent film like slipcover to be, or box. You know, it's like those box sets. So I don't have any of those. I've missed out on. I've seen a lot of Buster Keaton anyways, so like I didn't wasn't dying to get them right away. And I think a few of them they were like already had sold out before I'd even realized it came out. And I missed out. They did Eureka did a slipcover of Vampire as well. The Carl Theodore Dreyer film. Have you ever seen that?
That might have been a hard box.
I think it was. And it was actually, I believe, a new 2K restoration as well, which the Criterion is still the old 1998 restoration. But so I wanted to get that, and that was another one that I just missed out on. Just like at the time it came out, I didn't have the dough, and it was like limited to 2,000, and I missed it, and I'm like super salty about it now.
Damn. I don't think I knew that one sold out even.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that sold out pretty quickly. I mean, that's like another one of those movies that like it could sell out just on the like the idea of it alone. You know, the artwork and everything for it is like what people want.
Well, and it's a huge movie, and it was a big deal because of the restoration.
Yep.
So
definitely got to get this Pandora's Box. So
yeah, it says the limited box. It was 3,000 copies, and it has been discontinued.
For the Vampire?
Yeah.
Dang, yeah. I know.
All right. So Eureka has also been focusing on a lot of Asian cinema, and if Flip was here tonight, this would be the one that he would be going
Oh,
insane.
he'd be happy about this.
This is like his most anticipated Blu-ray release, maybe of all time. This is his.
Oh, this is his Freaks.
Yeah. So
Okay.
1973's Beach of the War Gods by Jimmy Wang Yu is getting released in October, on October 23rd.
I'm adding this to my watch list.
The restoration on this looks remarkable compared to some of the scenes that I've seen previously. And this says, Kung Fu film innovator Jimmy Wang Yu blends wuxia mayhem with Seven Samurai in Beach of the War Gods. That alone should be enough to get a lot of people to check this out if you have never watched it.
It's added. Yeah, this looks sick.
What's going on, Sam? Yeah, this is supposed to be pretty great. And then on this, we got a slipcase, artwork by Tony Stella, of course, 2,000 copy limited. And then you've got new feature-length audio commentary by Frank Jang, new interview with action cinema experts Mike Leader and Arna Venema on the life and career of Jimmy Wang Yu. You get an archival interview with Jimmy Wang Yu and some trailers, and then a booklet with new writing by James Oliver and a review of the film by Dr. Craig D. Reed from his book, The Ultimate Guide to Martial Arts Movies of the 1970s. This looks great.
That does look great. And Eureka's killing it always. This cover art from Beijing with Love is like up there with the Fatal Termination of like, this is what I want right here.
I agree.
And then this movie, I'm so hyped on because I love Shaolin soccer.
This is done by Stephen Chow, and he directs and stars in this hilarious spoof of the James Bond franchise from Beijing with Love from 1994, releases on October 23rd. And if you're already interested in Beach of the War Gods and from Beijing with Love, you can go to Eureka and get both of them together for only £35. Again, free shipping. 35 pounds for both of them together. Ooh. That is a crazy deal.
That is.
That is a
insane.
Stupid good deal for two limited edition brand new Blu-rays. That's amazing.
Yeah, this looks. I'm really hyped on this because I've never seen this.
Me neither.
Yeah, and Stephen Chow is the man.
So we've got a new interview with Wong Kam Wong about his role in the film. We got a conversation with the same actor discussing his career, some archival interviews and a trailer, and a booklet with some new writing by James Oliver. But man, this looks like a great month from Eureka. All three titles.
Yeah, these are all three bangers for sure. Oh my finally, baby.
As we alluded to earlier, there is a Kino Lorber summer sale that launched today. 600 titles on sale. There's a few people that are pointing out that like not as exciting of a sale for them.
Okay.
It's some of like their bigger titles are not on sale. It's more of a lot of the stuff that they.
That's what I want. Yeah, no, that's the thing that I'm excited for when I see these summer sales. Like people are like, oh, the Running Man's $17. I'm like, screw that. I want the fucking 2 silent movies that are $4.99. Like that's the stuff I get hyped on. That looks like Stone Cold right there. Was that what that is on the front? Is that already on?
Yes, I think so.
Because that just came out, right? Like a month ago. It's
like
already on sale. Let's go.
There's some very new titles on sale.
I'm about that. That's really cool.
Normally at this point, we check out what's coming out next week in case you forgot. So looking at this, we've got some of the Vinegar Syndrome titles are listed. One False Move 4K from Criterion. World War Z 4K from Scream Factory, Needful Things 4K from Kino Lorber. Can't wait to see that one. The remake or the live action remake, I guess, of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles from 2014 gets a 4K release next week. Robot Monster 3D. I know that's one a lot of people are waiting on. Team America World Police from Shout. So I Married an Axe Murderer 4K. I am eager to get that one. My Best Friend is a Vampire from Vestron. That Blood Money set from Arrow releases next week. War of the Worlds 4K from Paramount. Sensual World of Black Emmanuel is shipping now from Severin. Laurel and Hardy Year 1 from Flicker Alley. Are you getting that one?
Actually, you know what's cool about that is Flicker Alley is the shit. They are so cool, and I don't have enough stuff from them because of how expensive they are. Yeah. But the cool thing about Laurel and Hardy is that Babe Hardy actually got his start in Jacksonville.
Oh.
Yeah, a few of his early shorts, like before he was paired up, he did, I forget the name of the handful that exist, but there's a handful of them that we have like an old DVD of That's stuff actually filmed here in Jacksonville.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
But yeah, I definitely want to get that Laurel and Hardy set. And I think that they've done a couple things, Flicker Alley, with Laurel and Hardy.
I think so.
Yeah.
Cimarron from Warner Archive, that releases next week. Helena Troy from Warner Archive as well. Broadway Melody from Warner Archive. Magic Cop from 88 Films, that's shipping now. Fastest Gun Alive from Warner Archive. Let's see. Douglas Fairbanks double feature of Robin Hood and the Black Pirate from Cohen. Terrifying Girls High School from Discotheque releases next week. That Hollywood Dreams and Nightmares, the Robert Englund doc that has been going around, that one finally releases next week as well. Last Time I Saw Paris from Warner Archive. Dewberry Was a Lady from Warner Archive. Anderson Tapes from Kino. Kind of a big week next week.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff. Warner Archive also, too, right now. Killing it. I know a lot of people want them to do more 70s, 80s, 90s stuff, but I'm a huge fan of all the classic stuff that they're releasing. I actually want them to go older. They're doing a lot of 50s, seems like to be the average year that they're doing. I want them to go back to do more 30s stuff. There's a lot of those pre-code, all those, they put out those Forbidden Hollywood sets, and like I don't think like any of those have had Blu-ray upgrades.
That's true.
I don't think a single one from any of those 10 DVD sets have a Blu-ray.
Jeez. Dandy and Aspic from Kino next week as well. That Swamp Thing 4K is finally shipping to people. Gangs of London Season 2. Mad Heidi from Raven Banner. The Hole in the Fence from Altered Innocence is one that I had my eye on. Black Magic Rights from Indicator. So many. The Chucky 4 through 7 I think got delayed, so this is actually behind, I believe. It Ain't Over, the Yogi Berra movie that they just released recently.
Oh, the Yu-Gi-Oh movie getting a fucking Blu-ray? Let's go.
No slipcover, though, so.
Dang. Okay, I'll still get it, though. I don't care. Rush is also really good.
Rush is good.
Slept on movie. Also, R1133. I want to see if that Anime Wong set is on sale in the Kino. Is it on? I'm guessing it is.
$24.99.
Do you have the quarter, the Anime Wong quarter?
I don't think so.
Both her and Bessie Coleman both are on quarters right now. I think they both just came out this year.
Huh.
And we have some of them at Norman Studios because they're both related to us with Anime Wong, obviously, for film, and then Bessie Coleman. She actually died here in Jacksonville.
Oh, wow.
And she was in correspondence with Richard Norman, too. And some believe that that's kind of where he got the inspiration to do The Flying Ace.
Interesting. Huh. There's a lot of ties then.
Yeah, there's a lot of ties.
I think it's probably the perfect time then to blend this over into discussing you and Norman Studios in full. We gave a little intro earlier, but before we go further into Norman, what about Gage? I mean, obviously you're clearly like 11 years old, and
I do look like a child. I have a baby face like crazy.
Yeah.
My hair looks wild right now. I got like a Justin Bieber haircut thing going on. This is not normally what my hair looks like.
Well, it's not humid in Florida at all, right?
I just got out of the shower, like right when it hopped straight on. Like I barely had enough time to sit down and hook up all this stuff.
Right.
But yeah, the humidity. Usually my hair is always crazy.
So you started with wrestling stuff. What originally got you into film, though? And obviously, like Silence is a very interesting one for somebody that's younger to get into.
Yeah, man. Really, my grandpa and my dad. Mostly my dad, because I live with him, obviously, is like just got me into movies, old movies. We watched Svengoolie a lot growing up. You familiar with Svengoolie? Oh yeah. We watched so like every Saturday night. Like that's like some of my like all-time favorite memories. It's like cold night in December, like after watching some football, like 10 o'clock or whatever, having Svengoolie on, watching Creature from the Black Lagoon, which is a Jacksonville movie too, filmed in Jax. But yeah, no, just like his love for movies, and like he's not even really a big movie guy. He's just like has been around and like has seen all of it, and just kind of hey Gage, come watch this movie called Death Wish. When I'm like, come watch Death Wish 2 with me. When I'm like, I don't know, 7 years old. And he's got on the uncut version on Encore too, like the full, like everything. And it's just like I'm very lucky that my parents like didn't care about any of that stuff, and I turned out fine. Let your kids watch whatever they want to watch. I don't know.
And here I am having conversations with my wife, like, should we show them Monster Squad yet?
Yeah, I know, right? I can't wait for that 4K as well. Yeah, no, like my dad just kind of like got me into it, and then like at middle school or so, I think I saw Pulp Fiction, and like most people are like, whoa, movies can be something special. And I kind of just started getting into more stuff of my own like that, and started buying DVDs. And then like because of Quentin Tarantino and Pulp Fiction, you know, you got interviews with him being like, oh man, I love coffee and, you know, Friday Foster. And I was like, oh cool, I go to Best Buy and there's a 2-pack with those movies for $5, let me buy these. And then like off rip, like I'm into genre filmmaking. And so I'd seen stuff like that before I'd seen Shawshank Redemption. So like I saw Shawshank like like after I'd seen like, you know, all these crazy like raw force. Wow. And so I'm like, yeah, Shawshank's like cool. Yeah, that's a cool movie. Yeah, I don't know. It's not, you know. Team. Yeah, exactly. So so like I just like got into genre filmmaking really young, just because like that's what like my dad and I were watching monster movies, and that's like kind of a story with everybody. And then like I said, in 2010 or so, that's when I started getting into Blu-rays, and that's when it got real crazy. Because then I found Criterion, and then like, you know, I've told this story too before. Is like I was in Best Buy, and I just had got my first Blu-ray from my high school girlfriend at the time. Her mom had gotten Edward Scissorhands from 2 different people for Christmas, and so she gave me one of the copies, and so I had that, and then I had a Stone Cold Steve Austin documentary that had just got put out on Blu-ray, and those were my first 2 Blu-rays. And I was in the store, didn't know much about it, and I saw the Blu-ray cover for Criterion's Paths of Glory. Stanley Kubrick's Paths of Glory.
Nice, yeah.
And that cover is such a striking image of Kirk Douglas's face. And I saw it with the clear case. And are you familiar with the cover of it? It's like all gray, and it's like his face like wincing like in the trench or whatever. And it's like, so I'm like, what is this? And like instantly went home and looked up Criterion, and then like all of a sudden I'm watching, you know, 3 reasons why you should watch Tarkovsky's Ivan's Childhood, and I'm like, I need this movie now. And so then I'm like all into, you know, world cinema, and I'm like just collecting Blu-rays, and Gage has the voice. I know it's this mic is doing all the work for me. I'm sorry if I'm too loud. I'm scared I drove people away with this.
No, they're telling you got a good voice.
Okay, no, I got my voice. I don't know. Yeah, I do. Oh, see, that's my thing. Is I was like thinking about getting into acting because I could like play like a high schooler. You know what I mean? Like and I could do like teen like horror movie slasher stuff, and like be like, you know, I miss those kinds of movies. They don't make them anymore. But yeah, no. So I just kind of got into all that stuff, and it actually leads into how I got with Norman Studios. It was. I graduated high school in 2014, so it was the summer of 2015. I'm like just late night scrolling, and I see a Kickstarter for a box set called Pioneers of African American Cinema. And growing up, I knew that Norman Studios down the street was a dance studio. Like that's what my mom had said. Like, oh yeah, that's like a dance studio thing. The movie, something movies, but it's a dance studio. Blah, blah. Like that's all in my head. By the way, I grew up, and my whole life before I lived here was still with my parents. Like, I think like I'm 1.2 miles away from Norman Studios. Oh, it's like right down the street from my house. In the same neighborhood in Arlington. I'm in my room at like 2:00 in the morning, and I'm looking at this thing, and the Norman Studios logo pops up on the Kickstarter page that I'm scrolling through. And I'm like, that's the thing that's like right down the street. I'm like Googling it. I'm like, huh. I'm like, well, if they're like a partner with this box set, like that means like there's somebody that's like working there. Like if they're a partner, like there must be some kind of something happening. So
Right.
I go to their website and find their website, which our website is actually really good. It's kind of a little dated. I do have Florida man vibes. You just don't know me like that, man. But yeah, I know that's I want to get to know you guys better. There's so many people in the group and in the chat. It's like I know all these people just because I hear you talking about it. I need to join the Discord too.
We'd love to have you.
I will. I'm gonna get on it. I'm the only teenager at 2 a.m. looking at computer movie Kickstarters. Our website's amazing. It's I feel like a very good resource for anything that you would want to know about Richard Norman, or Norman Studios is on our website. It's a little dated in the way that it's made. Like it could be upgraded a little bit, and we're looking into that. And we're looking Gage's dad, son, come catch the Black Emmanuel set. Me and him watched. So we keep getting on all these tangents, but I had a Grindhouse 20 film box set that was like put at Best Buy, like produced by Quentin Tarantino, or like Grindhouse 20 films. And so it had like Raw Force and the Children on it, and it actually had Carry On Emmanuel on there. And I remember watching that movie with my dad when I was like 10 years old. So yes, that legit was happening. But so I look up their website and I actually go and put in like a volunteer thing. And like, I guess because like still there's the group of us there are all like, we all wear every hat you could possibly wear there. And I just kind of like fell through the cracks. And then like several months later, somebody's like, hey, we're so sorry. We just got your volunteer request. Like we're having a tour on Saturday if you want to come check it out. And I'm like, all right. So I show up and they're like, whoa, you're like 18 years old. Like, because they're like I'm by far the youngest person. Like these are all retired. All the other people on our board are basically retired people. We have some in, their 40s or 50s. But so like when they saw me, they're like, oh, why are you interested in this? And I'm like, well, I love film and I love film history. And I love that Rita Reagan right there. She's the best person of all time. She's having some serious health issues right now, unfortunately. She's like she's the one that brought me in. She saw me and was like, yo, you like are amazing. Like you're this young kid, like come join us and be on our board. And I'm just like, have no credentials. Like I'm just some schmuck like you, but like she like brought me in and like let me help and like learn. And I've been here for so long now and I've learned so much through it. And Barbara up there is now taking the lead of everything. She's absolutely wonderful, and I work with her a lot now. She's a very strong person. And then Devin right here, she's also she's been a part of it as long as Rita has. They've been around for a long time. And then Jeannie right there, she actually was a dancer for Gloria Norman and did dancing lessons when she was a child, which is really cool. And yeah, and then me, I have another terrible photo that's like, they're like, we need a photo of you. And I gave them that. And this is how terrible this website is. They're like, give us like a write up about you. And I like didn't do it. And so it's like kind of written like what they kind of knew about me. It's bad. It says at 20, I'm 27 now. That's how old this is. So yeah, it's bad. I was not in the IB film program. I did do the film program at Terry Parker, but I was not in the IB program. It's like, but I took advanced placement classes, so I think that's what they thought it was. I don't know, but yeah, no, but yeah, I got very lucky that they like let me in and join them, and like now I've been there for 7 years, and I've got to see like all these special things happen, like. The inside of the building didn't have walls when I joined them.
Have a good night, Ronnie.
Yeah, have a good night. Thank you for hanging out and talking with us tonight. Gage was going through his Art Garfunkel phase. That's not the first time I've heard that. The Doogie Howser of silent film. Yeah. Yeah. So I got very lucky that I've got to see the building like turn into what it's turning into now,
Right.
and like we're getting like a lot of stuff. Like it's a snowballing effect when you don't get money until other people start giving you money. So like, people see that the city is investing $1 million into us, and they're more likely to give us money now because of that. And a lot of things has happened. And I think I was telling you earlier that the buildings, there's 4 buildings,
Yep.
but the original property is 5 buildings, and the 5th building is owned by the church. The church has been trying to sell us that 5th building, but it's a very bureaucratic process especially with how crazy like housing and building prices are going through the roof right now. And like, we don't have any money because we're a nonprofit. So it's like, we can't afford to buy a giant 2-story building, so but we're the city, we're owned by the city. So like, we kind of have like the city's backing. So they've actually approved for us to get that building. So for all intents and purposes, and this is public knowledge, so I'm not like saying anything that I shouldn't be saying. This is like, you can look at like Jacksonville's, you can go to like town hall meetings and they're talking about this, but we're supposed to be purchasing that building and we'll have it by the end of the year, hopefully. And when that happens, hopefully we'll be able to relaunch our Silent Sundays and have events in that building, because it's a church. So it's like set up with pews. It's got a stage. It's got room for a projector and stuff like that. So we'll be able to have like events on the property more often. We do events there now. Like, we've been doing museum tours, and we also have like done like silent movies under the stars. We showed The Flying Ace last October. We set up a projector outdoors, a giant inflatable one. The city luckily comes and sets that up, and everybody's out in blankets, and we got like string lights hanging up and stuff. It's really nice,
Very
and
nice.
hopefully we'll be able to do more things like markets, and people can have weddings there and stuff like that as well. But the museum opening is like a huge deal, and it's probably the coolest thing I'm doing in my life for sure.
Sweet. That's awesome.
Yeah.
And like I pointed out, at the top of the website here, there is this little link to donate. So link is in the chat or in the description below. Make sure you go check that out.
Yeah. And anything you donate until I believe September 1st is doubled. It's matched. So.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's very good.
Well, that's your history with with Norman, and now like silent films. Like, was there anything specific that got you into that at the beginning?
Yeah, and actually before that, I want to talk to you because you asked me about it earlier, how I got into you.
Oh,
no, because I've been watching. I don't think I've missed a single episode of Reconnected. I may have seen every episode. I think I started maybe when you did an interview with Jared Honor. Might have been the first thing, and then I went back and listened to anything that you had before that, and I've been every Thursday now. Your show is the best because like I love, especially when they're like 6 hours long, because I know that gets me through my whole work day on Friday.
Right.
Because that's my thing, as I'm always, my schedule's so crazy. Like, I don't really have a set work schedule, so it's like I like sometimes can be working till 9 o'clock, and so it's very hard for me to catch shows live on YouTube. And so like I'm always like Friday, get to check out Reconnected, and like so like if it's like 5-6 hours long, I know that gets me through everything.
It is a long time.
I love it. And Stan Gage is a cool name, and anyone else getting Young Will vibes from Gage? I knew somebody was gonna say that. Because we both do have the face, so I get that. I thought somebody was going to say that. And Michael Cera, somebody says I'm getting Michael Cera vibes. Someone said that, or my friend Carl, who's riding down to see Oppenheimer, he's the one that's in the middle about being jaded or not with the Wes Anderson. His girlfriend said to him once, "Yeah, your friend Gage, when she first met me, your friend Gage is kind of like Michael Cera." And he was like, "Yeah, if Michael Cera ate somebody." And then she was like, "Oh my God, I can't believe you just said that, bro." Because I'm a little bigger than Michael Cera, I think. I'm not as big as you. You're 6'5".
6'5".
Okay, I'm like 6'2", 6'3", somewhere in there. I don't know. I
It
don't.
seems like everybody that I get attached to is tall. Like
Yeah,
KB, that's been on the stream a few times, that lives here in
yeah.
Kansas City. He's 6'5" as well.
Oh heck
Anthony
yeah,
Jones is like 6'3",
big
6'2",
boys.
whatever.
Let's go.
Will is tall. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Heck yeah.
Jeremy's tall too.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I've been listening to you for a long time, and really thank you for your show. It's amazing, and all your interviews that you did. I just checked out. Speaking of Florida Man, I'm behind on your interviews, but I just listened to that Unearthed film, bro. That was so tight.
Florida Man, the
That
interview.
guy, like could be like my uncle for real. Like he reminds me of so many people in my family. Like he was awesome. That was such a great interview, and like all your interviews are great. I dig them all.
That's amazing. I always feel sheepish on this. Like I'm terrible with compliments, so thank you. It's so weird to see how many people have gotten reached by this, and there's no easy way to say some of these things without sounding like bragging. But like
Yeah,
because of my interview with Howard that went out with this week, while
yeah.
we were talking, I got an email from Imprint Films saying, "Hey, just want to touch base and say thanks for the support. Love your channel." Like
Oh,
that's
that's
weird
sick.
to me.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, that is weird, and I'm the same way. It's hard for me to take compliments as well. I understand that, but yeah, no, you really. I think people really do appreciate what you do.
Now everybody's reporting their height in the chat.
5'10", get out of here.
Stan's 5'10", Sibner's 5'10", Paul Huggins, he's a big boy, 6'3".
5'6'3". There you go. I was so like my license says 6'3", and I tell people that I'm 6'3", but I think I'm actually 6'2". I'm not gonna lie. I think everybody's kind of lying, because what changed it for me is that my neighbor down the street a couple of years ago, he was actually the #1 recruit for the Miami Hurricanes.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, like he's like a freak athlete. Like he's actually 6 years younger than me, which I was thinking about that. Like he used to play basketball with us when we were 12 years old, and that means he was 6 years old playing basketball with us. That's how freak of a kid this is. Like he's absolutely amazing athlete. But I remember I saw him a couple of years ago, and I walked because he had been playing for Miami, and so I went down the street. I saw he's outside, and I'm like, "Yo, like how you doing?" Well, we're dapping each other up. I'm like, "Dang, man, you're tall," because he's taller than me now. I'm like, "How tall are you?" And he's like, "They got me listed at 6 foot." I'm like, "What?" And then like I went and checked like his website, and they got him listed at 6 foot. I'm like, there's something wrong with that. I'm not under 6 feet tall.
Weird.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Huh.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think because I really I think I'm a tall 6'2". That's what I tell people.
A tall 6'2". I think
But
that's
I'm actually under 5'11".
Oh man, that's great. Yeah, that's crazy. And honestly, the Jared Honor interview, like that's where Will found me too originally.
Okay, yeah,
There's
no,
a
because Mondo
handful-
Macabre is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're the best, dude. I got that Bollywood horror set. That's also something I'm really excited about, and I'm disappointed to see that wasn't a height is a number, but not really. Exactly. There you go. Yeah, but they're killing it right now too. I want to get all their stuff. They're putting out some of the most interesting stuff, I think, on the market right now.
They really are. And honestly, they don't sell real well, but I hope like the Indian and Indonesian stuff keeps coming, like this one from TerraVision.
Oh my gosh, that's another one I have to get soon. I have that in a cart on my Diabolic. So the other night, it was Sunday night, I have a cart with that and a few other things in it that I'm not gonna buy because I can't purchase anything right now. But I had that in there, and I was like just looking at it, and I saw that Shigala had dropped all the way down to one left in stock. So I was like, dang. But I know that's just Diabolic, and they're probably gonna get more. But I was like, dang, I probably won't be able to get it on this cart if I even wanted to. But yeah, that's like one. I on that They Live by Film. Brad Henderson talks about that not selling as well as he thought it would, which is kind of shocking. Like that's the kind of stuff that I feel like people want the most, but I guess we're wrong. I don't know.
Well, and Brad's big thing lately, and he talks about this in the Discord. He's talked about this on that stream earlier this week. He mentioned that it seems like a lot of these collectors are super excited about announcements.
Yeah,
but then they don't buy anything.
That could be a problem across. Yes, Anthony. Have I heard of PayPal Pay in 4? Again, I don't think my girlfriend, if she does watch this, she's not going to watch it all the way to 3 hours. But I have known about PayPal Pay in 4, and I've stayed away from it, trying to save myself for a long time. But I did finally use it for the Severance sale for the shop Pay in 4.
Nice.
Feel like someone's de-aging Gage's feed right now. Sorry. And I am like a Snapchat baby filter, for real. But yes, yeah, the PayPal paying for and the shop paying for is pretty sick.
Well, and it can get people in trouble, so
yeah, exactly.
Use it appropriately.
Yeah, you got to use it appropriately. And I stayed out. Like, I didn't even get a credit card until I was like 25 years old, 26 years old.
I don't think I did either until somewhere around then.
I'm like scared of that stuff, man.
Totally
but
get that.
Then I had to grow up one day and realize to be an American is to be in debt.
So in our souls.
Yeah, you're not living the true American dream unless you have some kind of credit card debt in some way.
That's probably true.
Yeah. So.
All right, Mondo Macabro. God, check. Ever since the Jared Honor interview, that's crazy. Yeah. That's a long time ago. At this.
That was like 2 years ago, maybe.
I think that was around
21?
February of 2022.
Okay.
Because I mean, interviews, that's only really been happening since like last February, which is crazy because I feel like I've been doing this forever now.
I know, it does feel like you've been doing it forever.
But I mean, a lot of these people that are doing interviews, they don't drop one every single week like I have been.
Yeah, no, you have them all the time. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, you're dropping like that. Who'd you have on the other day? The guy from Twin Peaks and West Side Story.
Bamer. That had to be a big one for you too.
That's insane. Yeah, no, I haven't gotten back to it because I'm kind of working my way backwards right now. But that's the next one that I'm gonna listen to. Yeah, like that's crazy.
The sad thing is a lot of like collectors that follow the channel, they don't either they don't know who Richard Bamer is or they just don't care. It's just not something that seemed important. It's gotten like no views. I'm like, this is a Hollywood legend.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's weird how YouTube works and everything. I've never really been super into it. Like making content on YouTube. I've thought about it, and I still may. I need to do more content for Norman Studios, and I've thought about like doing stuff with that. I'm probably gonna. That's like one of the tasks that I have there is I kind of do a lot of their photography and video, but sometimes it's like we really don't know what to do with the footage. Sometimes it's like I should be doing more and like posting it on social media like every day, but it's hard to do, man. Like I don't see how you do it. You got kids, a job.
Yeah, I don't sleep a lot.
Yeah, I know you. There's no way you can. Well, I don't sleep a lot either.
I guess this isn't meant to be a tangent or a promotional thing, but there's so much stuff that's happening for Patreon stuff right now. Like I started the newsletter a couple months ago.
Oh my! I gotta join and do that.
The newsletter for that came out in July, just last weekend.
Yeah,
dude, there are 3 exclusive pieces that aren't available anywhere else. I got Fran from Radiance.
Oh my god!
Top 5 list. I have an analytical piece on the film. Fishing Cat for that Crocodile put out.
Deaf Crocodile, yeah. Also one of the greats right now. Deaf Crocodile.
Yeah, definitely. And then Erica from Unsung Horrors, she made a mock physical media boutique collector's horoscope that came out in the issue, and it's incredible.
Cool. That's really cool. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's awesome. You know what you need to start doing in those you need to put a little tape trader section in the back of the newsletter, like an old magazine. And then I want to let me put an ad for Norman Studios somewhere in there. That's what I need to do that.
I've got advertising spots coming.
There you go. We'll have to we'll have to get that. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, no, I need to join. Yeah, you know, I don't do any like Patreon and Discord. I do have Discord, and I just have it like for my friends that game. And like, but I'm not a big gamer and I don't do a lot of Discord.
Right.
But I really do. I'm going to try to join you, and I want to do Michael Keene's as well. Michael Keene, I know you just had him on recently. Yeah. He's also one of my favorite people to watch.
He's great. I was just talking to him today.
Yeah, no, he's fantastic. And I really do need to join y'all's Discords for sure.
You would love it. There's sometimes it seems like everybody gets caught up in work, so there'll be like 3 days where there's only like 50 posts, but then
Only 50.
only
Oh
50.
my
Like
gosh,
every day
yeah.
there's a lot of activity, but then there's some days, well, there'll be news or something and it's literally nonstop the entire day. There'll be literally like 500 posts in the Discord in one day.
Okay.
Crazy.
Yeah, you've sold me. I'm gonna do it this Friday when I get paid.
It's a lot of fun, and people
Can I do
love it.
PayPal Pay in 4 in the Discord group? Yeah.
PayPal, Patreon, and for
Yeah. Give them 58 cents or whatever they need. I don't know.
oh, that's amazing. God, should we get into silent films? I guess.
Yeah. Like, we can get into some silent movies. You had asked me. Sorry, I know we keep getting off on tangents.
No, you're good. It's Tangent City, man.
Okay, yeah, no, I love it too. So I love just hanging out and talking. So with silent movies, I'd actually said earlier that Hogsten was my first silent film that I saw. It's funny actually how I saw it. My dad was like, "Hey Gage, come in here. I want to show you something." And then Hogsten was playing on like IFC or something, maybe, I don't know, something like that. And he was like, "This is a silent movie. This is like what movies were like when they first came out." And I'm like watching it. I'm probably like 6 years old, 7 years old or something. And I'm like, "Whoa, this is weird. This is cool." And like the intertitles are coming up and stuff like that. I'm like, I'm digging this. And like we wound up watching like the whole thing. And like as far as silent movies go, that could be like probably one of the most inappropriate silent movies to watch. I don't know. It's a lot of like crazy imagery in that movie, but
yeah.
I dug it. And so like to me it's crazy to me that like people can't watch like a black and white movie, because that's just like never been like a thing for me. Like I've never have seen that as anything at all, or like a silent movie. Like my dad's just like, "Yeah, this is just how it was." And I'm just like, "Oh, okay, we're watching it." You know what I mean? Like
I'm really hoping to be able to break that through with my kids, but I've noticed things like the YouTube generation. That's all they want to watch is like 80-second clips, and it's got to be vibrant and fast paced. And it's like, well, hold on, let's pump the brakes. There's some other stuff.
And I wonder how that happens, because it's like some people can do it and some people can't. You know. Right. And it's like I'm starting to learn that it's like just kind of a thing, and I'm trying to accept it more. I want to be angry about it, but I guess I can't be. You know, it's like I have a friend that we just got him to join Letterboxd. Sorry, and his movie takes are so crazy that we don't even know what to say about him. So like I gauge people telling them for a movie watch with subtitles.
That's a big thing for me too.
Yeah, and people can't do that. And it's the same thing as like the black and white thing. And to me, it has just never been a thing. Like I remember my dad being like, "Oh, look, Gage, the kung fu movies are on Spike TV." Like, and those were like dubbed, but like, you know, like normal people couldn't watch that because it's like, why are their lips not matching? Why is it so scratchy? Why is it like, you know what I mean? Like, so it's weird. And I've just subtitles have never really been a thing for me. Like, it's just never been an issue. But my friend that's on Letterboxd, he said like I was saying, his movie takes are so crazy we just don't even know what to say about him. So it's been like a meme anytime he drops a Letterboxd, like we're sending it to each other like, "Oh my god, his fucking review just came out, man. You see what he said? He did The Princess Bride the other day and gave it 2 stars." We're all texting each other. We're like, "Bro, you see what Richard said about The Princess Bride? Are you kidding me? What? That's so weird." Like, not that like we're angry that he didn't like the movie, but it's just like, first of all, that's like the most beloved movie of all time. Like, it's so wholesome and sweet. Like, how could you? And then like his review for why he didn't like it was like, first of all, if he really loved her, why would he leave her for like 2 years? Well, and I'm like, what? How do you even respond to that?
Right.
Like, what? I don't know, because it's a different time period, and like you go off on a ship, and did you miss the whole point, the start of the movie? It's like a book reading, like a fairy tale. Like, I don't know. There's just like so many things, and but what I was trying to get at with him is that he said that like he can't watch any movie pre 1982 or something like that. Well, like that's such a bizarre, arbitrary number. Like, why not 1980? Why 1982? Like, but like that's like just how he thinks of it. And so I'm like really trying to figure out why. what that is. And he says it's because it's, stuff's slow, like doesn't make sense. He actually went and saw Sunray, my company over here at the theater, they showed Assault on Precinct 13, and he came and watched that. And then we were like, what'd you think about it? And he's like, it's a little slow. And we're like, what? Assault, that movie? We're like, dude, like a kid gets blown away at the beginning. I like slow.
For 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm like, slow. And he's like later on, he's like, I take back the slow thing I made. And I'm like, see, you're just like saying stuff that you don't even know what you're saying. You're just saying stuff to say stuff. Yeah. So I don't know. But it's like a thing. And like, that's like kind of like what we were talking about earlier. Like, I'm not like big into film review or film criticism. Right. Like, I think the most valuable thing that film criticism has is that 50 years from now, we can look at what people were saying about it at that time, So, like, I think that that's like the only real value that film criticism has, because like, how do you accurately, critique things like, that people like for different reasons? Like, to like talk about
something that has subjectivity, basically.
Yeah, if it has subjectivity, then it's like just becomes like a debate that you're like trying to defend your goalpost on, and to me that's boring. I don't even want to talk about it. It's like, I enjoy Tommy Wiseau's The Room, and I also enjoy David Lynch's Inland Empire, and I also enjoyed Citizen Kane, but it's like those are all very different style of movies, and it's like, why would anybody even want to try to begin like explaining or arguing their cases between the three movies of what's good and what's not good? To me, that's just boring. But yeah, so
that's why I try to use film criticism mostly for discovering, because there's a lot of stuff that I wouldn't ever even give like a second thought that I should watch it unless somebody even mentioned that it existed. And that's, like Everything Everywhere All at Once has been critiqued to the ends of the earth. It didn't really need to be, but if nobody mentioned that it existed,
that's
how do we get there? That makes sense.
And that's like the thing with like who gives a fuck what I say about Citizen Kane?
Exactly.
Like, what has not been said about Citizen Kane?
Exactly.
It's like, so like at this point, like I don't even want to talk about it, because like it is what it is, and like people like us that are like balls deep in this stuff, like we don't need to like really discuss it, because like we kind of like we understand like where it stands in the zeitgeist of like film. I don't know, but I sound stupid and pretentious saying that, even because I don't even know if I truly like just fully believe in that. I guess I do, but it's like, I don't know, it's like, what am I going to say about Citizen Kane? That's all I gotta say.
I've gotten the same comments, because like I do my imprint reviews sometimes, and I'll even say, like, I'm not going to talk about this movie at all. This movie is 60 years old. You can find full books on this film. You don't need to know if I liked it or not.
Yeah, like, why do you care if I...
I'll tell you, like, the special features on here, you may want to buy it for this specifically. So exactly. That's why I want to talk about that.
Exactly. And that's why I like your channel a lot, too. It's because it is kind of, like, disc-oriented, We talk about... we do talk about the movies, but like that becomes, like, another thing about, like, the film collector versus the film like enthusiasts blah 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 debate that's been around on YouTube and forums and stuff like that. But it's like, that's why I like this show, is because it's like, I don't need anybody to give me the review of The Godfather. Like, I just need to know that The Godfather is getting a new release on 4K, you know what I mean? Right. And there's new special features like that. That stuff's more interesting to me, because like, I don't want anybody to try to like convince me about something. Bingo. Pootie Tang and Paper Moon. So Pootie Tang's fire, and then Paper Moon is I need to see it's like one of my grandpa's favorite movies. I'm hoping that we get more Bogdanovich on Blu-ray. I believe he directed Paper Moon. So
I imagine Bogdanovich will be happening soon, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think so. But silent films.
Yes, silent films.
Don't give me any ideas. Uh-oh.
Sam wants Ryan's book only reviewing 60-year-old films. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Right? I want you to review John Wayne movies.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get a Kickstarter going for me reviewing only like male chauvinist actors from the U.S. specifically from the 50s to the 70s.
Yeah. I mean, that was the thing, man.
Oh man, love
What
it.
up, Doc? Bogdanovich Magnum Opus. That has a Blu-ray, right?
I feel like it does.
I think it does. I'm pretty sure that it does. And then obviously Targets just came out. I really want to get that before the sale's over. I'm hoping I can make it up to Barnes and Noble one or two more times. So far, I've only got this sale, After Hours, Rules of the Game, Summertime, and Lost Highway. That's all I've got.
Well, and I'll remind everybody, because I forgot to mention this recently, and I probably should. The release of Targets, BFI is doing theirs again.
They're still doing
actually
theirs,
have
yeah.
way more special features than Criterion.
Yep.
The only difference is you have to wait till like September or October.
Not far off.
Yeah, not terrible.
That's Summertime. I watched that, the Katharine Hepburn, David Lean movie. Oh my god, I cried like 10 different parts of that movie.
Nice.
I knew I was gonna like it. I didn't realize I'd like it that much. There's a few movies this year that I've watched that I didn't know I would like as much as I did. E2 Mama Tambien. Oh my god, I cried so hard. That movie is so amazing and speaks to me on so many personal levels. I just thought it was like, oh, it's just another one of those, sexual awakening movie, blah blah blah, like cool, whatever. Yep, still no US Blue. But it wound up being so much more than that. No, it's
great.
Yeah, it's an amazing movie.
So good. Okay, silent films.
Silent films. Back to silent films.
I'd asked you for two different lists, and the first one is 5 for people that have never gotten into silent films. And just for context, for anybody listening, this is primarily going to be educational for me, because my list of silent films that I've even seen is tiny. Like, I don't even know if I can name all of them right now, but I don't think it would even be 10. So,
yeah. I mean, 5 for... So, to begin with silent film, I think that it's easier for people to be engaged with shorter films. So, luckily, a lot of silent films are shorter films. So, I think that it's Mel Brooks' silent movie. There you go.
That was brought up in the Discord today when I asked everybody about this as well.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I love Mel Brooks. Young Frankenstein, also like top 10 movie all time. I remember my dad. That's another one of those movies that my dad came in. I remember the werewolf. There, wolf. I remember crying, laughing at that. But anyways, silent film. I think it's easier to get engaged with shorter films, and I think that it's easier to get engaged with comedy because it's so it's beyond language.
It's universal.
It's universal. Everybody understands when someone's falls down. It's funny, So Charlie Chaplin is obviously the big face that everybody knows. But as far as like physical comedy of the big three of Harold Lloyd, Buster Keaton, and Charlie Chaplin, I think that Buster Keaton and Harold Lloyd may be a little bit more approachable for someone that's just getting into it, because like Charlie Chaplin's movies are great that what I've seen. I've only seen a handful of them, but I know like his are like have amazing stories, and like he's not jumping off of trains that are moving, if you know what I mean. Right. Like Buster Keaton's doing crazy stuff that like goes viral. You'll see on, TikToks or whatever. So like his stuff is like super approachable in that way. Harold Lloyd and a lot of his movies can kind of be like romantic kind of flicks, but he also has this, he's very athletic. He could do like a lot of like, his body movement is like amazing. And it's weird to talk about it this way, because you say that and you're like, his body movement, like what does that mean? But like that's what you're looking at, and there's like not sound, there's just music playing, right. And so you become more focused on like how people are moving around, and that's why I think like these restorations are so important, because when you think of silent film and you see silent film growing up, is you saw these terrible tape masters that were made, in 1987 for VHS that have been put on DVD and look like crap, or playing on TV looking like crap. I hope they never come with a Buster Keaton challenge. People will die. That could be interesting though. But live leak trend. But yeah, these restorations are important because it allows you to see the move of like how people are moving around. Oh yeah, that's a good thing to start on too. It can provide more context for you. One of the great on the paths the planet is.
On the just released Raymond Griffith's Silk Hat comedian.
Yes, so I want to get that. Undercrank, one of the guys that are on the board with us is actually friends with Ben Modell from Undercrank. And we may be we're trying to get some stuff because I believe Undercrank has some Marcel Perez movies that were made in Jacksonville. So I believe we're trying to get some of those that we can like show. And also if you look at our Facebook page, you'll see that guy, Jim Kirkhoff, who's friends with Ben Modell. He's doing like a series talking about like Jacksonville, Florida film history and stuff like that. These restorations though, the speed that stuff is. What's funny?
This twice now you started talking about restorations and your sound is cut out because you froze.
Oh, okay. Am I back? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, the restorations are important because like the speed of the playback, and it's very important when you're watching like physical comedy. So like those things can be very easy to start with, and also horror movies are easy to start with because horror movies is like the ultimate gateway drug to all of cinema. Like that's basically where everybody starts anyways. So I suggest starting with these movies. Hogsten, that was the first one I started with. 1912 Richard III is a wonderful silent picture. I would like to watch that. 1912, so when you're getting older like that, and that's another thing I kind of suggest is to not start off with movies that old because like still in that point, there's like, I don't know if there's a specific year. Birth of a Nation is kind of where a lot of people start with because of all the different filmmaking techniques that are used in that movie, but I think it's even more of a harder line, like maybe in like 1920, like 1924, because then you get like, I mean, silent films were still made until like 1931,
right.
Around the world, and once you start getting into those movies, they can actually be a lot easier to watch because they're more like movies that you're used to seeing. Where if you're watching movies from like 1910, they become more like stage plays, and they can kind of be disengaging. Like I just watched the forgive me for not remembering the name of the company that just did Inferno, Dante's Inferno, Redwood Media.
Redwood Creek Films.
Redwood Creek Films. I did the Kickstarter thing for that and got my name in the credits, which I don't want to talk crap about like the thing, but like everybody like because the movie's in 4:3 aspect ratio obviously, and everybody that got there, they paid like $75 to have their names in the credits. It's
cut off.
It's 3 separate rows, and so everybody on the left and right side has like the last 2 or first 2 letters of their names cut off, and I was like, man, I'd be pretty upset if that happened to me. And like it says that it's like from a new 4K restoration, which I don't know, because I'm sure it's from it's from 1910, I think. So I mean, obviously, but like there's source damage, and then there's like macro blocking from digital noise. So I don't know. So there's I don't know. So it was fun to watch it. I really enjoyed watching it, but I think that's not a really good place to start for people because it's so old.
Right.
But it's horror, and it has a lot of very strong imagery in it. So I might be leaning to maybe starting with something like that, but stuff that old can kind of get people turned off right away. So like the movies that I'm going to say start, if you can get past the obvious racism, is I think any movie is worth seeing.
At least once.
Every movie is. Like there's nothing else to say after that, like period. Like I think any movie is worth seeing. I think Birth of a Nation is totally worth seeing, and not only because of the filmmaking, but because of what it represented. Yeah, I think it's very important that you watch it with the context, knowing of what that did for the country and like what that movie meant to those people at that time period.
Absolutely.
I think that that's even more interesting story than the film making techniques.
How far that set us back, for sure.
Oh yeah. But and also like all the things that surround it, and like his follow-up making Intolerance. I think all of that's super interesting, and I think it's all worth investigating and looking into all of that.
100%.
George Méliès is very awesome. That's an easy way to start off because all of his movies are like 2 minutes long. Because he was like very, very early. Trip to the Moon is like 10 minutes long, I think. So, I mean, all that's
an epic.
Yes, it was an epic. And like all of his early movies, like I forget the names of them, but it's like I think the Magic Cauldron and stuff where he does the crazy tricks where his head moves and disappears, and yeah, all that stuff is definitely easy to watch because it's only 2 minutes long and it's got crazy special effects, and you're like, oh, this is really cool. But as far as like actual filmmaking goes, I suggest starting with either horror or comedy because it's very engaging, it's very easy to watch, and try to select something that's like under like 80 minutes because there's a lot of it that is under 80 minutes, and it's a lot easier to get through something that you're not used to in 72 minutes than.
It's very true.
Because like we did like a showing of Wings, and it's Wings, the movie that won Best Picture. It's a long movie, and it's like not a lot of really exciting stuff. It's kind of melodramatic or whatever, and it's like romance stuff like that. It's it's not a lot of comedy. It's not big explosions happening every second. It's not Saving Private Ryan. You know what I mean? Right. So the people that were there watching it, not really feeling it. You know what I mean? And it's like if you're not really into silent movies or film history, it's even harder. So like that might you think, oh, Wings, this is the movie that won Best Picture first. Like, oh, that's something I should start with. It's like maybe not that because it's like difficult to get engaged with. I suggest starting with Hogsten, the horror movie, or watching Buster Keaton's The General. Also, a lot of people have seen that. It's absolutely amazing. It's silent comedy gold. It's got insane stunts, great physical humor, great train wreck, obviously. It's got insane footage in it for the year. I think that was 1923. So somewhere around there. Yeah, Buster Keaton's The General is the second one. The third one, I'm going to say, is Harold Lloyd's The Freshman, which you can get from Criterion. Because I know a lot of people aren't football fans, but I'm a huge football fan, and specifically college football. And I love the history of college. College football has been around forever, much longer than the NFL. And this movie is absolutely amazing if you're into any kind of college football history as well, because the movie was actually filmed in The Man Who Laughs. See, The Man Who Laughs is a good one. That's a good one because people can attach the Joker whole thing to it, right. Even though like that might not be necessarily very easy for a lot of people to get into, but because of the Joker stuff, I think people will give it more of time. People,
that's what
it's great. Yeah, it's a great movie. But Harold Lloyd's The Freshman is super funny. It's like probably Harold Lloyd is like most physical best. He's doing crazy, football stunts.
Right.
And the movie was filmed in all of the football stadiums in California. It was filmed in Cal Stadium, USC Stadium, UCLA Stadium, Stanford Stadium, Cal Stadium, whatever. Wow. 4 or 5 stadiums, and those are still people. They still play in the stadiums that he was filming in, and it's easy to watch. Comedy, brief. So that's the third one. The fourth one, I wanted to have another. I'm gonna go with the another Buster Keaton movie that's easy to get, The Cameraman from Criterion.
Yep.
It's his last silent, I believe, and it was his first with his MGM contract, because he notoriously was the independent filmmaker. And so he did, that's why he was able to do all these crazy stunts and like take as many shots as he wanted and get a lot of this crazy footage in. And the MGM movie kind of killed his career when he joined MGM, but this movie is amazing because it's a giant, big budget MGM movie, and it's got all the classic Buster Keaton stuff that you want in it. It also comes with his film Spite Marriage on the disc as well, which is also fun and easy to watch. It's, I believe, Hammerman's like 80 minutes, and Spite Marriage, I think, is like less than an hour. Gold Rush. Oh, Gold Rush is also, that's probably the best. What were you about to say?
I was saying, oh, wow, because I didn't realize the film that's on there is less than an hour that's with it.
Oh, yeah, I think it is. There's a lot of, like, Charlie Chaplin's The Kid is also, I think, like 58 minutes or something like that. Yeah, there's a lot of them that are pretty short. But Gold Rush is also probably a good one. Like I said, you can't go wrong with any of the comedies. But the last two that I wanted to say are not comedies or horror movies, even though after everything I just said. Because these two, I think, if you want to get into silent films that are not comedy or drama, these are probably the two best to do. Safety Last, also iconic. These two movies are in a box set called 3 Silent Classics from Josef von Sternberg. It's a Criterion Blu-ray box set. It's got 3 movies on it. Docs in New York is the last one, and it's like 74 minutes. It's pretty short, and I thought that, like, viewing the box set, I thought that that was going to be my favorite, but it was actually my least favorite of the 3, even though they're all 10 out of 10 amazing. But the other 2 movies, Underworld and The Last Command, they're made in a time, I believe that they're all 3 made during the sound era. I think they were made in 27, 28. Underworld maybe 26, but they feel like movies of the sound era.
Right.
So they can become very engaging in that way, especially The Last Command. I think Underworld's story is really, really good, and it's very easy to follow, and like has a lot of heartwarming moments in it for being a crime story. It's a great movie, but The Last Command is like, can bring you all of the emotions that you think that you may not be able to get from a silent film. It's very touching. There's very emotional moments in it, and it's got William Powell in it.
Well, and didn't somebody from The Last Command get the Best Actor Oscar that year?
Yeah. If you didn't ask me his name, I could tell you, but I believe he did win the Best Actor. It's the German actor. Jesus.
I did not mean to put you on the spot with that. I think I got the Criterion site. I can get to it quickly. Emil Jannings.
Emil Jannings, yes. Jeez. And actually in the book, there's a great write-up about Josef von Sternberg and Emil Jannings working together. It's pretty funny to read because I guess they had like a little hard time working with each other. But yeah, no, those two movies I will suggest to you, because I think that even though they're not comedy or horror, because obviously those are the two easiest to get into, those two movies I think will engage you in a way that a lot of silent films may not be able to engage you. Like we were saying, like movies that are slow, or like you think black and white just means bad quality. Like people that, if you think like that, like these movies could possibly like sway you other way, and is showing you that like it doesn't just have to be like people falling down or like spooky horror imagery to be like a good silent movie. Like, and obviously there's way more, but I think those are probably the top like 5 to get people into watching silent film.
Right. And listening to all of that, I think it's really obvious, knowing as cinephiles and people that have paid attention to this for as long as we all have.
Yeah.
The really obvious things missing right now, such as Vampire.
Yeah.
Such as Metropolis, and such as Nosferatu.
Yes.
Those 3 not being mentioned, is there a reason that you feel like those are less than the good entry-level titles?
Okay, so Nosferatu, that's like 6. That's, that's like right up there with it.
Right.
In fact, like kind of feel bad that I didn't put it on there. And like you could honestly take out Underworld and I could just say Nosferatu and The Last Command. But there's no reason that Nosferatu is a wonderful movie, and it's definitely one of my favorite horror movies. But I think that I like The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari more than I like Nosferatu. And so it's like what's, like, how do you decide between those two? Like, they're both classics, you know what I mean?
Right.
Metropolis, though, I will say the reason why it's not on there is because it's very long. Yeah. And it's hard. That movie I've seen with different groups. I saw it in high school. I've seen it with like adults, and it's very hard to keep people. And I've watched it by myself as well, and it's very hard to keep. And when I watched it by myself, I was probably like 12 or 13. I remember Xfinity Comcast On Demand like had it, and I was like, this is old, like, because it had the date next to each other, and I was trying to watch it, and I was like, oh, this is cool, but I just never finished it when I watched it by myself. And then I watched it in high school and like watched it with adults at a Norman thing, and like that movie is very hard to keep people captivated. There's moments, and I feel the same way with the film Faust. You familiar with that?
Never seen Faust. I've heard of it and seen lots of stuff about it. I've never watched it.
There's really strong, great horror imagery in it, but it's another movie that's kind of hard for people. And then I also say The Hands of Orlok, which is another Conrad Veidt movie. A lot of people like want to get into they're like, oh, I'm gonna watch, I like The Man Who Laughs, I'm gonna watch Hands of Orlok. That could be hard for people to get into, The Hands of Orlok. And Nosferatu, a lot of people think it is slow. Battleship Potemkin, that's like film class 101 film, that's another good one that could be in the top 10 for sure. Is there a genre?
Kojak wants to know, is there a genre you think silent films do better for than sound films?
No, not necessarily. I don't think I feel like that's like impossible to answer, because it's like I think that both of them have pros and cons for any kind of genre, It's fun to say like horror movies can seem scarier, in the silent film, because it's kind of weird and it's kind of like eerie. There's no sound, like that's why I think like people really get interested in the London After Midnight, because like nobody, even like people, that's like become like a huge thing, like even outside of like the film world. Like people are like, oh, there's this lost Lon Chaney, or not even knowing Lon Chaney is. It's this lost like horror movie, and they have that one image of him with his teeth and lantern or whatever, and it's like becomes like this like mythologized like thing. And so like I think people can say that horror's better in silent films, but like, is it? I don't know. And then like silent comedies, like like Harold Lloyd and Buster Keaton's funny, but like, is it as funny as Tropic Thunder? Is it as is it as funny as Superbad? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Ivan the Terrible, I really want to see. I also see that on Sardis says. I hope that more of Sergei Eisenstein's work gets put out on Blu-ray, and I would like for Criterion to upgrade the Sound Years box set that he has. Vampire, that's always like when people start collecting Criterions, that's always like one of the first ones I tell them to get. That's in my top 10 Criterion movies. That's like almost not a silent movie though, because it's from like 1932, I think.
Yeah.
And I believe like all the sound that's like on, I think it's actually on the film, even though like, cause it's like not really a silent movie. You know what I mean? It's like a lot of like walking around. So it's like kind of like almost calling like I know people call like WALL-E a silent movie. Like, you ever heard people talk about that? It's like, kind of like, I don't know. I mean, WALL-E's very different, obviously, but I don't know. Vampire, like, I almost don't even count in the silent film.
And I get that. Like, there was a film, I can't remember what year it was. It was like 2016, 17, 18, somewhere around there, that tried the silent film route, where it was it was like an anthology film type. That it was a horror film. I think it was called like Three Trick or Treaters or something like this.
Okay.
And it wasn't really a silent film. It was just no dialogue.
I
And
gotcha.
afterwards, first off, I went into this not knowing that. So
Oh, okay.
about 25 minutes into it, I was like, nobody's talking. And
Yeah.
then I just kind of fell into the story. But then by the end of it, I didn't even realize till the end, like, wait, nobody said a word the entire time, but it was live audio. There was all kinds of stuff that was happening that you could hear.
Yeah, I don't know what you call that. I forget. But yeah, the Foley work and stuff like that that's on there. Yeah, that's like, do you consider that a silent film? I don't really know.
Right.
Because it is, again, it's like it's like noir. It's like a retroactive genre that we've created for
Right.
a group to group these films together.
Yeah.
Yeah, The Artist won Best Picture, and I've actually never have seen The Artist.
Neither of us.
Yeah, I need to see that. I think that I would really enjoy it. It looks really cool. Also, I see Joe Jack says his copy of Nosferatu has a typo negative heavy metal soundtrack. That sounds awesome. I think that music is probably the second biggest thing with silent films.
Oh, absolutely.
It can completely change your viewpoint on the movies.
Yep.
Like sometimes you can find, and that's the cool thing about these Blu-rays, is that we're often getting several soundtrack options. And I wish that Hogsten, oh, thank you, Stan. I appreciate it. I'm not like a expert or anything like that. I'm just some guy. But that Nosferatu, or I'm sorry, the Hogsten that I saw live, I wish that Criterion could have gotten this random guy's synth soundtrack that he did for the movie. It was amazing. But yeah, like if you're into that kind of stuff, like you can find people. Like I know that that's why I'm keeping my Kino Blu-ray of Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. It's got a DJ Spooky, I believe that's his name, soundtrack on it, and it's like a hip hop like DJ kind of soundtrack for the film. So like that's like not on the Saw City Lights with a live orchestra. That's awesome. So when we did our Silent Sundays, this is kind of cool to get into here. When we did our Silent Sunday events, we actually had the music professor from JU, Jacksonville University, which is also in the Arlington neighborhood. He was a percussion professor at JU, and he would bring a group of like 3 or 4 other musicians with him and do live music for when we'd show these films.
Nice.
And it was awesome. And he would actually make and write the music himself. Like we would be like, hey, it's January. These are our 4 movies that we're going to do our quarterly Silent Sunday events. Cool. I'll have music ready for all of them. And it's like we give him that in January and February when we did our first one. He'd have music for it.
Jeez.
So like when we did the Symbol of the Unconquered, he had music ready for it and played with it. And he's amazing too. He's like extremely talented. And watching a silent film with live music is completely game changing. I think that makes any movie instantly like 100 times more watchable.
Agreed.
Because it's like
Even
you're at a concert.
I went to Suspiria with that orchestra.
Oh, with Goblin?
Orchestra with Goblin last
Yeah.
year, and I've loved Suspiria, but it was nothing compared to seeing it with Goblin.
Oh, that's, I bet, insane. That's another one. The list of movies that I have not seen is like, you wouldn't even have me on your channel. Like I've never seen Suspiria.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, it's so bizarre.
I'm not just pitching the Discord.
Yeah.
We've been talking about that recently as well because there's so many weird blind spots that some of us were like, wait, how have we never seen this? This is so awesome.
Yeah. Like I've never seen the Indiana Jones movies, but I've seen Bat Pussy before they found the final reel and after they found the final reel.
And that's why you're on this channel.
Yeah, exactly. It's bizarre. But the live music's a game changer, and so Flying Ace, our one film that still survives.
Right.
We did a showing of it at JU, and he actually had like his full. I've done the Nashville Symphony with Phantom. Oh my god!
Micah, saw the Nashville Symphony with Phantom of the Opera. That's amazing.
I saw the Phantom of the Opera on Broadway and cried multiple times. Yeah, that was cool. I got to go in 2017. That was really cool. That was like one of the best experiences I've ever had in my life.
That's awesome.
There is a problem with that. I know it's bad. That's bad.
Sardis saw the original Tarzan with the new score performed by the conductor and his symphony. That's amazing.
That is really cool as well. Yeah, the old Tarzan stuff. You know, the Film Detective has that Tarzan set. I really want to get that because there's like a disc that has like a whole bunch of other Tarzan related stuff on it, and
Mhm.
like that looks cool. And then they also did a Sherlock Holmes one, I think, too.
Unfortunately, the quality on that one is terrible.
Is it terrible? So the
Really
Sherlock Holmes one actually has like African American film,
Yep.
short film on it, like Black Sherlock Holmes or something like that. I would really want to get that for that. Gage, I know it would be a drive since you're in Jacksonville. Tampa Theater, they do silent film. So the Tampa Theater with live musical accompaniment was just Norman Studios last month. We just did that
Nice.
at the Tampa Theater. You probably saw it. We had two people from New York that were in Tampa, and they did a speaking engagement, I think, before and after the film. It was like two actors, but yeah, they did the Tampa Theater. I almost drove down there for it, but it wound up being like the same weekend. I had some work to do up here or something like that.
Of course.
But yeah, I really wanted to go down there for that. I legit think that was actually less than a month ago. I think it was in July. I think it was like July, like the weekend before 4th of July or something like that.
Nice.
Yeah. So, but I was trying to say that at JU we showed The Flying Ace, our only surviving film, with a music professor. He actually had like 25 people, so like a semi full orchestra, basically everything, the strings and everything, which is cool because when he does the like smaller Silent Sunday stuff for us, it's usually just like keyboard, maybe like a trombone and drum
Right.
set and bass or something like that. But then for this, he busted out a whole string section, and it was awesome. I hope that we can do that again as well, because that was a very wonderful thing. And all of his music that he did, the coolest one that he did, we did He Who Gets Slapped, that movie I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
It's a Lon Chaney movie. It is so crazy. This guy is so cool too. He actually did an entire score himself on an electronic drum set that had one of those like Roland, like, the like 8-pad like drum pads. So he had the full electric set, but then he had the 8-pad that would trigger like samples that he had that would be like several seconds long or like a minute long or whatever. So he was like basically playing the whole score for the movie on a drum set, which is just like absolutely insane. And it was like this crazy, like very percussive, like kind of reminded me of like Birdman. You saw Birdman?
I actually have still yet to see Birdman.
Okay, no, that's okay. And so that movie, like off rip, has like this crazy, like the opening title says this crazy. The whole score is like this like drum percussive score. Right. But he did something kind of like in the line of that for the movie, and it works so well. It's kind of like a Tarantino movie, honestly. It's weird. It plays out so strange.
Stan wants to know if you've seen Giorgio Moroder's recut and rescored version of Metropolis.
I have not. And I know that all the Blu-rays have like multiple cuts of Metropolis. I've only ever seen Metropolis on a crappy DVD, on Xfinity on demand, and then I don't even know what the last one was. It was not a crappy DVD, but it was a DVD. So that's another one that could be the issue, like we were saying earlier. Like watching these films with a correct restoration, like in HD, can be game changing. Because even not silent films, that's like I had a Clockwork Orange on DVD from when I was younger, which is funny. I was like 8 years old and I had my Clockwork Orange DVD. But then that was like the first movie that I watched on Blu-ray after Edward Scissorhands, and I was like, oh my god, this format is crazy. This like completely changes my perception on this movie.
Right.
Like high definition is crazy. This is amazing. And so like now at Clockwork Orange, I loved it. But when I had it on DVD, I was like, yeah, it's whatever. It's a cool movie. Because that's another movie that like people think like, oh, I'm gonna get into old movies and watch Clockwork Orange. You watch that and you're like turning it off like 10 minutes in. It's hard for people to watch that.
Well, and especially if you like check out some of the older VHS cuts, and that's all that you watch, and you gauge your perception on something.
Yep.
I've talked about it like 3 times in the last couple months, but some of those old, really bad pan and scan releases that we got for years,
oh yeah,
ruin movies, literally ruin movies for people.
Yeah, no, it's terrible. And it's like, oh my gosh, Gage, there are beautiful restorations that you and so this is my friend that I just kind of got into collecting Blu-rays in the past few years. It's funny, or I'm sorry, not past few years, past few weeks. He is like huge into like the Universal horror movie stuff, so I am too. Like those Shout Factory Blu-ray sets.
Yeah.
Those are like my favorite things. He had actually sent me like a list of all these old classic movies that he's looking for. One of them was The Unknown. And so, but he only wants Blu-ray. He really only wants 4Ks. And I was like, well, with a lot of this classic stuff, there's no 4Ks of any of this. Like, you got The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. That's it. But, but he had sent me this list, and one of the movies was The Unknown. And I was like, yeah, there's no Blu-ray of The Unknown. And then, like, fucking a day later.
Perfect.
I know. I was like, dude, you're so in luck. I've been waiting years for these. Like, you're so lucky. But that's the same thing with Metropolis. Stan says right here that there's beautiful restorations of Metropolis that I should see. I should, because I don't think I've seen. Didn't they like find like more film in like 2012?
I think so. Yeah.
And I don't think I think that I saw. Yeah, I saw it once after that, but I don't know what cut it was or anything like that. And I know that there's like there's like 3 different cuts of that movie with all different film sources. And it's like getting to that point now where like I think that we're going to get more definitive versions of Nosferatu and Metropolis, because like all these Blu-ray, like the Metropolis and Nosferatu Blu-rays are like 10 plus years old now at this point.
That, and not speculating necessarily that this is about to happen or anything,
yeah.
But at the same time, we're about to hit the 100th anniversary of most of these films.
Yes.
And I can almost guarantee like the big studios that were ride the coattails of some of these films till they have to be separated from their cold dead hands. They've been restoring those guaranteed.
Yeah. And that's like with Nosferatu, I know that there was like some kind of like, I don't want to say bootleg because I don't know if it was bootleg or not, because I mean it's a public domain movie, I believe, so it's like gray area anyways, but there was like some Nosferatu Blu-ray that came out as the 100th year anniversary Blu-ray, but I saw that it got like really bad reviews, and I believe that Nosferatu, so like I think the thing with Metropolis is like, and I think is the thing with Nosferatu as well, is that like there's no true definitive version of them, because there's like something better on the Kino. Like I think with Metropolis, like the Kino Blu-ray's better encoding on it, but over like the Eureka or whatever, or BFI, whoever else has it, but the Kino version doesn't have like the German intertitles. It's got like English intertitles. So I'm like, I don't want that one. But then it's like the older ones, the other ones have like worse encodes, or it doesn't have the same special features. So I'm like, I'm hoping that like here soon that we're getting more definitive versions. Like there's a Blu-ray from Twilight Time for Birth of a Nation that they did like right before they went out of business, I think, like 2018. That's like, it's actually from like a new like 4K restoration, like from like 2016 or something. That's like way better than both the Eureka and the Kino that are available. And it's like way better, but it's like now that's like you can't get it because it's Twilight Time and it's sold out. And it's in Twilight Time.
You can get it on Amazon right now for $130.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's so expensive, is because it's the like new restoration. So I'm like hoping that gets re-released too, because like that restoration's not readily available for people. And I mean, a lot of silent movies are still in desperate need of Blu-ray releases, and I know that Warner Archive seems to be doing more older stuff, and they just did Our Dancing Daughters, which was a silent film. And I know that they've said on previous Warner Archive podcasts that silent movies are harder to do. They're a little bit more expensive. Obviously, like film materials are harder to work with, and they have to commission music for them. But I know that George Feltonstein has teased that some more major ones are coming. So, like, obviously, Greed, The Wind are, like, movies that everybody's kind of expecting to come soon. So, hopefully, like, we're going to start getting more definitive Blu-rays of a lot of... Like, this Pandora's Box that's coming out, this is probably, like, the most definitive thing. Right. Like, because Criterion may put it out, but I guarantee you it's not going to have that packaging or special features.
Right. And another thing to keep in mind for all this, and this is sad, obviously, but these don't sell as well as a lot of the other
Yep.
films.
They don't.
People just plain do not want to buy silent films.
Yeah. Kino's doing a lot of great work too. I don't know if you've noticed they've put out like a few of these Ernest Lubitsch collections of the silent films, which those, a lot of them I haven't seen. I've seen some of his shorts like that are included on like Criterion Blu-rays of his more popular films. Yeah. Those are really easy to start with too because he's so damn funny. He's like he understood comedy like better than a lot of people did. Those, and then also they've put out a few Lon Chaney movies.
Yep.
So I'm hoping that Kino does, and like these are the best time to buy these because you can they're probably in this sale for like $8.99. You know, and you get 2 silent movies. I challenge anybody in here like during the sale, if you're gonna pick something up, go pick up a silent movie, especially if you can find like a double feature that's got like 2 movies that are like under an hour long for under $10. Like you can't beat that, man.
When we were first talking about this, I asked about 2 lists. Did you happen to make that second list?
So yes, my favorite silent films is like, it's hard to really say, right? Because like I always like to like ask people like not who your favorite artist is, but like what are you listening to lately? And so like, cause like sometimes it's hard because it changes all the time, right? Like what's your favorite movie?
Always.
But I mean, Hogsten is also. I'm just gonna keep going back to that. That's like one of my favorite silent movies.
It's incredible, yeah.
And then like The Freshman too. I could always say that too. Yeah, I love college football, but no, I'll say like Hogsten is probably my number 1 silent movie. You know what? I wrote the list down and I don't have the list on me, but it doesn't matter because it's going to change anyways.
Right.
And so much of it covers basically like kind of what I was talking about earlier with all that other stuff. And all I can remember is the other list that I gave you of it's like a lot of the stuff that we talked about already is basically like, I mean, the general. It's boring to say, like, you know, but yeah, like I could say Nosferatu, The General, Hogsten, probably Gold Rush, which was brought up earlier.
Right.
And then like, because like I had like a list of like 12 movies, like 13, 14 movies. And it's like, I don't really know which is like in the tops, but I kind of like when I was going over the movies to start with, I like brought up all the other ones. The Freshman is probably in my top 5 as well. And then The Man Who Laughs is another one that's like surprisingly very like emotional and touching.
That's up there for me. That might be my favorite one, like ever, up there with Hogsten.
Yeah, and then I guess the one that I was like contemplating putting in my top 5, I didn't, but was Body and Soul, which is a Paul Robeson acting movie that directed by Oscar Micheaux. Paul Robeson's like so freaking tight that like I love him more than anything, and he like wound up like disowning that movie kind of later in his life. Have you ever heard of it?
I've not.
Okay, so it's actually a Criterion, like, because I think it's like, I forget what it is. It's like some DVD set Criterion did of a long time ago that's got like I can't remember if it's an Oscar Micheaux or if it's a Paul Robeson. I think it's a Paul Robeson like thing, but it's in that Kino silent film or of African American pioneers of African American cinema box set.
Nice.
It's pretty good. But Paul Robeson's like the man. And my favorite stuff of his is actually non-silent stuff. So he's in a movie called The Emperor Jones. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. It's actually a Eugene O'Neill play.
I may have seen that one. That one sounds very familiar.
That's one I'm hoping gets a Blu-ray soon as well, because it's there's a very beat up version of it on HBO Max. That's how I watched it. I don't really know. I think it's a UA movie, United Artists movie. Yeah. But it's on HBO Max, so, and I know Warner owns like some of that library, so like I don't know what the case is with that. I mean, not anybody knows, but Yeah, and then like he's also in Showboat. Then he's like steals that movie with singing Old Man River. But yeah, so I go with Body and Soul. Um, yeah, I don't know. I guess I could, if I had to go in my top five, I'll say Haxon, Nosferatu, The General, uh, Freshman, and I don't want to say Body and Soul because it's like that was the one I was like contemplating putting out. I'll say The Gold Rush. I think The Gold Rush is great because like it has a whole bunch of great sets in it that like there's the set like inside of the cabin, and then there's like the sets of like this little town that he winds up going to that are like just like so cozy and relaxing that like that's like one of the best movies to watch like in the wintertime and just like have it on in the background. That's like, yeah, I'll go with that. I'll go with that.
Man, there's so many of these that I've just literally never come across, never
Yeah.
had a copy of. Obviously, most of these are in the public domain, so they're usually available somewhere.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's not the great copy or anything.
Exactly. Oh, and you know what? You know what we didn't talk about? Gage, have you seen The Wind? No, I've not seen The Wind. You know what? I can't believe I forgot this one, and it's on my list, and it's probably in my top five too. Is The Passion of Joan of Arc?
Oh well,
I mean,
yeah.
see, and
I think that's
that's
just kind of understood.
and exactly, and that's like remember when we were talking about doing like what to do for this segment of the podcast. I was like, I didn't want to do like a top five favorites because like I didn't want to talk about The Passion of the Joan of Arc
Right.
because it's like talking about Citizen Kane. It's like, what are we gonna say about Passion? Like that's like one of those movies that people that don't know silent film know at least that. That's like one of the most impactful acting performances of all time. And you know that's a movie that the score is interesting on as well because like a lot of people, the way I watched it was with no score at all because like there's I think it's like kind of unclear if that's how it was supposed to be shown or not, and so like
Well,
that
and it was a lost film for so long too that we just
yes,
had no idea.
it was found in a mental asylum.
Yep.
Yeah, it's crazy, literally. But that Blu-ray has a like a Portishead soundtrack to it, which is so cool. Clara Bow's It. I've not seen that either. I think the only Clara Bow movie I've seen is Wings.
Wow.
I could be wrong. There could be something else, but I can't remember. So because there's a lot of stuff that we've shown with Norman Studios at like events and stuff where we've had it on in the background too, where I've like caught most of it, you know, but like not actually seen it. But yeah, I don't think I've seen anything else other than Wings. And then that's
I
like
still haven't seen Wings. I really need to.
what I got a question for you. When you like think about like silent film and stuff that you want to get into, what is it that you like think that you would want to start with? Like what's something that you're like, is there like 2 or 3 titles that you're like, I kind of think I would probably just go with this or something?
I mean, just off of the ones I've seen, there's not many that I can grab onto that you haven't said already. I would easily like Haxon, especially for modern sensibilities. I think it's the engaging one. It's the visually stimulating one that there's so much imagery that isn't like it's iconic but not burned into the zeitgeist like Nosferatu. So
Exactly.
it's something that you see and you can't forget, but it's not something that you've seen since you were 5 years old like Nosferatu.
Exactly.
So because it's brand new, it's more impactful, I think, that way.
Yeah. No, that's for sure.
I got a little bit of a mention earlier, but I feel like Safety Last has some really like well done camera shots that are just how could they possibly do that? That once you see it explained, you're mind blown that they think of that back then.
Yeah.
But it's the shots from that I feel like would be the comedy one that I would choose. But I've only ever seen like 2 or 3 silent comedies.
Okay.
God, other than those, like as I don't even know if you'd call it an epic, but I really feel like The Man Who Laughs is one for me that it hit perfectly. It hit right on like the actual emotional story that is attached to that. It just for some reason I watched it at the perfect moment, and it's one of my favorites.
Yeah. No, that's and like those are like really good movies that I think, like I said, would get people engaged. And Stan Geezy here says no love for the Golem. That's another movie that needs like a legit like definitive release. I think the Eureka maybe just did one.
I
I
think
can't
that's
remember.
right.
I think the Eureka did like 2 years ago now. Like it's been a while. But yeah, I think that there's something going on with the Golem right now. That there's like there was like more footage that was found or something like that.
Oh,
Another one that I watched when I was young. So you know those like Mill Creek like 50 film box sets?
yeah.
Like so that was like another thing. I had like 3 different ones that were like horror and they like had some crossover, but a lot of them were different. And a lot of those had silent films in them, obviously, because of public domain stuff. And I had Lon Chaney's Hunchback of Notre Dame,
That's a
which,
big one.
yeah, that's also a really, I think, easy one to get involved in. Any really trashy or exploitative silent movies like Sleazy. I mean, kind of in the sense that like there's a lot of stuff that's like pre-code, you know, because it was pre-code. So like there is some more like risque stuff, like where women are wearing negligees and stuff, and you can kind of see through them. I'm sure some of these 4K restorations you can see a little bit better. So I mean, there's stuff like that, but like there's nothing like super crazy that I can think of. There could be, and there could be stuff that most people don't know about. You know what I mean?
Well, and I mean, even our definition of exploitation, the way that we use it today, like Birth of a Nation, is exploitation.
Yes, that's an exploitation film for sure,
Look at
100%.
one that we haven't said at all yet is Unchi and Andalou. Like there's
Oh yeah,
so much
some violence. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah, and like I know there's definitely like naked people on. I mean, in the La Inferno that I just got from Redwood, you can see some pretty good male nudity. Look, it's hard to see though. That's the thing, and some looks like some nipples and stuff too. But I think if there wasn't as much digital noise in it, that you could probably see it a little bit better. But yeah, there is intolerance. Yeah, it could be considered pretty sleazy. Yeah, the silent loops of porn. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I mean, you can see that shit on like Pornhub.
right.
Like I remember seeing naked people clutch as pearls. Yeah, like I remember like when I was young, like this is Pornhub like 10 years. I probably shouldn't be talking about Pornhub on something I'm representing. I'm trying really hard. I got a potty mouth too, and I've been like biting my tongue. There's so much stuff that I wanted to say that I haven't said because I'm trying to represent a nonprofit organization here. I gotta come back on as just Gage without Norman Studios.
Represent Norman fucking Studios.
Yeah, exactly. But but yeah, like there's lots of stuff that like you were saying, the porn stuff you could find pretty easy. Those nipples have been dead for 80 years, and same with all the dogs that you see in the silent movies. They're all dead too.
Unfortunately.
Disconnected often shows up on Pornhub. I know it's fine here, but I don't want like someone from Norman. Not that anybody's gonna be watching from Norman Studios at 4 hours into this video and be like, Gage, you were talking about Pornhub. That's kind of weird, and you said balls deep earlier in the thing. Yeah, I don't think that, and even if they did, I don't think they'd care or anything like that. I'd just
hilarious.
they'd be like, what the heck, man. Digital noise, many people's reviews of Skinamarink. I need to see that. Is that a silent movie? Is that a like how you were saying earlier? Isn't there like a lot of like silence in that?
Yeah, there's a lot of silence, but there's like obscure dialogue.
Okay.
So it's technically no.
Okay. Nipples have been Schrodinger's cat when it comes to mainstream media. Yeah, kind of. I know y'all have talked about that, about the forbidden woman nipple versus the acceptable male nipple. That's like Michael Keane shows his nipples on streams sometimes.
Oh yeah, and I would never do that.
Yeah, that's how he's gonna get. That's why his channel got banned. You know, balls deep is a medical term. It is. It's a unit of depth. I'd be curious to get Gage's take on Skinamarink. It wouldn't be bad, I tell you that, because if I didn't like it, I just wouldn't talk about it.
Gage loves everything.
Yeah, I love everything. Yeah. No, I do really want to see it. When I was at Barnes and Noble for the Criterion sale, I actually saw they had it up there, but of course it was like $32 because that's what Barnes and Noble does. I for real think it was $28.99 because it was like MSRP.
$28.99 and like 40% off.
Yeah, I know. Well, they don't do sales on like that stuff. That's like all that stuff's like full price. Because they also have the Kino Lorber Night of the Hunter up there with the slipcover that's like sitting right next to the Criterion stuff, and it's $39.99. I'm like, I'm not gonna buy that. But like Waterworld 4K limited, I saw that up there, and I texted my friend. I was like, I think that's gonna get be out of print soon. And I convinced him to buy it, the limited slipcover. I want Michael Keane, Will Dodson, Defense of the Genre. See, okay, I'm gonna hate on your channel real quick. I don't watch those videos because like this is what we were talking about. I'm not about the debating stuff. I suck at it. It gets me anxious. I don't want to watch it.
The but first it would be, two were rough, anyways. The third one was actually pretty good.
Oh, okay. Michael Keane versus Will Dodson, though, I would watch because they're both entertaining. And I think that would be pretty good. I knew what kind of Gage was after he brought up live leaks.
You know what's funny is when you brought up live leaks, I've not heard the term live leaks in probably 7 years until that moment.
Really?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah, I guess it's not really talked about that much anymore. But yeah, that kind of stuff got Walmart as a Steelbook skin ring. That's pretty good. I don't ever buy anything from Walmart. Because, like, remember, like, they used to only sell, like, clean CDs back in the day? Like, that just had scared me so bad that I just won't buy anything from Walmart anymore.
That is one of the claim to fames of the small town I grew up in California.
Yeah.
Somewhere around, like, 93, when Tipper Gore was making a big deal about the explicit marker on CDs.
Parental advisory.
For some reason, the epicenter was in this tiny desert town in California. They, interviewed people on the news and stuff. I have no idea why.
Yeah, that's so weird. I mean, I guess maybe because it was like just so far out of LA that they could like
maybe
find people that were, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's kind of weird. And like, so like that just had like forever scared me to ever buy anything from them. And I know that they're not censored movies or anything like that. And
they do still do shit like that. Like, like 3.5 years. No, it's longer than that now. Like 4 years ago. That wasn't much longer. When they released Satanic Panic, the Fangoria produced film.
Really?
It had a slipcover over it that was just called Panic. They took the word satanic off of it.
That's crazy. I mean, I understand why, because you can't put that in, Birmingham, Walmart. Yeah, I don't know. Like, if you put that in a Palatka Walmart here in Florida, people would freak out. What the hell? Yeah.
And the thing that sucks, like the Skinamarink Steelbook, it's an exclusive. So if you want it, you got to buy it from Walmart. There's obviously the ones we looked at tonight, but then Deadstream just released this week, and I really want that one.
Oh yeah, and it's only at Walmart.
Only at Walmart.
Dang, that does suck.
You can get the standard everywhere else, but I actually really like the look of the Steelbook.
You know what that means? You gotta buy it twice. You gotta use the not Walmart disc. Yeah.
Hell no. It should be the same disc.
I see here, I knew Gage was after he talked about chat roulette. I did not talk about chat roulette tonight, did I? I do not remember. I mean, I bring up chat roulette pretty frequently because it's funny, but I did not bring up chat roulette. That is funny, though. Now, there's a famous Gator football player that got in trouble with chat roulette, and so that's always like, anytime there's sports talk at work or something, I'm always just like, yeah, chat roulette, blah, blah, blah. I have no idea what chat roulette is, he said. No, I know what chat roulette is.
The next question is chat roulette like chatterbait?
Yes, I think so. Isn't the chatterbait's the game that you play on chat roulette?
No, that was the joke of what you would ask.
Oh, okay. I was about to say. Yeah, I remember those days too. It's another like thing that an 8-year-old shouldn't be doing, but I was doing. Was watching what was the other one, like Omegle? Oh my god, that isn't that crazy? That was like what we did. I mean you're a little bit older than me, but so like when you were if you ever got on it, I was like 7 years old, just like getting on, just like, oh, look at this dude jerking it, and he's like watching me. What the hell?
Watching 7-year-old Gage watching this silent.
Watching me point and laugh like, dang. Like, what the heck?
Man.
Yeah, that's so bad. AOL, ASL, yes. Oh my god, be careful here, Gage. Yeah, I gotta stop talking about this. We can talk about silent movie. This has got to be a Patreon exclusive episode that we're talking about
Disconnected
here.
After Dark.
Yeah, Disconnected After Dark. And we need to get Michael Keane on there for that, because he, I know, can talk about crazy stuff.
Yes, he will.
And I'm really excited for all of his videos that he's going to be coming out with, these Pinky films. Because, like, that's a genre of movie that I have not seen like anything in.
Right.
And a lot of that stuff's hard to get, and that's why it's cool that we're getting these Neon Eagles doing. Did you get the Kill Butterfly Kill?
I did. It looks decent. It's got a couple cuts. I've not watched all of the entire disc yet. Or discs, I think. I think it's 2, right?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I still haven't popped that, and I showed that to you. That was the first movie I'd brought over here, and I still haven't watched it yet. There's other things leapfrogged it over the time period.
Yeah.
Just got done with Oppenheimer. Good stuff. No spoilers, please.
I love how everybody's like, here's my spoiler-free review of Oppenheimer, of a historical film that we all know how it ends.
Exactly. Well, I know that there's stuff about nudity in that movie too, right? Have you been seeing all that rumor? I don't know if that's true though.
Supposedly it's less than 1 minute.
But I'm interested in the male nudity. We need more male nudity in movies. It's very underrepresented. Anytime you see a dong in a movie, it's pretty nice.
There is, I'm going to do my own trying to pitch for somebody to listen to something else. I don't want to get the name of the show wrong. So everybody should go check out, there's a podcast called Somebody's Watching. And her second episode is called From the Bend, Male Nudity in Cinema. And it's got Alexandra Heller-Nicholas and Professor Peter Lehman talking about it. And they are incredible. Okay.
That sounds very good. That sounds really nice. Yeah, because male nudity is kind of this weird thing in films, right?
Yeah.
That's like still like absolutely taboo. Like we're getting to the point now, like where they'll actually show vagina in movies, but they won't show a penis still.
Correct.
But the male nipples are okay, but the female nipples are not okay.
Yeah.
Very bizarre stuff. The weird science that doesn't make sense. I don't get it at all. But
I always love the jokes about like L-shaped sheets, because when people are laying down, the women's sheet is up to here and the male sheet is down here.
Yeah, that's funny. And you know what just made me think of this is completely off topic, but this about silent films too. The Arrow. Did you ever check that? Like To Sleep as to Dream, To Sleep as to Dream, or whatever. The Japanese movie. It's like from the 80s. No. Yeah, it's like from the 80s, but I think that's a silent film as well.
Interesting.
Yeah, I just like caught like an arrow out of this corner of my eye, and it made me think of that movie. But yeah, we got to see The Artist as well. Both of us. We both haven't seen it. But
if you God, that'd be fun. If you join the Patreon, maybe we could do like a live watch along of The Artist.
That would be fun. That Blu-rays should be pretty easy to get too. I would imagine it's sub $10, because that movie. I remember that flooding, like that place Movie Stop, because it was A too. Like that was like when you walked into the A's, there was like 900 copies of The Artist. Because think about how many people in 2011 was like, "Oh, Best Picture winner!" They got it, and they were like, "What the hell is this?" And just immediately returned. And like. That movie is a comedy, and I think it has John Goodman in it as well, right?
A lot of big names, yeah.
Yeah, there's like a lot of big names in it. It's like crazy that they decided to do that. Do you know what studio made that movie?
Not offhand,
because it's that one French comedian, right? The French actor that stars in it. That's like
Jean Desjardins or whatever. I don't know how to say his last name.
Yeah, he does like the James Bond like spoof movies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like that guy is like a pretty big name, and like he came over here and did this huge movie and like won Best Picture and like dipped. Like, why was that a thing in 2011? Like, what studio was like, let's make a silent movie? Yeah. Mo penis, mo money. I milked a cat once, Brian. Oh, Bad Lieutenant. I need to see that, and I know that 4K is coming out of that. And I know that that's a movie that's got weird music things. The director's cut of the artist has the director of the artist has a new film, Final Cut. It's a remake of One Cut of the Dead. Interesting. I have not seen One Cut of the Dead as well.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Dude.
I know that that's like super fire movie.
And the first time you watch it, you're like, oh, this is all right. And then halfway through, it's like, oh no, this is amazing.
That's what I hear a lot of people say, put that on their list of like things that like turned me around. Yeah. Like in a movie, like I was like not interested and then became very interested in it. Yeah, no, that looks fire.
So what I can see on the artist is there's no studio behind it in the U.S. It looks like it was produced by a bunch of French, like small independent French production companies.
Okay. I see Flickering Waves here says the Weinstein Company helped put it out in the U.S., but Sony put out the Blu-ray. Interesting.
Yeah, just talking Chris from They Live by Film. What's going on?
Is that Chris? I was listening to him today while I was at work. I was listening to him talk to Brad Henderson.
Oh man, I didn't even see. He just I probably shouldn't admit this, but he asked me a couple of questions, and I've responded to him in the Discord while this was going on. And I just saw he messaged like 4 minutes ago. Said, "Wait, it's still going on."
Oh, are we going? Yeah, I guess we're at 4:20. Damn. Oh shit! Thanks, man. Yeah, no, dude. They Live by Film's really cool.
Earlier.
Yeah, we did. They Live by Film. It's a great podcast. I've been listening to that for as long as it's basically been around. I think, like, episode probably 3 or 4. I think I found it.
Nice.
Yeah, no, they've had a great show, and I love whenever you have them on here as well. Honestly, all your regular guests, all those guys are always great. Will Dodson, anytime he's on, I know I'm in for a treat. He's probably my favorite just because y'all's banter back and forth is pretty good.
Will is, I think it was around January. I said, hey, instead of just like scheduling you a couple months in advance, why don't we just make it so that you're on the first Thursday of every month? He goes, that sounds like hell. I'm in.
Yeah. And you know what that pisses me off about that is like he's going to be on like every Vinegar Syndrome episode, which I mean I want to be on a Vinegar Syndrome episode. That's fire because he probably knows a lot more than a lot of that. He
knows a lot more than me. That's why he's on.
Yeah, he knows a lot about movies. So yeah, I see that's the thing with me is like the list of movies I haven't seen. I know I kind of brought this up earlier. It's ridiculous. It's more than just Suspiria and Indiana Jones. Like it's like the Lord of the Rings movies. It's like I just watched what was the big one that I just knocked out? Oh, I just knocked out Goodfellas last year.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, like there's like just like weird ones like that I just like haven't watched yet. And like it becomes like a thing with like my friends and my girlfriend. She's like, how can you consider yourself a film fan, blah blah blah. And like I do understand it though, because it's like these movies are super important. And like that's like most people can, so it's like hard to engage it, like because like if I'm having a conversation about film with somebody that doesn't really know a lot about film and they're like, oh, like Harry Potter, and I'm like, I haven't seen it, and they're like, what? And then that's all this, it's like a brick wall of the conversation. It's like it ends there. I've seen the first two. We get it, Gage, you have a girlfriend. I'm just lying, that's a joke the whole time. But I've seen the first two Harry Potters, and when I just watched Y Tu Mama Tambien, I was like, I should watch his follow-up, The Prisoner of Azkaban.
Well, and I'm not a Harry Potter person, but I will say
it's the best one.
Harry Potter ones are terrible, and they start getting decent at the third one.
Okay, so that's what I've been telling everybody when I watched Y Tu Mama Tambien. She's Canadian. She's just behind the door. She actually goes to a different school, but the third one is what everybody's saying is the best one. Like all my friends are like, "Oh, that's the best one. Oh, you're gonna like it. You're gonna like it."
One for sure.
It's the best what?
It's the best, like it's the one that's produced the best.
Okay.
I will say, as the kids get older, it's definitely like the films kind of age with the kids, so they get to be more engaging and
more dark and stuff too. I think, yeah. They look cool, and I gotta watch all of them so I can play the Hogwarts video game because it looks pretty cool.
Yeah. It's giving money to a turf as well. So.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know a lot of people don't like.
Yeah, she's
what's
terrible.
her name? What's her name again?
J.K. Rowling.
J.K. Rowling. Yes. Yeah, I know a lot of people don't like her. I'm so out of the loop on that. That's the benefits of not being on social media, baby. You just got to get on a burner Facebook and follow the disconnected, and your life is so much better. That's like legit all my news all day. It's like my feed is just you. That's
today must have been pretty busy. Yesterday,
that's all it is, man. Yeah, I love it. That's like all I want to do is just read stuff about these movies, and hopefully we get more silent stuff coming. And like I said, we got Warner Archive. That's basically teasing that we're going to be getting a lot of this stuff. Kino's killing it. Whenever I go lay down here soon, I'm gonna like just basically go through the cart, like I said, make like a $3,000 cart until until I can like not take it anymore, and then start whittling it down while I'm at work in the next few days, and try to figure it out. Master Chaos, Skeptics, Nathan May. Sleaze, silliness, disconnected, movie talk, MBR style. That makes sense. Master Chaos, I haven't really watched a lot of him, but Michael Keane, definitely. Like you and Chasing Labels, Michael Keane, y'all are probably top 3. I mean, I don't want to be giving out any free promo out here for anybody else on your podcast.
Chris, we already did announcements, and we kind of already did the silent talk. Now we're just talking about penises and stuff.
Yeah, we're just talking about penises and how, because someone asked if there was any like sleazy, and we can talk briefly about the person that asked if there was any sleaze in silent movies. While outside of like the loops and stuff like that, like the pornography loops that were made, like if you just even go into like early sound movies, you probably get a lot more of that salacious material that you'll be looking for. Like all of those early sound with $3,000 cart, Gage, if you're trying to pay Fallon for it, damn it. Those early sound movies have a lot of that like salacious content that you probably or that you want. It's like there's, like I said, like even the Spanish Dracula. Have you ever seen the Spanish Dracula?
I have not.
I went and saw a double feature of both at the Cinemark here in town. It was showing both the 1931 English and Spanish Dracula. And like, that's a good gateway because like that movie they're borderline silent movies, like, cause they're early sound. So there's lots of swath. Like there's parts of the movie, like, M, you ever seen M? Fritz Lang's M? Mm-hmm. So like there's parts of that movie where there's no sound at all.
Right.
Like there's no like background noise. Like it just completely silence. And so like I don't like those don't count, but like there's something to be said about those early sound films that don't really, they're not fully converted. Like the Jazz Singer is a movie that gets considered to be the first like talkie, but like not that movie is not fully sound.
Right.
The chat's gonna get nicknamed Fap and Faust. Well, if I wasn't here, I'd be watching porn, so I guess I'll just stay for a bit. Why not do both? Yeah, you can pull up multiple tabs. Or you just use your phone. Phone for Kino, laptop for the disconnected, and the TV for
just listen to Gage's sultry voice.
Yeah, no. Jared. Okay, so Jeremy, I saw earlier. I didn't bring it up because you were talking. Said something about my voice sounding good, and his AirPods made him feel good.
I saw it too.
And so this equipment that I'm using, I'm using my laptop, but these are my my girlfriend from another school's podcasting equipment that I've never used before. And so like when I had to test it out last night to make sure it worked, which I actually had to go to Target and buy a adapter so I could plug it into my MacBook, because I would have had to use my old busted laptop. But I sent my friend Carl, I like did some ASMR. I did like a 2-minute ASMR thing in the microphone and sent it to him at like 2 a.m. last night, 3 a.m. And he woke up at 6:45, and like I woke up and saw it. He's like, I just woke up and listened to that and wanted to crawl back in bed. I was like, bro, come on.
Coming next week is exclusive Patreon content. ASMR from Gage.
It's only the mic, I'm telling you. It's not my voice. Chris here says, damn, the jazz singer is hard to watch now. I'm interested to know what you mean by that. Because like me and Ryan were actually talking about like you know, movies being engaging, you know. Like I think that the jazz singer is hard to watch because it's like it doesn't have like horror movie imagery. It doesn't have the comedy like a Buster Keaton movie. And so like, yeah, probably the blackface. Yeah. So that, I mean, like that's the obvious, like, cause like that's the obvious thing that you say is like the racial undertones for it. But I was interested if Chris like was like, if it was like something other than that.
Chris probably meant the blackface. Knowing Chris.
Yeah, probably. The jizz singer is much easier. I would watch that.
The dude is so happy to be wearing blackface. It's so true.
Yeah. Al Jolson, yeah, he's like, I mean, that was that guy's life. Yeah. Was that. And there was a lot of people that were like that, you know, that.
Way too many.
Yeah, that was like a lot of people's way of life back then, which is crazy. And there's still, I mean, you know, Pete Davidson has that joke about Ariana Grande, but that's what she's doing. I mean, it's crazy. But yeah, that's another movie that like people I think will try to watch stuff like that, like Birth of a Nation and stuff, things that can be challenging because of the subject matter.
Right.
And may try to watch, you know, Birth of a Nation because of it, and then just can't get over it, and it becomes even harder for them to watch it. Because like I said, like Birth of a Nation, it's like old. Like I said, I think it's from 1915. I think
even earlier than that.
It might be even earlier than that. So like it's like very dated, even as far as like silent films go. So like it's hard. And then like if you're watching it and you already know, like I'm gonna be upset about what I'm gonna see. Or like the same thing with the jazz singer.
It is 1915, nice.
1915, okay. Same thing with the jazz singer. It's like, how could you possibly go into watching that? Because you know what it has in it. So it's like, it's going to get really hard it's going to be challenging. And I'm happy it's getting restored because it's history, but yikes. Is it getting restored again? It's Warner's 100th anniversary.
And that's the thing, like... Yes, it's yikes, but also the reason that we watch these are to learn from them. And that's why like hiding some of that shit is so inherently wrong. Just pretending it doesn't exist is so much more problematic than the blackface. Yeah.
I think that too. Like to me, I get why people, you know, get yikes to it. But to me, I can easily like try to look at it like you know, like you're looking at history, because that's what it is. It's like a time machine. It's like history. It's like, it's weird that we want to say like let's not watch the jazz singer, but like it's okay for like, you know, Nazi uniform to be up in a World War II museum is like okay, but like it's not okay for Gone with the Wind to be on HBO Max.
Right.
You know, it's a weird thing. And I don't think it's like bad, or if you feel one way or the other. It's just I think it's interesting that it's a thing. 100% board not hiding it. And that's like where we get into another weird thing where it's like movies being art and commerce. And like the money behind everything. The Dogway
Right.
Melody. Are you talking about the I forget what they call. I think it was MGM did yeah. And you know what's funny about that is that when Ryan first texted me and I had said, well, because like I was thinking about maybe doing like something about African American filmmaking, but I was like, you and JB legit just
Maybe.
named every African American director and actor and like did such a great job on that. Like y'all talked for hours about that. I was like, there's no way we can continue or top anything off that, you know. But yeah, that and that was another thing too. Is like, who cares what Ryan and I have to say about African American actors? Like, what the freak? But yeah, Chris, is the Dogway Melody? Is that the? I'm trying to think of what it's called. But MGM did these shorts of. I think it's of Broadway Melody, right? Of the Dogs version of it. But there's like the Dog Jailhouse. They're like short films that were like with starring dogs,
I've not seen
like
any of
playing the parts. They're crazy. Like they made my girlfriend from another school upset when we went and saw something. We saw something at Sunray, and Sunray was playing these dog short silent films as the what do you think of Babylon? It's polarizing, but I want to see it very badly. I love Damien Chazelle, and I've not seen Babylon. When it came out in theaters, I was actually going through some like health problems, and like the idea of sitting in a movie theater for 3 hours and 30 minutes, I was like, I could not do that. I'd freak out, and I just couldn't do it. And so I missed it in theaters, and now, I know there's a 4K of it now, so I'll probably buy that.
I'm dying to see it, but man, 3 hours is a lot to allocate.
Yeah, that's a lot of time. And I hate that every movie is 3 hours. I can't believe I haven't peed yet in the set. It's been 4 hours and 35 minutes. That's crazy. But Chris is saying that that's it. The just Hollywood remakes with puppers. I highly suggest checking them out, Ryan. I think that Warner Archive did like a DVD that had all of them.
No way.
But you can probably find them on YouTube because they're just like 10-minute, 7-minute like films that are the short films that are like starring dogs like as people, and like the people I was with, it made them upset because like there was probably some animal cruelty to getting these dogs to act and do things that they, but like, so like it was making some people uncomfortable, but when I was watching it, I didn't think that at all. I'm a huge dog person. Like I love dogs a lot, and like I don't think that these dogs, I mean, they could have been treated, I'm sure, I mean.
I'm definitely watching this in another tab right now.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's crazy. Yeah, no, it's crazy. There's one scene where they're like standing in the rain and they're just like getting blasted with water, and you're like, all right, that one's kind of a little mean, because who knows how cold that water was.
They look so uncomfortable.
Yeah, they look uncomfortable. It's weird.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean, these are silent movies. Nobody's talking in these, right?
There's no.
Yeah, these dogs ain't talking. But they're all, those are, I think, all very interesting. And also, wasn't Rin Tin Tin or something? I know that the dog or something like that, didn't they just have I know my friend texted me that he said he watched that. HBO Max had like the Warner Brothers 100-year anniversary, and they were talking about it being the dog being like one of the first big silent film stars or something like that. And I was like, oh, I don't even really know too much about that. So I got to check that out as well. Another thing, silent film adjacent, was that you ever see that Dawson City Frozen Time?
No.
Documentary where they find all the films in the salt mine or whatever in Alaska. I think that's going to be on the Kino sale tonight too, because it's usually always in that Kino sale, and I never get it, and I really want to get that.
I will have to keep that name in mind.
Yeah. Did they pay the dogs scale? No. I guarantee those dogs didn't get
Just
paid nothing.
kibble.
Yeah, just kibble. Probably not even that. Yeah, belongs in the Serialism episode as well, for sure. I heard Lassie got it on with Rin Tin Tin. Oh my gosh. And then Stan Geezy said, dude, Dawson City is awesome. Oh, and he mentioned D. Sibner said I mentioned it earlier. I'm sorry. Sardis says great doc. Yeah. Oh, you know what I want to talk about too? I'm sorry that there's so much that I want to talk about. I keep having these
that's
tangents.
why you're here.
Keep telling me tell me whenever you want to go to bed. For real, I do not mind. I'm an hour behind you too. I'm in Florida, so I'm at 2 a.m. That's
and
normal
I feel bad
for me. So, okay, no, don't feel bad. I usually stay up late, but the something that's really interesting about Norman Studios, the fifth building that the church owns, it is on this like long like parcel that extends to the other end of the street, and where behind the church is this giant grass patch that had a water feature and pool. And back in the 60s, I believe, before it was sold in the 70s, they like filled the pool in, and allegedly they'd thrown a whole bunch of stuff into this pool before they covered it with dirt. And so we're hoping to excavate that and see if we can find anything in there.
No way.
Because like we're like, man, what if there's a film down there?
It's like an actual archaeological dig.
I know. And so like we're gonna have to like not just go buy a caterpillar and take a bulldozer. We're gonna have to like actually have people like professionally dig this stuff out because we don't want to damage anything. So that's like something that once we get this fifth property, that we'll actually be able to begin doing.
Nice.
Yeah, and seeing if we can use some technology to see if there's anything that deep down, because like we would like to excavate it and actually make it a pool again for the actual property. There's a lot of shit that we need to do, like fencing in the entire property as well. There was also a water tower on the property back then because all film lots had to have water towers.
Right.
And we want to rebuild the water tower as well. That's the only thing that's missing from the thing. No, you're good. No pun. Just saying. Pair Dawson City with the Atari ET game doc. I did watch that. That's good too. Yeah, have a picnic and everybody bring a shovel. And that's whenever we do like any kind of like public speaking events and stuff, we talk about that and we're like, maybe we shouldn't say that out loud. We're gonna have people like show up with pickaxes in the middle of the night, like out there digging, trying to find something. But I don't know. I think that's something very interesting to like that could possibly be something that we do in the next like couple years, is like finally start doing that.
That'd be cool.
We're constantly getting more and more now that like we've become bigger, like we've had more and more people come to us like with stuff, and we're constantly finding like new press books and stuff like that. Here, let me actually show you a little something real quick. I'll give you a little sneak peek of some merchandise that I'm working on.
If you can open something on another tab, you can share that tab if you want to do that.
I can't. I just have a photo on my phone. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good.
I don't want to just...
Here, I'll do this. I'll make you full screen.
Okay. Oop.
Crimson Skull, nice.
Yeah, this is a t-shirt that I'm working on right now. This yellow color is very unique, and it is actually the color of the press book of the film The Crimson Skull that doesn't exist anymore. So Crimson Skull is one of the movies that was made, I think, before Flying Ace. I think it was from 1925, something like that. It actually stars, I forget his name. I think it's Lawrence Chenault, but he is the guy that is in The Symbol of the Unconquered, the Oscar Micheaux film, which he's like a pretty big name in the African American filmmaking community back then. So it's actually crazy that he's in it. And on that poster, also Steve Pegg Reynolds is on the poster as well. But I love the spookiness of that press book, and I was like, man, I got to turn that into a T-shirt, and I want that yellow design because that yellow is like such a striking color.
Yeah.
Could not believe that the press book we just got it scanned a couple weeks ago. I'm trying to get more high quality images scanned. Like I want to make more merchandise for us, but the problem is like all of this material that we have, for whatever reason, I guess it's just all got scanned like 15 years ago, and it's not like high enough quality to like. So like we're finally getting stuff rescanned now, like these posters and press books, and like have a lot of good material here to work with to create new merchandise. I want to do hats, coffee mugs, and shirts and stuff like that. And whenever we get it available, I'll let you know, and we can talk about that stuff again.
Yeah.
The director of Frozen Time, Gage. I know he just did. I'm pretty sure he's the guy that did that film about the film that was found underwater.
Not sure. Did not hear about that one.
It's called like this Village Song or something like that. I'd love to know more about the cross-site stacking option. Oh yeah, when are we going to find out about that?
I mean, we got 11 days to launch at this point.
There's a set date for it?
Yeah, August 1st.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
They may tell us stuff before then. I assume they will.
Okay. Yeah, I'm really excited to see what happens with that. And he specializes in film corrosion. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm very excited. I'm very excited for that adult website. That's going to be really cool. And I think I know a lot of people are upset about that, but I think that it will be a good thing for the adult film stuff as well. I think we'll get more of it now.
I think it'll be good in the sense that we'll get more, but I don't like that it feels like it delegitimizes it.
That is true. That is very sad, because like that is like, sadly, it seems like that's how the country is going, is that like we're becoming more conservative again, of not being able to talk about these things, or giving these big studios the power to be like, not want to be associated with stuff like that, and payment processors being like, we're not going to work with you if you...
Yeah, that one pisses me off.
Yeah, that's sad. And it's like, there's nothing you can do about that. It's just like, I know.
And at the same time, it's like, why do you care? You're still making money. Why does it matter what our making money is from?
I know. It's very bizarre. Especially if it's the same thing that we're talking about with like the Jazz Singer and The Birth of a Nation. Like this challenging content that's like, they should just have a link to Red Curtain. That would be funny.
I don't remember if it's in the video or not, but when I had Pascal on that opened up Rough Cut Video in Canada, he's got a curtain in his room.
That just goes to like an AC unit.
Okay,
or something
so
like that.
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
I told him, you should put a fake sign behind it that says like,
"You
hello,
pervert."
pervert.
Yes, that was funny. That was so funny. You should. That was great. But yeah, that's pretty much it with Norman Studios, man.
Well, then on that note, I think everybody probably needs some sleep.
Yeah, I know. I want to keep going, but I don't think that that's the best thing to do tonight. So anytime that you want to have me on,
Gage without Norman Studios next time, maybe.
Yeah, then next time I'll get more wild and I'll be more entertaining. I don't want to keep anybody. I gotta leave them wanting more. I don't think that anybody wants more of me though. After 4 hours and 40 minutes though.
Well, thanks everybody for hanging out tonight. This has been a blast. Like I mentioned, way more than normal tonight. Hopefully that does something. If you want to be in deeper, check out the Patreon link in the description below. There is a lot of incredible stuff. While we were talking, Gage, I just sent you the issue of the newsletter to check out, and we will have a lot more stuff coming out for Patreon. Thanks, Gage, for doing this. Thanks for sharing Norman Studios with the world.
Yes, and please go donate if you can. If not, follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. Hopefully we'll get more content on all that stuff soon.
Links for all that in the description below. And until next Thursday, we'll see you all then. See ya.
Good night.